the best that I can to get started on. Basically, since I released the first video, a long time ago, I put up a video entitled "An Exhaustive Compendium of the Most Annoying Things in Life." And this list was supposed to be the start of a variety of videos on the topic of annoyances and grievances, an exhaustive compendium of every annoying thing in life, Volume 1, which it was released, what day? It's been a minute. Oh, I just said, yeah, November 3rd. Okay? I wanted to release another one the following week. I actually started a script for the most annoying things in life, Volume 2. And I completely just shit the bed trying to write the rest of that script. Let me go ahead and silence my phone so this isn't interrupting. This is going to be a long stream. This is going to be an all-day affair, I'll have you know. So we are definitely going to be covering a lot of stuff. My list, and I'll just go ahead and pull my list up on screen so that you can see it. It's gonna be a lot of crap. Let's get over here to main. All right. This is what I've got thus far. And that's the first list. We've got several lists. I've got Zendigo and Harleyyy with me here in Discord. I'll be joining them in just a second, but I want to express to you how difficult it is for me to make a video, to record something. That's why I'm live streaming this. That's why I'm not doing a recording for this, because my gosh, I re-recorded the intro for the first for the first video about 70 or 80 times. The second video recording, I had over 200 attempts and I didn't find one that I liked. Because whenever I am not sitting here with no capacity to re-roll or redo what I'm trying to do, I completely just talk off the cuff and I could do just fine. But if I have the capacity to say, it didn't work out, let me hit stop, let me try again, I just turn into an idiot, and I will re-record something that sounds the same 40 or 50 times over, and it will not sound the way I want it to. So, yeah, on a Monday, which is probably the worst possible day to stream something for for the sake of like people actually watching, because everybody's at work at this time of day, we're gonna do it. The first video got 611 views and 37 comments. So I know that this topic is not too important to anyone whenever you consider the video that I did before that got 252,000 views. But I still want to do it because I think it's quite hysterical to go through all these items. A lot of these are just goofy. Like a windshield that won't unfog, or when the toilet's clogged, things like that. There's going to be a lot of silly stuff on here. There will not be anything that is sad. It's an annoyances list. It's not about tombstones and tornadoes, no tragedies, no traumas. It's about stuff that's mildly inconvenient, not life-altering. So that's the foundational fundamentals of that. So let's get into the Discord here. Right quick. Explosive.
Ryan, I think I ruined the base, the water thing.
You ruined what?
I think I ruined the thing.
What are you talking about?
These are all waterlogged now, and I have to redo a whole lot of stuff to get it back to normal. I'm pretty sure if I break any of these blocks here, oh my goodness, I don't even know.
Gotcha. Alrighty. And this, where's the button? There we go. Y'all ready to be annoyed?
In there.
Alright. First item.
Zendy's in the bathroom, he said.
Okie dokie. Oh, we'll begin. First item on the list. Where's it at? Uh, the highway department. Now, I actually have a script page written for this item. Um, back whenever I actually thought that I could manage to script out this video and not be a complete moron and have to do it strictly on live stream. So I'll read that to get the topic started. The highway department. I have alluded. Let's see. Yeah. I have alluded to my contempt for this gaggle of gleeful obstruction several times now, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who begins to boil over the moment I see an orange barrel as I'm driving. My vitriol for pavement pushers first began nearly 10 years ago when I was but a young and nubile chap puttering around in my mother's asparagus green minivan as I was heading for the dentist. A 60-mile round trip. As I began to make my way into the suburban ridiculousness around the Savannah area, I saw a giant sign with a flashing arrow directing the crawling traffic into the left lane. 90 minutes and 7 miles of orange reflective barrels later, and I finally coasted up on the cause of this traffic disaster. 6 people in high visibility vests throwing rocks off of a bridge into the river below, accompanied by one guy with a leaf blower. Getting paid to stop the world and play poo sticks in the middle of the afternoon. Not after midnight when they wouldn't be ruining the economic stability of southeast Georgia. Not on a night shift when everything that anyone would want to drive to is closed. No, we need to go and fart around on the side of the road accomplishing precisely nothing, burning possibly tens of thousands of dollars in gasoline as everyone parks on the highway for nearly 2 hours, watching in horror as their taxes are spent on 7 idiots playing in the street. And even if they actually had been doing something productive, there's still no reason for them to be on a day shift. If you want to prance around with a little stop sign and block a major highway, then doing it whenever traffic is at a minimum capacity is the requirement. Asphalt doesn't turn into pumpkins after midnight. So the general idea is I hate orange barrels. I hate being funneled into one lane. Um, I don't like not being able to. I don't like being stuck and having to sit there with the engine idling and the air conditioner turning hot over hours of sitting in exchange for, like 50 feet of barrels that have been set up so that guys can, sweep or whatever. And, has to be during peak traffic time. Like there's no reason for that to be done during the day. It should be a nighttime or overnight project. Because the road's not going anywhere, but there's people that need to go places. So just in general, I absolutely despise that, and I will, no matter what is said, I will absolutely be putting that in F tier or the equivalent of that. I just have to find a good picture of a barrel so that I can put it in the Windows Paint tier list.
Nice.
Good grief.
The worst is when they work on a section of road, they fix it, and then not even a year later, they're back out there fixing it again.
Yep, it's like the Dukes of Hazzard TV show with Tom Wopat and John Schneider and Sorrel Book and James Best and all them. There's a episode where Tom Wopat's character, what's his name, Luke, notices that the sidewalk in front of Boss Hogg's office, his courthouse or whatever it is that he works in, is always having the sidewalk replaced. Just every single episode, it's a running gag that they're always having the sidewalk replaced there. And he makes a remark about how it's designed to self-destruct after 30 days. And that's pretty much what the highway department does with their with their roads. It always seems like no matter what.
Because a lot of times they're contracted and they're under union, so if you can work on the same area over and over again, you get paid for the same amount. And it ties everybody up, and they don't care.
Yep. I mean, it's obvious they don't care because they're doing the stuff in the middle of the day. Let's see. Okay. I need to paste a picture of an orange barrel here real quick because I did manage to grab one. That is not requiring me to pay to put it on there. Let's see. That's the hard part about putting pictures in videos is because every picture that I have in the first video I had to take because trying to find pictures on the internet, like all the different clip art websites, Shutterstock, whatnot, you have to pay them to be able to use their picture. And in 2025, why? Like, why are we having to do that? That doesn't make any sense.
I want to know who copyrights the picture of a traffic cone, though.
It happens. I pulled the thing up, and it was like, you can license this picture. It's licensable, because you'll know they have in Google. They'll have the little tag on it that says licensable. Why would I buy a picture of a traffic cone?
Should be on its here on its own.
Yeah. Or in this case, a traffic barrel. Let's see, orange. I have to title the picture barrel. There we go. And then I have to come over here. But yeah, I did manage to find one that's free, at least as far as you're aware. All right.
Copyright, quick.
Yeah. Let's see.
I claim this barrel.
Or actually, no, I have to... How do I do this? It's been a minute since I've done this. Hang on. Paste from... There. Orange barrel. Okay, I have the orange barrel on the tier list. I'm putting it in F tier. I realize that this is a 3-man band, but I insist that barrels go in the F tier.
Are they the drums?
Yes.
I don't know if there's anyone who's happy to see them.
Drums. No, I don't think it's ever a harbinger of good things to come. Whenever you have a barrel coming up on you. All right, so orange barrel has been put in F tier for the highway department. So, the next item is long, loud intros on YouTube videos. Now, I don't have a script page written for that, but I will say there seemed to be a time period where everybody had one of these, where it was like dubstep and some kind of, like, I don't know if they made it in some Windows program, but it was this animation of the channel name of whatever channel, you know, XXX Daddy Squisher XXX 3000, whatever. And it would like come onto the screen and it would rotate and it would flip and there'd be like explosions and there's this dubstep track in the background. And that seemed to be every channel under like 10,000 subscribers for years. And it seems to have fallen off for the most part, but there's still... Like, if you try and look up a guide, like, I looked up a guide to, oddly enough, it was for my mother's microwave, because my mother's microwave just recently stopped working, and so I looked up a guide to troubleshoot the microwave. And it's a troubleshooting video with a 50-year-old man standing there next to a microwave and explaining how to fix this thing. And... despite the fact that it's a really old guy talking about a microwave oven, so the audience is not of the age bracket that would appreciate anything at all in this intro. It's still got a really heavily animated intro with really loud, fast-paced music. And it's such a ridiculous juxtaposition compared to the old man standing there saying, all right, I'm going to tell you how to fix a microwave. It's like, what was this for? You just picked a stock intro because, well, I got to have an intro for my videos. Like, first of all, L for using music in a YouTube video. Because that's the next item on the list, background music in YouTube videos. I'm gonna get that in a second. But long, loud intros on YouTube videos that are like 30 seconds whenever you're making a 3 or 4 minute video is just egregious. There's no reason for that.
I get that watch time.
Apparently so. And I don't even understand, because like most people watch on phones, right? And whenever they see something on the screen that they don't want to see, there's a reflex to double tap the screen until you get past it. Like if somebody comes up and says, oh, this video was brought to you by... you know, whatever insurance company or whatever VPN, double tap the screen, double tap the screen, double tap until they, you know, have whatever ad is got to be placed where they have to have the actual splash screen with like the creator code and all that. Once you see that, it's like, okay, that's usually the last frame they put in an ad, so I'll quit double tapping now. Same thing happens with these stupid intros. I don't want to see it. I'm not here for it. I'm here for you to tell me how to fix a microwave. So just get to that and don't put a stupid intro at the beginning. It's very frustrating.
Really?
And I guess I need to... Man, this is going to be difficult because I'm going to use a musical symbol, a notation of musical a notation of music
Treble
for
clef.
the next. Yes, for the next one. So I've got to have maybe the YouTube symbol with the music laid behind it, or the music symbol laid behind the
You
treble
say
clef.
music or Muzak?
Yes, YouTube icon. Okay, so there's that. So I have copy image. Okay. And then I need the music icon overlaid behind it. So this is going to be slightly revealing of how I do this stuff. Okay, because I'm stupid. I don't use editing programs for pictures or well, occasionally for videos. I have Vegas 14, but I don't have one for pictures. And every time I've tried to use one for pictures, I have utterly failed. So the only way for me to make this work, and Harley has seen this absolute magic that I've done before, is to go into PowerPoint.
God.
It's not funny. It's magic.
It's magic how you make it work. That's what it is.
Let's see. Okay, and then paste
Full version of PowerPoint or the
this
trial
from
version?
this free website. Remove. I need to remove the background on the. Wait, why is that? Okay, let me just delete this because this is. Oh, it deleted both of them. Thanks for that. Okay. Put this over here. Okay. I will not remove the background on that. That's fine. But I have to go back over here and I have to go back into the YouTube icon, the YouTube logo. Yes. Copy that and then paste it. There we go. And then remove background. And oh my gosh, it's terrible. Why is it not conforming to the shape of the icon? That is absolutely dreadful. Why is it so screwed up? It's such a round, like, easy to distinguish symbol. Why is it actually, like, breaking like this? There. Okay, see, that's better. All right, keep changes. Now expand the size of it until it's completely grainy and looks ridiculous. Okay. And then we back out just a skosh. Click off of it and then print screen. Okay. No, don't save. Dear God, don't save. Okay. And then come over here. We go into paint again. And we paste. Scroll over just a bit, and there it is. Just as pretty as you want to look at. And then intro music YouTube. There. And then I just have to somehow remember how to get that onto, yes, there it is. No, don't. Paste from. There. There it is. Perfect. Now, I don't think anybody else is annoyed by this as I am. Certainly not as much as I am, but I absolutely hate music in general in videos or in video games. Like, if I wanted music, I would get it. And if I was left up to my own devices, I would be putting this in the SAB, right? SABC. I would be putting this in C.
I 100% agree with you, unless it's a music video game, and that's the reason why you're playing it. But
Well, this is specifically about intros now. Loud, obnoxious intros on YouTube.
sorry, I jumped the gun.
Oh, you're good. We're gonna get into that now. I'm putting it in C. If anybody disagrees, speak now or forever hold your pieces.
Sing
All right.
about it.
Yeah, let me hum a few bars real quick. Show you what I hate. It's that mess that plays before their 3D model of the word that is the name of their channel shows. All right. So yeah, next is music, background and music on YouTube videos.
You know, it's with TikTok or anything else either. Like, I just don't understand why you're promoting somebody's music who you're not getting any kind of kickback off of because any of those sites that you're putting that music on, the background music, it's giving a kickback to the if they've got it registered, it's getting a kickback to the platform you're on too.
Yeah, because you're losing out on revenue whenever you have that, because you have to rev share with those people that
Right.
publish that song. So it's a double whammy, and just the attitude of why you have music on a video, background music, is insulting to me. And I might be overthinking it, but I don't feel like I am. People have short attention spans. That is a known quantity, and it's getting shorter every single year as content changes and is developed in such a way to cater, not just to cater, but to proliferate that lack of attention span, that evolution, devolution that unfortunately we as an entire like society are going through as a species. But the music is there to keep your attention the same way it's like jangling keys. It's like, yes, I know that my content isn't intriguing and engaging enough on its own to keep your attention, so let me throw in extra sensory stimulation. So a bunch of edits and animations and explosions and the Among Us sound effects, like wow, ding, 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 that kind of crap. Um, but the background music is there for the same reason. It's because if they don't stimulate every sense that you have, if the person making the video could touch you or like get you to taste something during the video, they would. Because they're trying so hard to keep you engaged with content that is either repeat, filler, or completely unnecessary, similar to the stream. And so they have to come up with a way to keep you from skipping to the next video. Because if they aren't constantly doing this with their background music and with their animations and with their little crap that they put on the screen to divert your attention away from the shallowness and complete uselessness of the content, you'll click to the next video. Like,
It's annoying when every content creator uses the same darn song too. It's like you
yes!
scroll through like 15 videos and they all have the same song you're trying to get away from.
It depending on the content too, like what the nature, the theme of it is. It's usually something from a Mario level, like the ghost, the Boo House level, like
Either that or it's that Oh No song that just
oh god, that's more of a TikTok thing, or I guess maybe YouTube Shorts.
yeah, but it's everywhere.
Yeah, that mess. That's like it's insulting because it's like, brother, if I felt like I was going to gain anything by watching your video, I would watch it regardless of the music. But whenever you put background music in a video, it's already telling me that A, you know your content doesn't have its own merit, doesn't have any legs to stand on by itself without having to throw out a bunch of distractions and flashbangs and fireworks. But also B, usually it's like either distracting or it's forcing a theme. Like the idea of if you want to show somebody a sad video, well, you have to have sad music. That way they know to be sad. Or, you know, if it's a video of a clown where you're going to have you're going to have some kind of clown music so that it seems funnier because, oh, funny music and funny clown. Oh, it must be a funny video. Well, it's a mind control thing because music has been proven to very heavily influence the way you perceive whatever it is that you are experiencing as the music is playing. And music is very ingrained, like it creates memories. You have memories of music from your childhood. You have memories tied specifically to music just as much as like tied to smells, because smells also can create very strong memories. Like they have these songs because it creates such a profound mental effect and mental impact, and it changes the way that you perceive whatever it is that you're watching, like a laugh track almost. It's the same idea. It changes the way that you perceive the content, and it's done by people who do not have content that is strong enough on its own to avoid using music. It's insulting, and it just feels like they're trying to trick me whenever they have background music. I feel like that's just it's getting a little stingy with it, but that's how I see it. I don't like I don't like the attitude that like overbearing background music has. My opinion of it, anyways.
I mean, it has its place, but it's not. It doesn't need to be in everything.
Yeah. Harley?
Um, yeah, it really depends on the genre, I suppose. Sometimes music is really needed to build that kind of atmosphere. Because if you're just talking about, say, a crime case with nothing else going on, you're just completely uninvolved. The immersion is a pretty big part of why that music is there.
So you're saying it's there to substitute for things that you would not like for feelings that you would not be able to experience otherwise that are necessary for you to be able to feel to get the full effect and understanding of what the experience is like trying to convey. Kind of
Yeah,
like
kind of.
kind of like how food advertisers will dress up a picture of a burger so that you can understand by the picture how it tastes, even though whenever you actually get the burger, it doesn't look anything like that because the preparing of the burger took them like spraying it with like with WD-40 or PB ball, like some kind of lubricant or something to make it look like that you definitely wouldn't want to actually bite into. But
Your shellacked food.
yeah, it would just be terrible.
Hey Bob, music's great on this burger, but I chipped my tooth on the bun.
Why is this? Why is this burger got concrete in it? Let's see. All right, so I've got a music symbol. So I think you make a decent like argument in favor of it,
I can see like
but
classical music setting a mood like behind something,
Oh yeah,
but
classical music.
maybe
Just
that's
fine
the
all
maybe
around
that's the
beautiful.
thing because it's the modern music that's really like upbeat and jumpy and stimulates too much versus the old class, you know, your Beethoven and your Chopin and your Tchaikovsky and all that kind of stuff. That it has that feels more respectful whenever you have those kind of sonnets and stuff playing in the background.
yeah, it's
I can
just
agree with that.
anything with words in it. It kind of I think personally for me it detracts. Unless it's like you're trying to like review like a music video or something, and then it makes sense. But once again, intro stuff. If it has music, if it's really fast and bumpy, and it makes no sense, and it's just totally unattached, and people are gonna move on from it. It's pointless.
So, due to the arguments in favor of it, I feel like it would be more fair to not give it the the C that I was going to give it because I can see it like it does have some place. So what? A tier?
Mm,
It's annoying,
B.
but we'll
I
get
give
over
it a
it. Kind of
B.
an idea. A B. Okay.
yeah, I consider it with a B.
Because
Okay.
I think it's all dependent on how they do it and if it's done tastefully or not. And most people don't do it tastefully, but
Yeah.
there are some people that do.
All right. We'll put it in a B. I have been swayed. Being broke. Now,
Oh, that's
You
just
never
bottom of the. You can put that in an F.
I think we all know where being broke is going. This was suggested by a coworker. So at this point, several months ago, I asked this man, and he actually wrote a good 2 pages of this list. He sat on a metal folding chair, and I told him the different things that I already had on the list, and he's like, "Well, I've got some things to add to it." And I said, "Okay, okay." I pulled out my phone. I got my little notepad app on my phone. I was like, "Let's hear it." He sat on that folding chair holding a cut off piece of aluminum 500 feeder cable, and it was like this long. And as he's sitting there on this talking about this list, he's rattling off these items, and every single one he'd be like being broke, and he'd like thrash the ground with the piece of wire that he was holding to add emphasis to just how much he hated that one specific item. And it was every single one that he would rattle off, he would punctuate by wham, hit the ground with the piece of wire he was holding. It's a chunky wire too. It's feeder wire. It's like that big around. So it made a satisfying thunk that really drove home the point that he absolutely hated the thing he was talking about. So That was fun. He did have a lot of items to add to it, and some items that I actually can't add because like being banned. But the things that he did, like the stuff that he did say that weren't completely off the chain, did wind up on this list, and there's a lot of it that's here. Most of it involves restaurants, which just goes to show where his head was at the time because it was just after lunch.
Somebody was
he,
hungry.
Yeah, yeah. It was just after lunch, and he wasn't quite satisfied because he's a big dude, and I don't see how he eats as, I don't see how he eats as little as he does when we go to restaurants. If I was his size, I mean, with as much as I eat as it stands, I would have to order double what he's ordering. So yeah, he definitely had not had enough to eat that day, and was probably thinking quite a bit about food because that's where most of his items were revolving was food. But the topic of being broke.
I'm kind of split on that myself because being broke, it allows you, as long as you're not like solely focusing on that, it does give you a point of view to be grateful for when you do have stuff, and it also gives you a point to be grateful for things that aren't monetary, like your family, your health, your things like that. And I've known a lot more people that are broke that are happier than people who have money.
That's so fucking true.
Wow. Okay. Huh. I think that I mean I get that like it can definitely help you with your perspective and help you value things. I still feel like being broke puts you at such a huge vulnerability where we have to have money to be able to buy things. We have to have money to be able to eat. Like unless you just know how to go out and blast a deer or a squirrel, uh, you're going to suffer tremendously without money.
You are, but it can also force you to learn those trades that you might not have otherwise wanted to learn. So it would, in a way, it could also better yourself.
But I do feel like 99% Trump seeks stay of sentencing. Man, get out of here with the news pop-ups.
Yes.
I I do feel like
We know he's not broke.
man's not worried about money at all. I do feel like there's not very many benefits to it, and like in the in the short and the long term, no matter how you slice it or dice it, being broke is a life-threatening problem in a society that is based on the idea of trading and consumerism and capitalism. And with so few ways of being able to have a house or have nutrition without relying on money to get that, like unless you're just wanting to go squatting or camping out in the woods or roughing it, being a frontiersman, you really don't have a way to live in, at least in America, at least where I'm
No,
at,
you're
without
scrounging, but
yeah, without having money. And 99.9% of people can't rough it. They can't just walk out into the woods and know what part of the tree to eat, and most people just can't survive without it. It is life-threatening to not have money.
that beautiful oak tree, I think I'm going to take a bite out of it.
Yeah, let me go gnaw on this pine cone here. I know it's got pine.
Oh, now I have no teeth.
I'm being poked by 1,000 splinters now, but hey, I can actually eat. I feel like this does, even though it can help your perspective or your attitude or whatever. I don't think that this can go anywhere besides F, because for the majority of people, this can be deadly.
I agree. I think that I do think, however, that everybody should experience it at least once in their life, just so that they can be grateful when they do have money.
And maybe that's where my problem is, and maybe that's why I can't see this
Oh, what you're
not being an F tier, is because I've never been broke. YouTube is buffering. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Really? Is that a fact?
Is it
I think you
because
just
you're
got a new category.
working?
Yeah, YouTube seems to be just straight up not receiving video. And I can't
That could be
imagine
true.
why. Let me make sure that the stream hasn't crashed.
It's still fine for me.
Yeah, YouTube seems to be just straight up. Yeah, it's fine for me too. Okay, I think YouTube's being silly. All right. Next item is wind knocking over potted plants. Anybody had a potted plant besides me?
Yeah, I've had potted plants, but they're all indoors.
Uh-huh. Okay, so you're
Well, actually, I take that back. There's pepper plants that I plant in the summertime.
in pots though. You actually plant them in pots. You don't plant them in the ground.
I have to because I've got my ground is all rocks. So
okay.
I live on the mountain, so I have nothing but rock, and I'm not putting topsoil down.
How about just having your potted plant knocked over in general? Because my cat knocks over our potted plants all the time, and I always have to pick up the mulch or whatever, the dirt, put the plant back in all neatly.
That is annoying.
Well, I had an aloe plant named Herman.
Oh.
Now, I did not name the plant. My sister, who gave it to me, named it Herman. Let's see, tree and wind, maybe? How do I make an icon for this? But yeah, it was knocked over multiple times, not by the wind, but by the dude with a backpack blower.
There's one of those right now.
Yeah, who would come and get my yard taken care of. It was the landscaping crew that my apartment, my landlord had come out and do our grass and everything. And they would, whenever they got done cutting grass, they would come around with a leaf blower and blow off the porches so that we didn't have grass trimmings all over them. And yeah, Herman got knocked over 3 or 4 times. Still kicking though. Aloe plants are tough. Now you are hard pressed to get an aloe plant to die. But sure enough, about the 5th or 6th time that this thing got knocked over, it finally bit it. It finally gave up, and I felt so bad because my sister was so happy to give that to me. It was for like my birthday or something, and I never even got to use it. Like, the whole idea of having an aloe plant is it's there if you like burn yourself or something. But I never needed it. And so it got knocked over, and I was like, well, that's unfortunate. Threw it off in the woods and forgot about it until my sister came over one day. It's like, where's Herman? He was on your porch. I was like, man, no. Well, you got to put me on the spot. Herman and I, it had a falling out with its pot. But yeah, I mean, you could just get another plant. But that experience right there, at least put it on this list, because I did not feel good about my sister coming over and it's like, where's Herman? So I'm gonna put it in S tier because I don't think it's that harmful. You can just get another plant. Plants are, I mean, I have some out in my yard. There's plants out in the woods too. There's a lot of them. They're not too uncommon on a planet like this.
Yeah, no, it's not bothering me any.
Yep. All right. Let's. For some reason, I can't alt tab. Alt tabbing doesn't do anything. Weevils.
Just in general, weevils.
The species weevils. Anybody have any experience with weevils?
The only experience I've ever had with it was when I went to go look for the first house to purchase, and the whole house foundation was screwed up because of weevils.
My goodness, they were like burrowing in there like termites?
Yeah. They had termites too. I looked at it and I'm like, oh, no. And they had a whole barn that was all... Yeah, it was a nice... It would have been a beautiful house had they had gotten it taken care of, but...
So I did not know that was a thing that they could do. The only weevils that I've experienced, that I've ever met and spoken to, have been weevils in my mother's rice bags, because my mother liked buying bagged rice, and every time that she would get it, she would have to take it out of the bag that it was in and put it in a container, like a canister of rice, and keep it in that, because if she left it in the original container, no matter what brand it was, if she left it in the original container, it would wind up with weevils in it, just from like the rice factory where they packaged the rice. It would end up with weevils all in it, and it was nasty.
They're just giving you extra boost of protein, man.
Apparently,
Yeah.
so.
Get that protein with your gains. Eat your rice.
But the other thing is, like, I know farmers have serious issue with weevils. There's a cornfield right next to my house that has been cursed with either deer constantly or weevils constantly. And the people that have been doing, like, they've been renting that field for. But with Cindy having been affected by weevils a little bit more directly, you could very easily influence this if you chose. Where would you put it?
Nah, it's just an annoyance. I mean, I didn't buy the house, so.
So you're fine with an A tier?
Yeah, it's just, like I said, they're more of an annoyance than anything.
Gotcha. All right. Pallet jacks with a broken lever.
Throw it out
This is a little bit of a specific case.
Yeah.
or fix it.
Actually, there are several items on here for pallet jacks. So I'm just going to say pallet jacks in general, because the next one is screws on the floor when using a pallet jack. Pallet jacks are annoying because there's so many ways that they could fail to function. They have one job: take thing from here to over here. And there are so many varieties of crap that you can get into just trying to navigate a pallet jack, whether it's something on the floor, because the smallest particle, a screw, a rock, like an uneven part of the floor, can just stop a pallet jack. If the jack that you're using is not the correct size or shape for the pallet that you're trying to work it into, you might not be able to get it back out. If the pallet...
I'll go as far as to say anything with casters or wheels are like that too.
Yeah, like carts and like inventory
Yep.
carts, LBIC, yeah. That, just those little tiny wheels that have no traction and have no get up and go. They're not inflatable, they're not rubber. They're like plastic or something. And they get stopped so quickly on everything. But with a pallet jack, sometimes the action will break where you can squeeze the handle all you want and the pallet won't go down. Or you could push the handle down and then jack on it, and you could jack on it and pump that thing over and over and over again. The pallet won't move because the action on the inside is broke.
Hate when a jack and doesn't move.
Yes. Hate when I jack and pump and nothing happens.
Isn't that another? That's another annoyance.
Yes, okay, that's not going on this list. But like pallets that are wooden and have the braces on the bottom, because like the best pallets in the world are milk pallets that are plastic that just sit on top of the pallet jack, and you can pick them up off of the jack. They don't slide in, like they don't have a brace that goes up under where you have to bump the wheel up over it. You just slide it right under it. Those are the best pallets that milk crates come on. But the ones that have a brace that goes under it for structural stability, that the pallet jack has to bump the wheels up over to get it under there, they will become stuck 40% of the time. It's so annoying to get one stuck, and then it's a heavy pallet. So you think, okay, well, if I snatch on it, the pallet will hold itself in place and I can free the jack. But no, it doesn't come out until it actually does, and then you hit yourself in the ribs with the handle. Pallet jacks have always dogged me. They're terrible. I would prefer a forklift over a pallet jack any day of the week, twice on Sunday. I don't care how small the aisle is. I can get a forklift in and out of very tight spaces with very little risk. But a pallet jack... there's way too many ways they can screw up. Has anybody else used a pallet jack, or am I just the only one who's had an issue with this?
No, I've used them. They're annoying, but like I said, I think the biggest annoyance is like the one that you have next coming up, which is a screw or a rock or something on the floor, and then it suddenly stops, and it's like, nah.
Yeah, that is awful.
Nothing like going full speed. You know, I was in retail with it, but
Right.
nothing like going full speed trying to get out to someone, and then you hit it, and you got somebody on the back of the pallet. Well, you're not supposed to have somebody riding on the pallet jack, but we did anyway. Where you hit a freaking rock or something, they go flying over the handles, you know, or into you.
Hey, I put seatbelts on that son of a kind.
But like I said, it also affects things like in retail, like those ladders that they move around and you step on and it drops down so you can get up to the top tier.
Yeah.
Those do the same thing. If you hit a rock or anything on them, instant stop.
And then the wheels get damaged over time too, and they get damaged so easily. Like a screw, if you run over a screw with a pallet jack, and the pallet that you're carrying is sufficiently heavy, it will embed itself in the wheel, and then you can get like a flathead screwdriver and fish the screw out, and it's still stuck, and it's stuck there forever, and that hole is always there once you get the screw out. It's always got a divot in the wheel, and you'll feel it bump constantly, and it's like pushing a shopping cart that's got an uneven wheel.
All I gotta say is at least the forklifts don't come to a screeching halt when you run over a nail or something.
Yep, they don't care. They'll just run right over it. There, you might hear a tink, and you might feel a little rise, but yeah, it's not going to stop. It just keeps going. So
Watch out for those rocks.
if it was me, I would put it in B.
Yeah, I don't run into it every day, so it's not a major annoyance for me.
Yeah, I don't use them too terribly often on the construction site. We still do have a lot of material that's sorted onto pallets, and so you do kind of have to shuffle things around from time to time. When they work, it's okay. Whenever they don't work, I want to throw a pallet jack, but they're too heavy for me to pick up, so it's especially frustrating.
For me personally, whenever that happens at work, I want to call off. That shit makes me so mad. I hate whenever, dude, when the floor is just dirty in general and covered in things like that Jack can get stuck on.
Mm-hmm.
That is so frustrating.
Would you
Like
prefer
those
to put it
those,
lower
those
than
little
B?
panhead screws.
Yeah, panheads are that's the main thing that stops it on a job site. And it's not even that opens up a whole can of worms with the damn framers who throw the
Oh.
panheads like you sink one screw and then you throw 12 on the floor. Like it's just like they're trying to feed chickens out here with screws. They just scoop them out of the bag and they toss them on the ground. I did a short on framers a while back where I was just that was the idea. They just throw screws everywhere. They don't pick them up. God forbid they pick up a broom and sweep. Like that's what people say about electricians. Is electricians they don't use brooms. They leave their little wire strippings and wire nuts around everywhere and confound it. Have you ever seen a framer work? Not talking about the idiots that work on wood studs because they don't count. Carpenters don't count. But no, the people that actually work on real man studs, the metal studs,
Oh man, studs.
the steel studs, that's the stuff that'll drive you up the wall. Which is funny because they're framing up a wall. But yeah, they throw down the screws and they never pick them up. They never do anything to clean it up. And they'll walk off the job at the end of the day with a minefield of screws. And if you have something that has tires, you're not getting through it. Or if it's rubber and inflatable, it's going to pop, so don't drive around inside of a project.
Yeah, like when our coworker got flat because he had like 2 or 3 panheads in his entire.
Would you put it lower than B?
It's very situational, but when it happens, it's the worst thing ever. So I would put it at C.
C? Okay. I'll move it.
Honestly, I would.
Do a little bit of Windows Paint trickery here. There we go. Okay. Now I have to how do I do this? And then what? Refill? Yes. I'm a genius. All right, so that got moved to C.
Hey, I got a new one for you. It's a new annoyance. How many different programs do you have to use to create a rating scale?
I could definitely put that on here. That should be an F. Ugh.
What is it?
How many programs do you have to use just to make a tier list or a thumbnail? I mean, good grief. And the ones that like the more it seems like the more money you spend on a program, the more confusing it is and the harder it is to use. Like you can't pay for convenience with this stuff.
God forbid you're ADHD and you're freaking sitting there. I got all these more options, all these new options to use. Spent 2 hours just going through the options and then never use any of them.
I'm gonna insert some here that I've got scripted just because I want to get the ones that I've scripted out of the way because there were a lot of there were 37 comments as at the time of recording this stream on that video, and so I want to go over the comments on that video. Specifically, those comments were from... Let's take a look here. Who made those comments? Brightleaf, Bikerak, Stoinkus, Samuel H. Vizdos, AEG 9462, Careless Whisper, some dude named Jacob Lucas, and Trent Graham Flips made a bunch of comments on that video. And I wanted to go over the items that they had, because I actually scripted out every item that was put on that tier list comment section. Because that was what I was wanting to do. Whenever I was thinking about just recording this, I wanted to just record it and just record a video specifically on the comment section. So that's what I have scripted out. And the first one of those items is getting your order wrong. Food service is not easy. Everyone knows this. No one is out of the loop on the fact that working in a restaurant is a stressful, taxing, demoralizing job with the worst pay that you can have. That is why the experience of having an order handed to you and finding it incomplete or altogether incorrect is not that big of a deal once in a while. Everyone makes a mistake on occasion, but it's when your order is wrong nearly every time that it becomes bothersome. I was willing to forgive you for neglecting to include my soda in the delivery the first few times, but now it's been 7 straight drinkless orders, and you can't use the excuse that it's the delivery driver stealing the drink because it's been 7 different drivers. And don't think I haven't drawn a correlation between the fact that every time I've been in your restaurant, there's 6 of you leaning up talking while a single employee struggles for 20 minutes to finish a 2-minute order. I would usually go very easy on a first world gripe like this, but on behalf of that poor soul, that one embattled man trying to do his best in a job, with a workplace surrounded by blabbermouthed boat anchors, I'm not going to give it an S tier. It's going to go lower than that, just out of respect for that man's struggle. So what would y'all put into getting your order wrong? Because I know what I would put it at.
I think it's situational depending on the restaurant and who they have working there. I noticed like big conglomerates. I don't want to name names because I don't want, but it starts with it's a Ick Arnold's. How about that?
Yes, I've been there several times. Yes.
The problem that I've had is that you've got some people in there who really, really care about their jobs and really, really want to do it. Mm-hmm. But I would say at least, and I'm giving them a great leeway here. Probably about 75% of those of the people there just don't care. They're there for a paycheck, and they don't care what goes into the quality or anything like that. And they'll screw up, and they just don't care. And it's a shame, especially when the pay rates that they're getting paid are now that Ick Arnold has increased the minimum. They don't even go by minimum wage. It's usually between $16 and $20 an hour, depending on who you are, to get hired. That there should be some more care, especially if you're not getting paid the. I can understand it, but it's still there's more leeway at the $7.25 or $7.50 minimum wage that my state has, to understand that.
Pennsylvania's minimum wage is not $7.50.
But it's it's just not. I think there could be more care that goes into it.
Right.
And I think if you don't like that position, if you find something that you want, if you're, below 18 and that's not your driver passion, find something that is your driver passion, maybe to kind of explore that you want to do after you're done with trade school or college or whatever you want to do.
I guess it's kind of set up for failure either way, because who honestly has a passion and a drive for handing somebody a meal bag?
It's not the drive for that. It's the drive to be a cook or into the food industry. It's kind of getting your foot in the door. And if you're trying to do that, I give you 100% respect trying to get into that way and doing that. It's a hard business. It's a hard business to break into for upper echelon restaurants. But so you got to start somewhere. And those guys that are just, grinding and grinding, I give them, I'll give them props all day long. But the guys that are there, like I said, they don't care. They're just talking in the background. They don't care. They're not paying attention. They don't belong there.
Right.
Ryan?
That goes for any job, really.
Yeah, because there's boat anchors in every industry. What's up, Harley?
I'd like to direct your attention to my stream for just a moment.
All right. Well, first let me, because I've got this picture moving, but if I alt tab it, it's going to get stuck there, and then I'm going to play hell trying to edit it. What would you say about somebody getting your order wrong?
It's pretty irritating, but DoorDash is pretty nice about it because you can get refunds
Right.
or you can get support pretty quick. Typically,
Hey.
if they get my order wrong out in a restaurant too, it's pretty much not on me. Fast food is different though. I'd say fast food isn't even, it's a different category. Fast food getting it wrong, they don't usually care.
Yeah.
But
Right.
you know, a
The
decent
worst-
restaurant, they give you some kind of support.
The worst offender I've ever seen, and the worst experience I've ever had with somebody getting an order wrong wasn't even my order. I was at a Popeyes at, I guess I can't really talk about where it was because it's a construction site that doesn't exist. That's all I can say about it. But the Popeyes that was there had the most obnoxious employees. Not only did they have music playing back in the back that you could hear from the front counter, but also there was this one old guy with a suit and tie. He couldn't have been like any younger than 70. And he was just trying to get his order from Popeyes. And I mean, everybody, Popeyes is a meme. They're a terrible restaurant. Everybody knows this. And I'll say it. It's a meme that everybody hates Popeyes. But this Popeyes was different. In that the dude walked back up to the counter, was like, whatever this and that and the other thing isn't here. And the guy behind the counter threatened him.
What?
Oh, he was going run his fade over some chicken, dude. I thought he was going to jump over the counter at him.
The hell?
He's like, get out of here before I beat your ass.
I've run into that at Popeyes before, but it was through the drive-thru. me and my wife wanted something when she was pregnant. And we went through, and the guy was really nice over the thing. I pull up, he looks at me, and realizes that I'm not the same race as him, and he just went off on me. What are you doing in this park? What are you doing in here? You shouldn't be here. This isn't your. And I'm like, what?
Oh my goodness!
Like, excuse me?
He's gonna pull you up into the window.
Yeah, he's like. I'm like, as far as I know, everybody in the human race likes chicken.
True. Yeah.
I don't see what your problem with me is, but okay. I'm like, I was completely nice to you and whatever. I'm like, just give me my order and let me go, dude. Like, you want to be racist? Go somewhere else.
Don't work in a forward-facing like customer service position.
See, I thought when you said the fast food stuff, you were gonna say the Baconator when you didn't.
Oh, I was at a call with you whenever I went to Wendy's.
Yeah,
Good grief!
They pretty much gave you a bun and went, "Here you go."
I was expecting mushrooms, at least some bacon. Like that was absolutely dreadful. And that was
a toasted bun.
I've been to Wendy's, that specific Wendy's, a dozen times since then. They've never screwed up once since.
You gave him a what for, didn't you?
I told him what I thought about it. I explained what is expected whenever you go to a restaurant. And I'm not saying that I influenced it in any way. Maybe they just had a bad day. Maybe it was just bad management. Maybe it was just a fluke. But I've been there at least a dozen times since. They always have exactly what I want. And it's always hot. Always tastes good. Always seasoned right. I don't touch it and it explodes into a fountain of ketchup. So for getting your order wrong, I would put this in an A tier. I will not put it in an S tier because oftentimes the issues that you have in a restaurant are due to one person who's trying their best and 10 other people who just don't care.
Right.
So I would put this in an A tier if it was me.
I agree.
Harley?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. We'll put that in A tier. Now, what were you wanting to show me on the stream?
Well, I wanted to show you me taking these walls down because as well as the sound of it is ridiculous. I had to expand it out by 1 block on each side because guardians were spawning still on the wall here.
So you didn't completely grab the entire chunk?
Nah, I guess I didn't.
Did you have chunk borders on whenever you laid out what you needed to do?
I thought it just was to the end of the temple.
How many chunks does that fortress actually take up?
Looks like I still have a block to go out if I was gonna do it like that. I'm not sure if it spawns by chunks. I thought it just spawned based on the size of the temple.
Yeah, where it could be like 5 or 6 chunks that it takes up. All right. Well, that is
Thinking about it now, maybe I should just play it safe and go out to the chunk border. Oh, I don't know.
which is just gonna make it even harder to fully finish the project. All right, so that was food, getting your order wrong. Let's see, what else was in the script? So getting your order wrong has been ranked. Okay. The person in line in front of me. I don't like to brag, and although I'm not, it sure sounds like I am when I say that I have no trouble paying for groceries. My card never gets declined, and even if it did, I have enough cash on me when I go to the store to cover things just in case. What I've noticed over the last dozen or so trips to get milk and watermelons is that no one else on Earth seems to have that luxury. Whether I'm shopping at the Happily Dappily Days Quick Mart or Victoria's Super Secret, no matter if there's 7 people in line before me or only one, someone will have an issue that requires nearly half an hour of re-swiping cards, re-entering PIN numbers, calling managers for overrides, internet being slow, overrides not being accepted, taking items back to the shelves, and oh, but we have a coupon to truly make this a party. All the while, the cold jug of milk is freezing my fingers into shriveled purple sticks, and I can't set them on the runner because Cynthia still has 24 items to scan, and all the other registers are closed, and there's 5 employees hitting the gritty in the break room while the lady in line behind me is begging her child to stop screaming himself hoarse, and I need to pee, but if I leave my spot in line, I'll never make it out alive, so I pull out my Bluetooth earbuds because if I could just listen to some ASMR windshield wiper videos, then maybe God might grant me the serenity to see this through to the end, but the battery's dead, and now here comes another manager.
I think that's a you.
You think that's me? You think it's only me?
I just switch lines. I go to a shorter line, go to the self checkout. I don't sit there and wait.
I'm committed now. I'm too in deep. I won't go somewhere else. It's a fight now. I have to show him why. So yeah, I'm passionate about this because I don't like that it seems like no matter what, if I'm not the one in the front of the line, the person in front of me will take an inordinately long amount of time to get out of the way. And they will have constant problems, and they will swipe the card. Nah, didn't take it. Swipe again. Nah, didn't take it. Well, what if I put a plastic bag over it? Will it swipe it then? And they have no other payment option. They don't have like an e-wallet. They don't have another card. God forbid they carry dollar bills. Like it's always an absolute catastrophe for this person because they only have one way of paying for the thing. And also, you talk about going to another line. Well, I don't know if you've been to Walmart recently, but the Walmart here, about 20 miles from where I live, they have 30 checkout lanes, and only two of them are ever open because those 30 checkout lanes were put there back in the 90s, whenever that building was built, back whenever they actually had 30 cashiers because people had jobs back then. But nowadays, you've got 28 dead checkout lanes, and the one that has somebody that's actually there, they're having a payment issue.
And then you can't go use the self-checkout line in Walmart because you're not part of the Walmart club and you have to pay for to use the self-checkout lines now.
Yeah.
A Walmart club.
I'm not kidding. It's $100 a year that you have to pay to use their self-checkout lines now.
What in the world?
Yeah. If it's bad enough, hey, I need you to pay me to check yourself out. We're tired of paying people to do it. You need to pay us to do it.
Well, that's for donk.
Yeah, the next thing's going to be, they're going to pay you to stock their shelves.
Okay, you know damn well I can't rank that. That's a terrible suggestion. Come on, dude.
What was that?
It's just stupid Twitch chat. Stubbing your toe. That's a good one. That's a good one. Now, I already did rank that. I actually ranked that in the previous video on this topic. I will cover that in just 1 second, and we'll look at what I said originally for that. What would y'all put people in line in front of you at checkout counters in? Because if left to my own devices, I know what I would put it in, but y'all both seem to think that this is not that big of a deal. So where would you put it?
Well, I haven't said anything.
Okay, what is your opinion of it then?
I don't experience it that much. It's a small town, but it does happen, and it's irritating.
Mm-hmm.
Of everything that we've covered so far, I'd say it's not too bad. I mean, you're there because you have time, typically. So,
Gotcha. I'm going to put it in B, specifically because there was one extreme instance where I really needed to use the bathroom. And so I waited in line for 10 minutes, and I just had to set my stuff down and go. And when I got back, my stuff was gone.
oh no.
So yeah, I hate that.
Not for somebody else.
Let's see. All right, so I will go ahead and throw this out. For Zaz on Twitch just threw out a ranking or an idea for the list that we will rank immediately. Warm pillows.
Oh my god.
All right. So it is a known quantity that a human cannot sleep whenever it's too warm. And you have a very high propensity for having nightmares if you sleep in a warm environment, specifically if either your head or your feet are warm. It doesn't matter about your torso, although you probably can't get to sleep because like you feel like you're burning up and so you're sweating. But if your head or your feet are too warm, you have a high chance of either waking up with a headache or having a nightmare. Proven fact. Wet toilets are annoying. We'll get to that second. We'll get to that just...
Wet toilets.
That's a really, really, really good point, though, because God forbid you sit on a toilet seat and you're not the only one who used the toilet in the last 10 minutes. And yeah, we have a little bit of a sticky or slicky situation. So we'll get to that in a second.
I'll be back in a minute.
But warm pillows. I don't really have that big of a deal with it but mostly because I could fall asleep anywhere. I've fallen asleep on a 12-inch round air duct up in an attic for 5 hours once without rolling off of the duct. So Zendy, what do you think about? Thank you for the follow, Kai. I'm still not ranking your suggestion though. What would you think about warm pillows?
I think it's annoying in the summertime, but as I live in the north and I've got snow in the wintertime, I don't mind a warm pillow at night.
Okay. So you don't want the cold side of a pillow whenever you're trying to sleep up in the up in the Appalachians.
And no, not during the winter. During the summer, it's very annoying and I don't want it. But it depends on the time of year.
Okay. All right. So we'll put warm pillows then. I don't have that big of a deal with it. So the person who suggested this originally though, for us, what would you say about it? What is your ranking? If you were to position this on the list, where would you put it? Because I would put it in S, because I don't have that big of a deal with it. And Zendy would probably... Where would you put it, Zendy?
Actually, it's mid.
Mid, so B?
Yeah.
So where would you put it? Because it's probably going to go... Since I said S and he said B, it's going to go in A. But... yeah, if you who suggested it would prefer it to be somewhere different.
I would say F in summertime, yes. But
F in summertime.
or if you're down south where it's warm, yeah, it's an F. But seeing as I'm getting Arctic blast in the next couple of days here,
I've got to
sounds pretty good to me right now.
Let me find a copyright-free picture of a pillow with fire. Because that's what I'm not just going to put a picture of pillow. I have to make.
You got to get the dude. What's his name? Mike from My Pillow. This picture.
Okay. Yep. That's just gonna be his face. My Pillow guy. I like how whenever I type the letter M, the My Pillow guy is what autofills. Like, okay, thank you, Google, for listening. Okay. Oh, I've got the perfect picture of him too. Yes, dude. Copy image. And then paste into Paint. And we're going to have ourselves the My Pillow guy. I've got to crop that. Hang on, just his face, right?
Yeah, there's a space.
Okay, I've got it. The My Pillow guy. Warm pillow. All right. Added that to it.
And you know what's going to be really funny is if somebody comes and looks at this at the end of the live stream and with no context, and they're looking
They
at
just see his face. It's like they don't like the My Pillow guy. Let me put him right here next to me. This is the only time that he and I have ever been this close. There we go. All right, so it's going in A.
Oh, he's big.
When someone fingers your butthole. Okay, well, I mean, you have experience with that, Akai, and I don't. So
Hey,
that would have to be.
sorry.
I don't think that's going on this list because you got to think we're multi-streaming onto both YouTube and Twitch right now. So yeah, it's not going to it's not going to be something that I could put on this list. Stupid Windows errors. Okay. We're starting to get suggestions from other people. I do request that anybody that has something that is actually suitable for both platforms does suggest things. So Windows errors. We are going to leave warm pillows with the My Pillow guy in A tier. So
Can you use Bill
and
Gates as a Windows dude?
Bill Gates, I could put him in there. But no, I just want to use the Windows symbol because then I don't want this entire list to be full of faces. Like
Oh, that's true.
the My Pillow guy is a good idea, but
That would be funny to see a bunch of faces on here. Like, what is that?
like the most annoying people in life tier list. Good lord, that would get incendiary so fast if we started
Yeah.
ranking like individuals. Oh, I would never.
I
do
guess
that.
you're right. You have to use Windows because if you put Bill Gates, he's all Microsoft, so you don't want to go that.
Right. So for those who are just joining, the way we've got this set up is it's a backwards tier list because we're ranking negative items. So the worst, which is F tier, is at the top, and then it goes C, B, S. S is at the bottom, and then it goes A, B, C, F. Okay, so F, C, B, A, S. And I, instead of putting letters like every other one's, screaming babies in a plane, I already have you on that. I actually already have you on that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna cover the Windows errors, and then we do have screaming babies on here, and it's the next item. So keep that on your mind. But Windows errors. So when was the last time I got an error message?
Probably back in XP.
Probably. Windows 10 has been pretty stable for the most part. I really don't have very many errors with Windows.
Yeah, I got 11 and it's stable. It seems pretty stable.
I need to upgrade to 11 at some point. But there wasn't really any issues that my mother had with Windows for the most part that I can remember at least.
I will say that back in the day, because I was a hardware tech for computers years and years ago, the most annoying thing was when you had incompatible RAM and you get the blue screen of death.
Ooh. Harley?
I'm eating chips.
would you like to put that on the annoying things tier list?
It might be annoying to some.
Okay.
I just got back.
Oh, that was perfect timing because just who said that? Loud chewers. Akai just said loud chewers.
Oh, great. That's funny.
Okay, so Mimbo, where would you put it? Because personally, because I have very little experience with it, I would put it in S because I just don't have enough experience with it to actually have an issue with it. But like, how impactful is it on you if you have it? If you have errors every week, like that seems like that would go pretty high up on the list of negativity here.
Hey,
So
you know
where
what?
would what?
My old PC. I don't know if you remember, dude, but my PC would crash almost every other day. If not every day.
That's
Sometimes multiple
last
times.
year. Yeah, that's been a while back, but I
Yeah.
don't remember that.
Because I had a bad hard drive, I think. I replaced almost everything in the damn PC and it was still bad, so I think it was the hard drive. But that was the most irritating thing I've ever had to deal with. For like a year straight, I was fighting with it, trying to get it to at least function properly. sometimes it would load great, everything was fine, and then other times it wouldn't start for the entire day because every time I started up, it would blue screen on the fucking lock screen on the like before you even logged in on blue screen. And I was like, what is causing this? You know?
Yeah, it's really bad whenever it doesn't seem to have a purpose. Whenever
Yeah.
you don't know what's causing it, so you don't know what to mitigate.
Like you'd look up the blue screen error code or whatever, and it would just tell you the same thing every time, and it's just no help.
You have an error.
Cuban what?
That's you have an error. That's generally what the Windows blue screen
Yeah, it would
typically gives you is you have an error of some type. We don't know what it is.
When your poop is stuck. We're not putting that on the list. I can't put a picture of your poop being stuck on the tier list. Kai, come on, man. You gotta tighten up here. We got a long stream ahead of us. We gotta be civil about the topic at hand. But yeah, Windows errors. I'm gonna put it, I guess, because of Harley's experience with it. What do y'all think it maybe be? Because Mimbu hasn't said anything about what he would put it at.
I just fix it, so it doesn't matter.
You just
I
so
fixed my problem.
All right, Mr. Tech Support Guy. All right, so I'll put it in B because of the times whenever you just don't know where to put it. Because of the times whenever you don't know what to do to fix it. You would give it an A easily. You would give it an A. Now,
throw it out the window.
Do remember that this is backwards of how you normally think of a tier list. And I'll say that again. We have the worst things possible are at the top in the F tier because it's a backwards tier list. It's upside down because we're covering negative topics. F is at the top. Then C, B, A, and S with things that you could just kind of get over. It's not that really big of a deal. And the only thing we have in S thus far is potted plants being blown over.
I would put it next to Mike there.
You would put it next to him. My pillow man gets set on the same level.
Windows and Mike, yeah, they're on the same level.
Above F? Okay. All right.
Well, Mike's down below, so.
Yeah. Well, so we'll put the Windows errors up there at F because we can't go any higher than F, and because we have some very strong opinions about this situation, and I sympathize with that. So this will go in F. You've influenced this very heavily. I hope you know that.
I was talking about Mike the Pillow Guy.
No, oh, Mike. Let's see here. If I can get this fixed again, please.
Oh, look, you got a white box now.
Yeah, okay, well, that's just going to have to be there. We'll get that fixed. S tier is the most annoying things, yes. And thus far in S tier, we have the highway department blocking roads, being broke,
and
Windows errors. That's
I would just say Windows in general.
Let me guess, you're a Linux man.
No, I hate Linux too.
Okay.
I mean, Linux has its place, but it's just. I'm sorry, I don't want to program for 5 hours before I make freaking a program work.
It might seem stupid, but you're not stupid, dude. It's a confusing situation because we're covering negative things. We're not covering how good something is. We're covering how terrible things are, so it's upside down of normal. Loud people at the movies, we're gonna put that on the list in just a second. You just added something to the list that was not originally there before. Let me actually put that in the group DM so that we all have it. Loud people at movies.
We were going with babies though first, right?
Yeah, we are going with screaming babies first. Now, I have an entire script page written specifically for the topic of screaming children. Did you do traffic when you're late? I did put traffic in the previous video because we're multi-streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. So I have a first video in this series of the most annoying things in life where we had, there was a lot of items on there. It was 26 different items. We had, scroll back up to the top here, smashing your teeth together through food, dentists.
I'm no on some mother.
My ranking system. Dentists who press the pick too hard, biting your lip while eating, rock in your shoe, power or internet outage, tire that constantly loses pressure, being tailgated, driving behind a slow driver, when your GPS lies to you, hard chunk and soft food, unexpected bump on hard surface, so somebody said earlier, stubbing your toe, waking up too early, sneezing repeatedly, slow water heater whenever you're trying to take a shower, portable toilets, waking up to a dead phone battery, getting 1 foot wet, low gas tank, leaking roof, and slipping in the shower and not having the ingredients for a recipe, the existence of plungers, leaving your mailbox open in the rain, sudden horrible internet connection, the neighbor's dog, and I think that was it. Unmarked wet paint is on here, but I don't think we actually covered that. Biting your tongue, yep, that's another one. That's a good one. I'm just gonna. I'm just.
What?
No, because I put biting your lip, or your tongue. Didn't I? Didn't I already put that on there, or am I absolutely stupid? Yeah, biting your lip. Well, yeah, we do have biting your lip and tongue while eating. That was in the first video on the YouTube channel. So if you want to see the first video, so you get some context of exactly how we're doing this, go look it up. My username on Twitch is REYNFALL, Rainfall. Without the underscore, it's not the same as it is on Twitch. It's Rainfall. But yeah, that'll give you some context on what we're doing here. And I'll just do that. That's the name of the channel, and I will link the first video so that you know what we're doing, and then we're going to get into screaming babies. And then after that, we'll go into loud people at theaters.
VRS.
That's the link to the original video that this is based upon and that we're following up on. Sorry about the ads, by the way. I don't have a way to control it. I wish I did. So, let's see here. Where's my script page on Screaming Babies? I didn't ask you where it was. I know you don't have it, unless you do. You're stealing my information. Screaming Children. Here we go. All right. The page goes as thusly. I have got nothing against kids. There was a time whenever I wanted to be a husband and a father. But then I got a job in construction where unless you're gay, you will never meet anyone worth marrying, nor will you have time to go literally anywhere after work except directly to bed. This fact of life permanently shackling me unwillingly to a lifetime of childlessness has not blinded me to the fact that they could be obtusely noisy. I mean, really, everyone has at some point heard a child. Maybe you didn't see them, but you definitely detected the verbal explosions those things are capable of unleashing on the unsuspecting public. And to put it bluntly, no one with an IQ higher than the kids blames them for it. You aren't required to complete a tutorial level before you can be born. No one instinctually knows at that age that RPing as a tornado siren is disruptive. And generally, I don't blame the parents either. They can't just wave a magic wand and voila, their offspring is just suddenly sashaying around in a top hat, removing their monocle as they perform a sweeping bow at the elderly onlookers. Learning how to appropriately interface within a civilized society is a slow process, cramming millennia of behavioral conditioning into a default factory settings brain that only knows how to eat, sleep, and scream, and is perfectly content with that system. The only time this becomes a serious grievance is when it is obvious that the parent is entirely disconnected from the needs of their baby, opting to utterly ignore its cries and allow the innocent surrounding populace to be blasted with shrieking unimpeded. This is an unforgivable negligence not just of public decency, but of the care and development of the new and naive human depending on them for their present and future well-being. So neglectful parents get an F tier. That's what this is really about.
Yeah, I would say parents, not
Not the children. Although the scream can be annoying, but
Yeah, I mean, scream is not fun to have.
but yeah.
Okay, you need to rein it in with the suggestions, dude. We're not ranking those things. It's not appropriate to suggest such things. Humans, I can agree with. Although I do need them desperately. So yeah, that's Screaming Babies. Michael said something on YouTube. I am so sorry, by the way. There are people saying things on YouTube that I didn't see that chat because for some reason my notifications have stopped working. I'm sorry. There have been things said on YouTube. Infringement of gun right. Good Lord, there's a lot of stuff that was said on YouTube. I'm sorry, Michael. I switched to Linux Mint 3 years ago and all the yelling and screaming rage stopped. So many people want to get on Linux, and I don't know, man. Like, Windows has worked out well for me, but I know that people who actually like know computers and who program them and who get deep into them, yeah, they say that Windows is really hard to interface with. Zendi, would you prefer something besides Windows? If you had to deal with a operating system, is Windows the worst for you, or is there something worse?
No, I hate Mac.
You hate Mac, okay?
Yeah,
I know it's a GUI over top of Linux, but I I used to like Mac, but I think it has to do with the cost factor more than anything else with Mac, and them not being, them all being proprietary. I just don't like that. I'd rather deal with a Windows machine. But if there was something that was more stable and something that was more reliable, and I'm not talking about Linux because you have to program almost everything with Linux if you want it to work. If you want anything to work, you're gonna have to use a program like Wine, an emulator like Wine or something like that to play your Windows stuff. It's while it's a good concept, the problem is there's just too many flavors of Linux.
Gotcha. As a person who knows nothing about computers, I completely followed and understood everything that you just said. I'm with you, Ben. I need to make an icon for Screaming Babies before we move on to the several suggestions that have been put both in Twitch and in YouTube, because I am sorry to the two people. Let's see here. Zizo, Michael, and was that it? Yeah, Zizo and Michael have both made suggestions here, and I have not been able to even look at them because I didn't know they were going off on Twitch. Because I was looking at Twitch, so I didn't see them on YouTube. So we will get into those. I will start reading that in just a second. But for now, I need to make a picture for Screaming Babies. And because I don't think I am allowed to have babies on a YouTube video, I'm just going to have to do this.
Pacifier.
Let's see. I need to get ready for print screen. Hang on.
Like a pacifier with a teardrop or something.
There. Loud noises when somebody is asleep and you're trying to do something. All right. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. Okay, so I made a picture that I think everybody will agree is perfect for Screaming Babies. I'm a genius.
You're not allowed to use my picture.
No, I'm just using yours. Headset dents, that's a good idea. All right. Screaming Babies is just me with my mouth wide open.
Nice.
Where are we putting Screaming Babies?
Um,
Everybody vote
Middle.
S, A, B, C, or F. S, A, B, C, or F. Where are we putting Screaming Babies? Zendy
You.
said D. Zendy said
Wait,
D.
is there a D or is it just A, B, C, F?
A, B, C, F. S, F, F.
I'm saying,
Yeah, you know, it
saying
depends
C.
on. If you can't
Not
quiet
the
them down,
right
then
thing.
yes, I would say F.
F. Okay, well we've got kind of a wide range here because Mimbu is saying S and everybody else is saying F. Volti's saying F. Akai is saying F. Like, what are we doing here, guys?
I'll tell you what, though.
Oh wait, no, it's S tier. I'm sorry.
Babies.
I think we're all
Babies-
confused.
S is
Babies
the
crying.
S is the ones that you could deal with. F is the worst ones.
Hey, can I make a suggestion for the most annoying thing in the most annoying thing in the world?
What?
Your tier list.
Man, come on now. I did this very carefully. This is a good idea.
You're confusing the crap out of everyone.
All right, I'm going to put this because I think most people, whenever they think of Screaming Babies, think of just generally terrible emotions and wanting them to stop. This picture, by the way, I've got to tell you, this is one of my magnum opus. That goes in F.
I will be right back.
I think too many people have said F, so I don't think we're going to be able to put it any higher than F or any lower than F. But it is
Babies
F
crying
tier.
in movie theaters in particular are awful. Why would you bring your baby to the movie theater, first off? And then just completely being unable to calm them down, also.
So that people aren't confused, let me go ahead and type the letters next to my face so that people can understand what's going on because of it being an inverted tier list. Because this has caused some confusion thus far. I put that in the wrong spot. Let me snatch that up there. That goes to there. And that goes there. All right. FCBAS. That's how we're doing this. And they actually have specific names too. If you came from YouTube and watched the first video, they're not called these. S is called, it'll be fine. A is called, what is it? Well, this is a bit of a sticky wicket, but not to worry. B is, well, don't that just beat all? C is, this mess right here gonna make me do a mischief. And then F is, I'm going home to mother. Which everybody seemed to like the "I'm Going Home to Mother" title. So yeah, that's what these are actually called. They're not even called FCBAS. Your load?
I got a question. Where's the D?
There is no D. It's SABCF. SABCF. That is the listing here. Okay, we have a lot of chat to go back through so that I can figure out where we are. What was the next one? I think it was loud people in theaters.
Babies
I
in
don't-
movie theaters.
I don't remember last time I was in the movie theater, so that doesn't apply to me.
Because we covered screaming babies. That was the thing that tied into the movie theater. Biting your tongue. We already covered that in the first video on YouTube. Slow drivers in the fast lane. Yeah, we did cover that one. Potholes. Potholes came before the other ones.
F.
Two-factor authentication. That's another good one. That's another
Potholes.
one.
I live in the great state of potholes.
Zizo, I'm not an annoying person, you oaf. I'm perfect. I'm one of the least annoying people in this entire chair. So there.
However, you might be the most annoying person in the room.
I technically am
And the most
annoying.
not annoying person in the room.
I'm
at the same
technically
time.
the most annoying person in this room. Yes, I guess I am.
But you also can claim that you're the most not annoying person in the room too.
Yes, I am. I'm like Schrodinger's annoying person. You know what? You never know until you observe me. My beard, dude, this beard right here is better than what it used to be, because there's several videos. I think my video on Game Boy, and the Game Boy Color and the old video games, my beard was absolutely the scraggliest thing that you've ever seen. It was horrifying. But yeah, we need to, you say Akai's a hater. He is the only one who's followed this far. He is the only one who's followed from Twitch. So at least he's got that going for him, which hate follows, you know what? I'll take him too. Beggars can't be choosers. Let me go back through and see where we're at, because I've seen, like, the IRS is on here. I don't know if I want to do that because I might get assassinated again. Do you remember what happened the last time I got assassinated? Censorship, ads. Ads. I already have a script for ads. Let me go ahead and knock ads out the way, because we do have ads on here. Specifically, mobile ads. Mobile ads with tiny X buttons. And the script says, mobile ads as a genre are the lowest hanging fruit imaginable for a list aggregating all of life's multitudes of annoyances. I could make a separate miniseries breaking down every little thing that makes them insufferable, but, as one particularly astute commenter on the first video observed, just trying to get rid of them when they present you an opportunity to do so is infuriating. On many ads that pop up as you're trying to use various apps, a timer will appear in the top corner of the screen indicating when the system will allow you to skip the remaining few seconds of the intrusion and get back to what you were originally doing. When the timer ends, a laughably tiny X button will appear, usually only a few pixels wide. This is deliberately made as small as possible for two reasons. Firstly, they're hoping there's a slight chance that you won't notice it due to its size, and secondly, if you don't slow down and concentrate on tapping ever so carefully inside that infinitesimal parameter of the button, you get sent to the linked web page, the app gets click revenue, and you get even more annoyed. So that's my take on ads. Zendy, what you got?
They're annoying as all heck. I hate it when you, especially when I'm watching one of your videos that doesn't have ads on them, and I get bombarded by 15 freaking ads.
Yeah.
And you're not even getting credit for it.
I mean, I do make a small percentage off of ads, a tiny percentage off of ads, but yeah, they're just so invasive and they're so obnoxious.
The worst
Like,
are
I remember a time whenever Geico ads were the best ads there were, and now you don't see Geico ads anymore. You know, with your respectful gecko who makes a snide remark about something. Now ads have stupid scripts. They take forever to get over with. They have obnoxious music. You can't skip them. God forbid you're watching TV, because then you get like 3 minutes of program with a 15-minute ad break.
I don't. I don't even want to go with that because I've got Disney. I moved my Disney Plus subscription down to the lower one because they just jacked the prices up on it.
Mm-hmm.
And no lie, every 3 minutes, unless it's like a little kids show, every 3 minutes you're getting like 5 or 6 ads, and it's so annoying because you're like, look, I'm paying for this. I don't need to watch 1,500 ads for you to make up the extra $5 on me.
Capitalism.
All right, so I've made the icon for ads, so that is done.
They're out.
What does everybody think about ads? I think I know what this is going to go. And Harley, what's your opinion on ads?
Very irritating.
Very irritating. That's it. You haven't been like assassinated. You haven't been attacked by an ad as a child. You didn't like have your lunch money taken by an ad. Nothing like that.
No, I'd say had a pretty decent upcoming as far as advertisements go.
Sometimes infomercials are funny.
I haven't seen an ad in a really long time because I have YouTube Premium and I don't watch television. So all I ever consume is YouTube.
Same boat.
So because I have YouTube Premium, I never see ads. Therefore, my exposure to it is limited enough where I don't have that problem. Loud noises when somebody is asleep and you're up. Okay, we'll cover that in just a second. Being woken up in the middle of the night. Vapes are annoying. I have a script page for that already. What's up, Zendy?
I would say I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
Forgetting what you're going to say, that's annoying.
Yeah, there's a good idea. Yeah, we'll put that on the list. All right. So, what is the opinion? What is the consensus on ads? Y'all think?
Oh, I remember. I remember what I was going to say here. So, I don't know if you remember, but before the age of the internet, which I know you're old enough to remember, Rain.
I remember at the time before the internet, yes.
You had all of those infomercials, like the Floby, you had like the Chop, the ShamWow,
yes,
the Chop,
dude.
Slap Chopper. Like,
hi, Billy Mays here for OxyClean.
Exactly, but I think those are less unintrusive and more entertaining than what the ads are that we get today. Some of those were actually funny, especially if you ordered the product.
Creative.
Especially if you got the Floby.
People tried back then. They tried to make goofy ads. I mean, we went from a time like back in the 50s and the 60s. Like if you watch old episodes of I Love Lucy with the advertisements, like the Philip Morris commercials that they would have, because back then it was legal to advertise cigarettes. Obviously, you can't do that now. But their ads were like 10 seconds long. And it was just a different time where advertising was there and you knew about the product and you got exactly what you needed to know. They told you what they thought of the product. You had the idea of, okay, maybe I should buy this. And then that was it. Let's get back to the programming. Now it's just propaganda and brainwashing that they're trying so hard and so blatantly to pull with constant overexposure. And they don't get creative with it. They don't try to be unique. Help, I've fallen and I can't get up. All right, well, give me a second. I'll be over there. Yeah.
I think you can follow that. It's the same thing with the music stuff. You know, they're adding that fast-paced music just so it tries to grab your attention, but it's just annoying, and then you can't get through it because you have to sit there and wait for I know it's like a whole 30 seconds to a minute sometimes, and it's just like I don't want to watch this crap.
And that kind of loops back into what we were talking about earlier with background music. Do you want to put it in S? Do you honestly think that ads go in S, meme? Really? See, Akai, I feel like Akai kind of speaks for everybody here. He's saying F. I feel like that makes more sense. By the way, this makes no sense. Let me put ads here.
Unless you're monetizing off of it, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, unless you're trying, because people monetize off, like every ad is monetized.
Right. But if that's what you're pushing for, or if you're like sponsored, I can see that if you're sponsored, like, oh, this is sponsored by so-and-so, blah, 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 blah. You're shouting out to them. And it makes sense, like, if you're using the product, but if you're not actually using the product, like, I've seen a number of YouTuber creators that they're just like, I'm promoting this, and it's like, okay, so you're promoting Geritol, but you're like 20 years old. What, huh?
Right. Yeah, people advertise for things that they haven't actually used, so there's no reason for them to, like, even mention it, because you can't be sure that they've experienced the product. And like Honey is a perfect example. Honey, the most recent example. of people who were just pushing something because they need the money. I understand that. If I was monetized, like I am monetized, but if I was sponsored, I would be pushing the sponsor. But I would at least try the thing to make sure that I'm pushing a product that's good. Like
Right.
I had a company a while back trying to get me to sell jeans for them. And it's like, well, I've never worn your jeans, so I really can't advertise that.
Give me a pair of them and let me try them. If I
Yeah,
like them,
exactly. But I think everybody would agree that ads go in F. I think everybody agrees that there's nobody's competing that except for Meme Boo, who wants it in S for some reason. All right, everybody that suggested something, say your suggestions again. Akai, if I see another like racist suggestion or sexist suggestion, I'm timing you out for 10 minutes. Do not post some 4chan shit on the screen. But for good suggestions that I can actually put both on Twitch and on YouTube, repeat them so that I have them back fresh in my mind so that we can start going through them. Because ads, we've covered ads. Now what's next? What was something else that people said? Being woken up. Somebody said earlier being woken up. MacBooks. I don't have any experience with MacBooks.
they're rotten fruit. End.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, ads are on there, and then being woken up in the middle of the night. I have a picture for this already. So, being woken up, I haven't been in a house with people in it in a long time. I have slept by myself. I also have to, have background music whenever I'm trying to sleep. I have to have background sound. I have to have somebody talking. So it's not something that I can go without. And sometimes it wakes me up, but usually not. Here we go. All right. Usually it's not something that bothers me too much because I sleep so hard and so fast and so well that I can usually just get back to sleep. But Zendy, what is your experience with being woken up in the middle of the night?
Not happening.
Yeah.
I sleep like a.
You sleep like a log.
I could sleep through a freaking truck going through a nitroglycerin plant.
Okay.
Wake me up.
I've never encountered a sleeping truck, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, no, not a sleeping truck, but the truck going through the nitroglycerin plant, the explosions and all that.
Harley, how you been sleeping lately?
I sleep through anything. I sleep very hard, and usually if I get woken up, I'm still half asleep, so I just go back to bed very easily.
Okay.
I'm usually cause of waking people up if I don't have my machine on because I snore really loud.
I also snore very loud.
So
no kidding,
I'll sleep.
Especially on a motorcycle. You're sleeping on motorcycles, Michael? I'm sorry, Zendy. What were you saying?
I don't know.
Jesus, take the handlebars.
Oh, are we back to that one? We don't know what we're talking about.
We're gonna put that on the list in a second. So being woken up is something that I don't really have to deal with because I'm living by myself. But back whenever I was living with my parents and my sisters, I really didn't get woken up by anything because we all went to bed around the same time, so nobody really woke each other up. But like if somebody went to the fridge or something to that effect, it was usually you get woken up for a couple seconds. But it's just my family, It's not like somebody just barged into my house, which by the way is coming up on this tier list in just a second.
Speaking of unwanted ads, I'm getting a ton of them on your Twitch channel.
Oh, for goodness sake, why? Why are
I don't
ads
know.
on my Twitch channel?
I don't know, but Prime's trying to tell me that I need something with keys.
Okay. But probably the goofiest time that I ever woke my mother up and she was slightly annoyed, but not really, was I was sleepwalking. I used to sleepwalk a lot as a kid, and I woke up one night standing with my head in the freezer, and my mother standing behind me. And I was like, what the heck? What am I doing? What are you doing? And my mother told me that she had heard something bump in the kitchen, so she got up to check what it was. And she said that I was standing in front of the freezer with it open, holding an empty cup. And she asked me, like, what are you doing? And I said I needed some ice. And she's like, what do you need ice for? And she said she said that I said because my cup was dry. my cup was dry, so I needed more ice. And she's like, what? Your cup is dry. Why don't you want some water instead? And she said that I gave her this look of confusion. I guess as I realized that what I said didn't make any sense, and then I woke up and my head fell into the freezer. And so I picked myself back up like, what the heck is going on? So I confused myself enough that I woke myself back up. But yeah, that's the one experience that I have with like that I can remember of being woken up, because the times that I've been woken up by a loud noise or something, oh, I woke up one night because I heard a revolver click behind my head. Have I told y'all the story?
What?
No.
So I was living in the apartment. It's about 3 o'clock. I have work in like 2 hours. And I wake up because I heard somebody walking on the hardwood floor in my bedroom in high heel shoes. And there was this deep woman's voice that brought me out of my sleep in the most terrifying manner possible. I'll never forget it. She said, "Well, if it isn't the humans." And
What?
then the revolver clicked. I woke up and I brought my arm around because I'm gonna die. I'm about to get blasted in the back of the head by a very sultry sounding woman in high heel shoes with a revolver. So I brought my arm around as I'm getting, and I hit my phone because my phone was playing a video.
Oh my goodness.
Markiplier,
Not on YouTube. That doesn't sound like a YouTube video.
Markiplier made a interactive movie called In Space with Markiplier. And in this movie, there is a scene where a alien dressed like Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil is like a customs agent or something. And she is mad because the humans have come to the Interstellar Customs Agency. And so she comes around the corner with her wide hat pulled low, and she has a revolver, and she says, "Well, if it isn't the humans," clicks the hammer back. And that, he was doing a documentary on the making of In Space with Markiplier, and that auto-played because whenever I first laid down, I had a video by Lord Minion 777 playing because, again, I'm sedatophobic. I have to have background noise in order to become comfortable enough to sleep. So I had a Gang Beasts video playing with Lord Minion 777, his playthrough of that game. I had that playing, and it auto-played because Lord Minion 777 is very heavily associated with Markiplier. And so it's like, oh, well, he likes Markiplier, obviously. Otherwise, he wouldn't be watching Wade. Which is wrong. Wade's videos carry their own merit. But he had this video about making that scene. And so they played a section of audio from that scene, and that's what I heard. And that's what woke me up as I thought I was about to die in my apartment. So yeah, being woken up by loud noises, you know what? I'll knock that down a rank myself just because. But also not specifically because I want to cover up the white error from earlier. What are y'all's opinions on being woken up? I know you both said that you really didn't have that much experience with it. And whenever you do, you get back to sleep easily. You fine with a B ranking?
I would say A or B.
Yeah, not really a problem with me.
Anybody disagree with that? Speak now or forever hold my biscuits.
Well, I mean, actually, I've woken myself up numerous times by snoring, and that's pretty annoying.
Ew.
But then again, I just fall right back asleep.
Different category, Harley. Different category.
Lunch is over. Great show. Animals crossing the road while you're riding a motorcycle. Oh, I do have that on this list in just a second. Appreciate you for stopping by, Michael. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I got one.
What?
Not using punctuation. Because that just read like a total bunch of words just mashed together. You know, punctuate.
Okay. Not using punctuation. Okay. I'm feeling it. Nintendo Switch. Okay, we'll add that to the list too. But yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and leave that in B. Now, because it was mentioned, and because I'm looking at it, animals crossing the road. Let me pull the script back up, and we'll talk about what I already had in the script for this video. Where's it at? The existence of deer. Harley made a comment about this before the stream. GTA 6 delays.
I'll be back.
Okay. We'll get into that too. Gosh, y'all are giving me a lot of stuff. Keep hammering out ideas whenever you have them. Keep hammering them out, because this list, it's an exhaustive list on everything that's annoying in life. So this list is going to
How
wind up
about
taking me longer than I have available in my lifetime. My 40 years that I have left, whenever you consider the vast scope and possibility of every human experience. Um, yeah, it was kind of a dumb idea for me to set forth on this trail because it's going to take the rest of my life to cover.
How about when game developers spend years and years on a game and it looks really, really good, and then they just push it out. They decide that, screw it, we're not going to work on it anymore. We're just going to push it out as is, and it's absolute garbage.
Pea shivers. Okay, so David, you hold that thought. Meme, hold that thought. Everybody that said something, hold that thought. Let me get through this script. That way I'm not missing any chat. The existence of deer, specifically referring to what Michael said before we went back on lunch break. Okay, here we go. Now, I'm not one to call for the complete extinction of a species. That's not what I'm here to do. I do firmly believe in the supremacy of humanity above all other forms of life, and that anything we do to influence our world should benefit us expressly. I want you to think for a moment about what purpose deer serve. Shouldn't take you very long at all, because the list of things that they do benefit could be written on the head of a needle with an industrial paint roller. They are entirely useless animals. They are not predatory animals upon which we depend to keep other species in check. They aren't prey for really much of anything besides us. And all they do is destroy two things: crops and vehicles. My mother, my father, my sister, and both sets of my grandparents have had very expensive repairs done to their vehicles after deer ran out in front of them. And my previous truck was totaled after one came barreling out of the woods in front of me one morning on the way to work. And the stupid animal didn't even have insurance. All they do is ruin things. Ask any farmer what hinders his work and eats his profits, and deer will be right up there on the list alongside drought and weevils. Now you might be thinking, oh, but there's some sweet little innocent creatures just trying to eat and flick their little tails. And sadly, you won't understand just how awful they are until your car is totaled, sitting on top of an innocent little creature that's 3 inches tall and 11 feet long now. Put them all in wildlife preserves, so that the subset of people who get off to hunting them can keep huddling in camo blinds and swatting mosquitoes, and the rest of us can focus on the more common and pressing threat of the road, each other. So that's my opinion of deer. And I think I have a picture for it. They get perfume from deer? From what, like estrus?
Their anal glands.
Huh. Okay, well we can make
Same
perfume
with beaver.
We can make perfume out of other things.
Yeah, beavers. And
So, yeah, my opinion of deer is very low. Zendy, what's your opinion of deer? Also, thank you for the like on the YouTube stream. Appreciate that.
I don't know. I'm like middle of the road with them because before we did have cars and, I mean, not farms, but cars, they pretty much were a food source for us. Still are for a major part of people in the Appalachia, like where they can't get access, where they actually hunt and stuff like that, and they don't get to the store to get beef or whatever. It's also good for people who have like heart conditions or something because it's just so low in fat. It's better for you than the other stuff. So eating wise, I there's a positive for me. But as far as them being stupid and just staring at you and not moving out of the way,
right?
Yeah, they're about as useless. They're about as useful as a freaking squirrel is.
Yeah.
At least the squirrel darts back and forth before it decides that it's not going to go anywhere.
The squirrels aren't much better.
But they're not going to ruin your car either. I mean, unless they get in your wiring and they start chewing and putting a nest in there.
Yeah, if they get under the hood. My father was trying to crank up my granny's old Ford, like from the 60s. She had a blue Ford truck sitting under a garage for years, and whenever my father tried to get it back running, a squirrel had built a nest up under the hood and just completely destroyed half the engine.
I know,
it was very upsetting.
With deer, I know in some parts of the country, it's not in all, obviously, probably not down south, but more north in the winter times, like if they get hit by cars or whatever, some people will go out and harvest them and give the food to like homeless shelters and stuff like that, or food banks. Mm-hmm. And in that sense, it makes sense. But like I said, you're destroying a car for that. So,
yeah, would you agree with me in saying that they should not just be allowed to run free and cross roads and destroy people's cars whenever they feel like destroying someone's car?
If that was controllable, I'd say yes. But the unfortunate part is it's not controllable.
because they breed like freaking rabbits.
Welcome back.
Hello.
I'm going to post in general so that I can actually rip the picture of the front of my truck after it met the very unfortunate deer that was standing in the middle of the road.
Put them right next to Weevils.
You might as well. Might as well.
They're friends.
I would have
Diesel
to move,
Weevils.
I would have to move. Ha!
They're friends in the cornfield.
I would have to move Weevils to a much, 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 much worse ranking in order to allow that to happen. But I can see that.
They're friends in the cornfield. They get along.
Yeah, they
really
unite
don't
in
wanna work on
destroying
this right
crops.
now.
Let's see. If I was a doing man, what would I do? Cancer, Zizo, we can't put like that kind of stuff on there. Tragedies and traumas and things that are absolutely horrific, like that's a tier above annoying. I'm afraid cancer's not going to go in here. That's not going to work.
It's just annoying.
Being as I lost my
Some
father to
people are
that,
just-
it's above the S tier.
Yeah, it's I better delete that actually, that image of my truck before somebody like thinks I had another accident. Yeah, that doesn't need to stay in Discord. Good lord, that's a big truck. So yeah, that's my that's what happened to me. That's why I hate deer, because I loved that truck. So I don't care what anybody says about this one. Except Harley, do you have anything that would make it would somehow convince me to put it below F tier?
I've never hit an animal before. I've come close, but my car is pretty light and has good brakes, so it just kind of doesn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah, the most I've hit is a squirrel.
All right, so yeah,
I have hit a squirrel before. Poor thing.
the scent is called Musk, and no, not Elon. Okay. Even if there was a fragrance called Elon Musk, I would still not put deer any lower on the tier list.
Fragrance, Elon Musk by Elon Musk. Brought to you by the company Sigma.
Jar of pickles. What?
Pickles are annoying.
Maybe it's hard to open the jar. Jars being hard to open is pretty annoying.
I could understand that. Yeah, jars of pickles being hard to open would be annoying.
I
When I was at the job
If they're
site
sweet pickles, you can put them on the F tier. But if they're dills, keep them. They don't belong there.
Man, I like pickles in general. It doesn't matter what flavor; they're all good. I like cucumbers. I feel happy whenever I eat a cucumber of any kind. It makes it tastes good for you.
That's why you like watermelon, because it's just sweetened cucumbers.
Yep, I love.
That's the only reason.
Love watermelons. I have a watermelon collection in my closet. No one's going to see ever. So
They're rotted.
Let's kick back to David, who said we should have deer traps alongside roads, maybe catapults to launch them away from the road. Now you're thinking outside the box. That's some good stuff. Anti-deer catapults, a trebuchet even.
I think I'd rather see cows catapulted though than deer.
No. See,
they make more of a funny sound through the air than
they would. They would. It would be a with a Doppler effect, like as they go further away from you. But I feel like a deer catapult, first of all, would be so satisfying. I used to hate squirrels so much, and I used to hunt them with my mama's little rat terrier Chihuahua mix, and I used to dog them every day whenever I was a kid because I just hated squirrels because they would dump out the bird feeders. And make it where I couldn't watch the birds. And so my dad said that he knew at some point, because of how smart I was as a kid and how devious I was with my inventions, that I would wind up designing a squirrel trap for bird feeders where it would like drop them into a hatch with like spikes or something, or fire.
Oh my god!
Whenever we saw, there was a bird feeder design that somebody made that would, like, whenever a squirrel's body weight would hang off of it, it would sling them off. My dad's like, yeah, I shouldn't get you one of those because you're going to like set a bed of nails or something for them to get slung into. I said, you know me too well, Dad. But yeah, that's that deer catapult thing. We got to keep that on the mind because that might be, do you know what, David? You could probably make a lot of money off of that. Bro doesn't read chat. I've got this. Listen. I'm both trying to talk and make the tier list and also read chat. I promise you, Zizo, I'm trying, but there's a lot of people with a lot of opinions, and I want to read them and I want to add them to the tier list. But y'all are moving faster than I can move because we have to have dialogues and monologues in the midst of all this. Armpits is what you wanted me to read. Armpits? How are armpits annoying?
Only if you don't use deodorant.
Yeah, and then you could just go into BO, like put that on the list.
A BO could cover a multitude of different areas.
And you know what?
And it all stinks.
Didn't even require it to dunces. We actually watermelon, Kool-Aid, and fried chicken. I don't think any of those items are annoying.
They might be together.
Yeah, that would taste really weird, like as a salad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or cooked. Ooh, cooked watermelon. Ugh.
Watermelon flavored Kool-Aid isn't good either.
I don't know. Never had it.
But
Fried chicken flavored Kool-Aid?
all right, so we're just gonna move on from that one.
F tier.
Zizo and Akai are the same person. Are you sure? That's weird. But yeah, armpits. I'm just gonna. Yeah, they have very similar suggestions. But armpits, we will cover body odor. We'll go ahead and put that on the list. And I'm going to. Oh gosh, is there even a picture that I could put on here that won't be like completely ass? I'm not putting a picture of an ass on here. I can guarantee you that.
So close, guys.
Yeah.
You and with Spiral.
I got one. How about internet trolls?
Okay, we'll put that on there. But for now, we want to cover body odor.
That's fine.
There was a dude that used to work at the supermarket I was at, who was a janitor. And this
Of
guy,
course, you would be a janitor.
this guy was the nicest, sweetest man that I had ever met. He was good-hearted. He meant well. He always did the best that he could with what he had, and what he had wasn't much because he was slightly short on funds. He kind of got into the broke thing that we were talking about earlier. But there was nothing wrong with him personally, and I did like talking to him. But whenever I did talk to him, I had to stand several feet away because, dear God, he smoked, he drank, he chewed tobacco, and he never bathed.
What about that cheese guy you were talking about? Your cheese.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. So we will bring that up too. But yeah, the janitor at the grocery store that I was working at, he was very sweet, but he just stank so bad. And one day, I stuck my head further into that wood chipper than I really wanted to, because of a bet where my manager was watching over the store at the end of the day, standing up there at the front, watching the customers and all that. And I had just finished a day of work, and I was walking over to him, and I always told the manager goodbye anytime I would leave. And so I walked up to him, and I looked up at it. He's like 7 foot tall. I said, "All right, bud, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. You need anything from me before I go?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah. I just need you to clock out." And I said, "Okay, all right. Well, I've already done that, so go ahead and fuck off." But before I leave, can I get a hug? And he told me, "No, absolutely not. You cannot get a hug. Don't hug me." I was like, "Well, you're mean. I know I could get a hug from old what did I call him? Bob. Bob. I know I can get a whole hug from old Bob back there." And he said, "Boy, if you go hug Bob right now, I will sign my paycheck over to you." Now, I'm making $10 an hour at this grocery store. You got to remember, this is back whenever I was 19. So the assistant manager was standing there next to the manager. I handed him my cooler, and I said, "Would you hold this, please?" They both looked at me with this look of absolute shock and awe. And I turned on him, and I walked over to Bob, who was standing there with his back to me, talking to somebody. He's talking to some employee. I said, "Goodbye, Bob," and I wrapped him up in a big old hug from behind. I gave him a back hug.
Oh,
And I'm a stupid kid who had absolutely no sense of like common decency or personal space. Like I wanted that money and I wanted to prove a point and I wanted a hug. So I hug the stankiest man in the entire town from behind. And I felt him go stiff in my arms as he like realized I was that was such a dick thing to do because looking back on it, he handled it very well. The manager behind me, like the assistant manager, started laughing, and the manager who put me up to this was just hanging his head because he realized he just asked the madman to do something that he really didn't want him to do, but was trying to prove a point. It failed. And he didn't give me his paycheck, by the way. He bought me like 3 or 4 lottery tickets, off of which I won $500. But yeah, Bob was he played it off real well, and he never really talked to me too much after that. But he did talk a lot softer to me. Either I don't know if he was like happy that I hugged him or if he just didn't want to provoke to provoke the madman that hugged him out of nowhere. But that is so cringe to think about nowadays because I love hugs. I'm a hugging fool, but also you don't just hug somebody out of nowhere, especially not from behind, unannounced with a stiffy. I mean, what? So yeah. The only other thing about BO that I could say is I used to drive a dude to work who smelled like cheese. That Harley referenced earlier, and I actually called him, I nicknamed him the Big Cheese.
I had a teacher that she taught geometry, but she was from France, and it was like 9th grade, but she was old. She was like 70, 80 at that time, and she had come over to the U.S. from France, but oh my gosh, she just, I guess because of their culture of the time or whatever, they didn't use deodorant. They didn't use. Now I don't know whether she used soap or not, but I mean, this lady would walk in and like this stench would just follow her. Nicest lady though, she was so sweet, but she just not sweet smelling, but she was sweet. But I felt so bad for her because the kids in that had French with her because she taught French and she also taught geometry would all make fun of her, even to her face. And I remember standing up for a few times in class, and it was funny because at the end of the semester, she gave everybody that gave her an issue a D or below. I was the only one in the class that got an A+ in her class.
All you had to tell her was she smelled like flowers, and suddenly she wanted to give you a big, big grade. Huh?
Just don't give me the A+. I don't need the hug.
Oh my god!
You glazed her so hard she gave you a good grade.
But there are some people out there I know that have like medical disorders that it's not their fault, even when they use deodorant. Sometimes that they just, they just like that. Or I've had people that are from other cultures, where they're eating a lot of like curry or whatever, and it just or garlic, and it just seeps out their pores. It's not something they can help. So
thank you for visiting, Mimbu. Thank you for the follow on Twitch as well. Appreciate you, buddy. Have a good day.
So I think it's circumstantial. I mean, obviously, if the person just is not caring and lazy and just doesn't give a darn,
there's
a problem with that. But if it's something that they can't help or it's part of their culture, it's kind of like I can deal with that.
I guess if it's part of the culture, change the damn culture.
Right, but
like, I mean, you think about, for example, in India, cows are a sacred animal, and I'm not disputing that at all. I mean, I have a lot of respect for bison, for example. Bison are a sacred animal to Native Americans, and so I'm not screwing with a bison. If I'm hungry, I mean, there's other things to eat besides bison. But with cows, they can be quite a pest over the Volti. Thank you so much for the follow, buddy. Appreciate that. And they don't do anything about them, despite them leaving cow stinky everywhere, and they don't do anything about it, and it causes a hygiene issue where you got cows that are just wandering around in public and causing disruptions to traffic and foot traffic and making a big stink. That sometimes culture's stupid.
It is, but the other thing is like we think, as an American, you usually think, oh, I don't stink. You go to any other country and they'll say we smell like cheese.
Yep. The culture.
So we stink to 95% of the other cultures out there.
Yeah.
Even though we don't smell it.
And I could see that too with the India example that I brought up. Like they probably don't smell the cows. because they're
No.
around it so often and constantly that their noses have become acclimated to it, so they don't detect it. So yeah, I
But
can
a
see
lot,
that.
but a lot of people in that area also, like I said, use a lot of curry, so that comes out very strong, or garlic, or
Right.
onion, and it just.
Noggin like that.
And then
you
you
go
got.
to Italy and it just everything smells
I
like
think
a
it's just-
calzone.
I mean, then you got people that have like. There are like. It's something that triggers me just because I've had a lot of people in my life that have been affected by it. If somebody's an alcoholic, it reeks out of their skin,
Right.
and it's something that even though they can wash themselves a million times over, and they try to take care of it, it's something that's just going to happen because of
Exactly. Tobacco.
the body
does
shooting it out.
Tobacco does the same thing. Tobacco is the exact same way. We've had that suggestion come up several times in stream chat, and we'll be covering that in just a second because I do have that in the script. But yeah, just some people can't help it, but some people just don't care. So where would we put this on the list? F, C, B, A, or S? Where would
I
you
would
put it?
say just because of the situation, and some people can't, it's not something that can be helped. I'd put it in the B.
B. Okay.
I would just put it flat in the middle.
Harley, if you're back, what would you put it in?
I did also have a coworker when I was working at Domino's who was quite cheesy, but that is, I think, due to them being overweight. If you were talking about your cheesy friend being overweight, I think it's a thing. I personally have never had a cheesy sensation.
I don't know. We had somebody that frequent our channel that could probably answer that question. However, I haven't seen that said person in a while. So
A cough that triggers a fart or a shart.
Oh,
So,
oh, I got a funny story with that one. Okay.
okay,
Go
all
ahead.
right. Well, we'll cover that next then. So we're good with putting body odor in B.
Yeah, I want to know what the picture is you're gonna put for that.
I like the stick emoji.
Oh, it's gonna happen.
Are you gonna use the same? Are you gonna use the same thing for the?
I
fart
might
chart?
just copy Mike from My Pillow again, but like give him a frown or something.
Nah, you can put a picture of Biden thinking it's a brain fart.
Oh Lord. All right. So what were we gonna do next? It was
Farts and charts.
no. It was something before that. There was something in the script that I had.
Oh.
Man, I remember writing a bunch of stuff in the script, and I had one for something that was just mentioned. Smoke. Somebody talked about smoking earlier. So I do have in the script a page for secondhand smoker vape. I grew up in a family of smokers. My father did it, his father did it, and so did his father, and I myself used to smoke cigars for several years. The first day that I picked up a vape was the day that any affinity I had for tobacco went poof. No more bad taste in my mouth every morning, no more greasing sensation on my teeth, no more stale smoke odor permeating every surface and every environment around me. But what did not go away was my instinctive desire to not exhale my vape at or around other people. I've caught myself on several occasions holding my breath after taking a puff off my vape before gauging which direction the wind was blowing so that I'd know if I should reposition to avoid fumigating my friends with my mint-scented cloud. Seriously, the last thing I want to do is cause someone to stagger blindly away from me because I just blasted them with the chemical fumes that I thought would be carried the other way by the breeze that suddenly just chose to betray me as it rubs its little wind hands together and says, "Meh." But I would imagine it feels much worse to be the recipient of the aforementioned blast because it's like the smoker or vapor or whatever it is effectively telling you that they don't care if you can't breathe. So, yeah, on behalf of nicotine fiends the world over, I apologize, and I will set us down into a lower rank for what helps, what help that gives in this context. Oh my gosh.
Once again, it is a habit. It is something you can choose not to do, but once you're addicted to it, it's hard not to.
Max Storm with another suggestion that I have one of the best script pages ever written for. Your suggestion is on this list, and we will be covering that in just a second. So, Zendy, what were you saying about smoking? What is your opinion about secondhand
It's
smoking?
kind of, I don't know. I don't like it, but on the side of, I think we have that new vape stuff, which I don't know if it's in the same category, but the smells that you get off those fruity vapes can be more annoying than smoke can at times. I think.
Really? Now, is that just because that's more of a new thing and you're kind of acclimated to having been around cigarettes for you? Because obviously tobacco products have been around for decades, fucking at this point centuries longer than vapes have. Is it?
I'll put it this way: I can tolerate pipe smoke. I can tolerate. Call it, like hookah smoke, like something like that. But when it comes to like cigarettes, I don't like cigarettes. Cigars just smell like poopy hole. But as far as the vapes go, that some of them are just so sickening sweet that it just turns me off. I don't mind if it's like, somebody vapes or whatever, and it's just kind of like a neutral or faint smelling, that doesn't bother me. But when it's super sweet and it just sucks the whole room up, and it's like a freaking perfume, get away from me.
Yep. So I'm curious though. You say that the scent turns you off. Is there a specific tobacco that turns you on?
No. No, I can't say that I've ever been turned on by tobacco.
Okay, Harley, what is your
I hear it's
opinion?
quite addicting, though.
Beyond addict.
What is your opinion of secondhand smoker vape?
I despise cigarettes.
Yeah.
I remember there was at one point an attempt to ban them in Georgia, and I'm a little upset that they didn't succeed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would say cigarette and cigar smoke is bad. Pipe smoke smells like it doesn't smell like smoke like the other from the other two. So I think it's in its own category. But I also don't know many people that smoke pipes anymore. So
There was a time that I worked at Savannah Electric. I can say that name because it doesn't exist anymore. Where my coworker would smoke every day in the truck, and I'm asthmatic, so you can imagine how problematic that is.
Yes.
It got to a point where I was kind of acclimated to it. You know how great that is, being acclimated to cigarette smoking and being asthmatic. That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, that's a recipe for absolute.
hey, light up! I need to get high.
Okay. It was horrible. It was disgusting. I hated the smell. I hated it sticking to me. It was awful. Every day I'd come home, my parents would joke about me smoking cigarettes. I'm like, I don't smoke. It's my coworkers.
Mm-hmm.
The worst that I felt, I think the people I felt the worst for with secondhand smoke were the kids in houses. Like when I was a kid, if you went to somebody's house and you went in their house and you came back smelling like a freaking cigarette, those poor kids are in there smoking that or smelling that stuff all the time and just ugh. You just feel so bad for it. I mean, even when they wash their clothes, I mean, because of how much is being chain smoked in some of those houses. I mean, at the time, it was just like, ugh. And then they wonder why they have lung cancer.
All right, so are we generally okay with this being set into F? Not just because it smells rancid, but because of the horrendous negative health effects that this crap has.
Yeah, it's gross.
Yep. I'm right there with you on that one.
All right, so we'll go ahead and put one of the greatest drawings that I've ever made, actually, in the tier list here.
The funny part is like I've smelled, because I've had friends that are Native American. I've smelled actual tobacco before it's been adulterated by the U.S. government or whoever.
Mm-hmm.
Not U.S. government, I should say, like big corporate. It smells totally different. It's almost a sweet smell. It doesn't have like that. It's totally different. It's almost like pipe tobacco. It's almost pleasant. But once it goes through the process of whatever they do to it, it's bad.
So what was just suggested a second ago was a snack bag full of air. From Max. Max has been on the channel several times now, and so we will definitely go into that. And I do have a script page written for that. Where's it at?
I would say a potato chip bag.
Well, just generally snacks. See, I have. Where is it at? I had really put some passion into writing this. Snack bag full of air. Don't come at me with that sold by weight, not volume crap. You will not convince me that your vacuum-sealed bag of jerky absolutely must be the size of a Texan tablecloth whilst barely containing enough snack to sustain a goldfish. There is no justifiable reason to charge anything above $1 for a heaping helping of half-heartedly flavored wind with a small side of the thing you originally thought you were buying. And the most insulting element of this conundrum is that folks actually try to make excuses for it. Well, the chips settled in the bag during shipment. The machine at the factory tried so hard to fill the bag for you. Then tell that machine to shake the bag a few times and fill that puppy up the rest of the way. Well, you'd rather there be air in the bag, because without it, the chips would get crushed in transit. Well, I'd rather have crumbs than nothing. So what's you guys' opinion on snack bags full of air?
I've received quite a few of them as a child, when I was a child. When your parents used to get those, you remember like the Lay's chips or the Cheetos or whatever? I had a couple packs where it was nothing but air. You open it up for lunch, you're like, oh great, I'm gonna get my Cheetos. I can't wait to get my Cheetos. You open it up, and there's nothing there. You're like, great, what was this for? Packaging so the other chips and the other bags of air didn't break? Like, what was the purpose of this?
We're
other
just
than
using those individual bags as packing
Cheetos.
peanuts because they couldn't afford packing peanuts because nobody buys their crap product.
Oh yeah, it was always It more often than not happened in the generic companies, like Keystone Foods or something like that, when you're going through the vending machines, than it did in the national brands. But I have had a few that have been full. I've even had a full bag of potato chips that I found on the grocery store the one time that I brought up front and said, listen, there's no chips in this bag. Why is it on the shelf?
So, Harley, what's your opinion of not being able to get what you paid for?
Well, it's kind of an expectation at this point. A lot of the times they're filled with air like that. Keep the quality of the chips, right? To keep them not from crunching around and shit. But if you filled it up with more chips, you would have more chip.
Yeah.
And it's not so much about them being perfectly chip shaped. Sometimes, like the dust, the bottom with the little bitty crunchy bits is the best part.
Yeah, like sometimes that's actually what you want.
Right. Like, I have sometimes when I was younger, I would crush them up into dust. And like, dude, okay, I was a fat kid, all right. I would crunch up Doritos, mix it with sour cream, and dip my Cheetos in it. God, it's.
I mean,
but
hey,
like,
it tastes
really,
good for you, or maybe not, but
maybe not good for you.
Hey, with all these air fryers out, that might be an idea. Hey, sell chip dust. You can make yourself
my mother
an air
does.
fryer. You put that on some chicken and put that in the air fryer.
You think about like baking the baking aisle at a supermarket. People sell breadcrumbs, right? Well, my mother, whenever she's making potato casserole, she will crunch up Ritz crackers to top her casseroles because it tastes better with crunched up Ritz crackers than it does with breadcrumbs. So it's like there are applications where you do want it. Obviously, for a snack, you don't want to like take out handfuls of salty dust and pour it into your mouth. But also, I don't like paying $16 for a bag of jerky that has 2 strips in it that are this long. That's stupid. Give me more snack. Stop gouging me. I don't care what the logistical reason for it is. Give me more snack and stop overcharging me. That's all I ask for. Because I know damn well it doesn't cost you $16 to put that bag on the shelf.
All right, well, I need to get going.
All right, Harley. Thank you.
My dog is very sick. She has kidney failure, and I need to go spend time with her.
We're not putting that on the tier list. All right.
No,
that's an F tier. That's an F tier.
Yeah. All right,
there's no other ranking for that one.
Hope your day improves.
Yeah, it's okay though. She's super old. But I'll be back on later.
That stinks. Sorry about that, brother.
It's been a pleasure.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Okay.
So I originally wanted to put this in F. Are you able to convince me that it goes in anything besides F? Zendi.
For a cushion for something, but no. It's an F.
Okay, we'll put it in F. I'm glad we are in agreement on that fact. I hate this tremendously.
They make good airbags.
I hate it tremendously.
But I was going to say, you might want to suggest to your mom maybe on a casserole instead of using the Ritz crackers. Another good topping would be those French's onion those crispy onions.
She tried that one year, and it tasted like too oniony because she already has onions in her potato casserole.
Ah, okay. Yeah, no, then you don't want to do that.
A cough or a sneeze that triggers a fart. So I have a picture for this, which is just a picture of me sneezing, and that's where we're going to leave it at.
Have I got a story about that one for you?
You do? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Go for it.
All right. So when I was in middle school, I was in a Christian school. We were taking a Bible exam, and there was a girl. I won't name names because I don't want to call anybody out. Okay. But there was a girl in my class that was. We were all taking the exam. We were all being quiet, and she proceeded to try to cover up a fart with a sneeze. And yeah, everybody was quiet, and all of a sudden, in the middle of a Bible exam, you hear, and then you hear the, and I'm like, wait, everybody just stopped. We all just started laughing. We're like, you know, you're supposed to cough while you're farting, not after you cough or after you fart.
Please tell me that in order to make the sound effect of farting, you actually did it, like on command.
Oh no, I did not fart.
Okay, all right.
But on top of it, it was worse because it was one of those wet farts.
Golly.
Yeah, and so anybody that was within a 5-foot perimeter of her, you just saw the desk just go shoot out in all directions.
So that was more of a situation where it was used to cover up one, not that it prompted it.
Yeah, but it still was kind of in the same category.
So I mean, this kind of question boils down, or this kind of topic boils down more to: have you ever shit yourself? And I really I can't think of a time when I have in my adult life. I mean, as a kid, sure. I mean, there was a time whenever I was, in fact, sitting in church, oddly enough, and it wasn't a cough or a sneeze involved at all, but I did wind up with having to run down the aisle in front of like 7 or 8 different aisles because my parents like to sit in the middle of the auditorium, and make a mad dash, like limping because of not wanting to cause additional smearing on the way to the bathroom to take care of the damage. But yeah, I mean, I really can't think of a time when a sneeze or a cough has made me have a bowel movement. But I could feel like that if that happened, that would be really, really unfortunate. Now, I do have a spare pair of underwear and socks in my truck in case of emergencies, so I could mitigate the problem as long as I didn't do it a second time, as long as I didn't like reload the magazine and fire again. So I feel like because I've never done this before, I'm not going to put it in F, but I do think that if it were to happen, it would make me extremely distraught. So, Zindy, do you object to putting coughing or sneezing in a way that makes you poop yourself in anything besides C?
I wouldn't say that's an F, man. You freaking if you got stuff running down your leg, that's a definite F.
All right, we'll put it in F. F is starting to get really big right now. Okay.
I mean, I can't say any positives to put it in any lower than that.
All right, we'll put it in F. That's where that.
I mean, unless you're just somewhere where you don't want to be and it gets you out of there. I mean, that's the only way I see that being a positive.
Good gracious. All right, that's an F. Let me make sure my Twitch stream is still running because it seems to be buffering a lot.
I see it. I'm watching your Twitch.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the next item on the list. Let me go back through the chat and see if dropping a screw, nut, or tool while on a ladder. David, I have a script page for you. Dropping things. Just the topic itself of dropping things, all right? Imagine for a moment a single page of paper. A page that extends up into the sky, beyond the moon, further than our species has or ever will travel. And imagine on every line of this page, repeating forever and ever into the void above, you read the word hate. Consider for a moment the depth and severity of the hate that the author must feel to be compelled to sit and write 1,000 inkwells dry, possessed with the singular goal of expressing that there is no universe in which he feels anything less than absolute hate, and you will catch but a merest glimpse of how much I hate dropping things. Tools, food, my phone, my drink, my reading glasses, my bar of soap, my hopes, my dreams, my life, my body. I hate gravity. I hate losing things. I hate the interruption of the otherwise carefree existence that I lead, that I must now yield all form and purpose and structure and direction to the one horrible obsession with reclaiming what is mine. C tier. Zendi?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I switched headsets.
I got you. Okay. So, what is your opinion of dropping things?
I do it all the time.
Okay. So, I'm glad you have experience in the genre. Okay. So,
It's not fun.
right.
I don't think it's 100% F tier all the time. I would probably give it a C.
Okay. All right. C's fair. C's fair. I also put it in C. I don't have a picture for this, so I'm going to. Oh, I know where to get a picture of this. I know exactly where to get a picture from this. Are you satisfied with that, David? You like that? You like that little reading there? That took me that took me a little bit to come up with. I did spend a little bit of time and effort on making sure that I did express just how vehemently and violently I hate dropping things. But I do have a thumbnail for this that works very, very nicely. This is from a Fall Guys stream that I did. Oh my gosh, when was this? September 4th of 2020. That's how long this has been since I made this stream. So this is going to be quite a throwback. Thumbs down for Gravity. What would you rank this at, David? Would you agree with me and Zindy in saying this goes in C? Making the thumbnail, or not the thumbnail, but the icon for this. Save as, PNG, dropping things. There we go. Goes in F? Really? Now, we can't just rank everything on the list in F. I get because it happens way more often than it blasted well should, and it's so disruptive when it does happen.
Yeah, I think the only positive in dropping something is with when the time comes where the person becomes a man and something drops.
Ah.
But I think that's about the only positive I can think of dropping something.
Ah, okay. Well, it's interesting that you should mention dropping someone.
Oh yeah, you don't want to ever drop anyone.
Because I have a thumbnail that matches that very well. I've dropped my
Talking
impact
on my head.
sockets into holes. Not mention dropping things into the 12th dimension, never to be seen again. It's interesting you should mention dropping tools because I had an impact that is a DeWalt brand impact. Worked like a charm. Absolutely no problem with it. I love DeWalt brand. And I dropped this impact off of the top of a 12-foot ladder, and it landed on concrete because I was trying to. What was I doing? Is something in the ceiling? I think I was screwing in a bracket for a 2x4 light fixture. I was trying to put into a hard ceiling. Yes, because it was panhead screws. Yeah. So I dropped this DeWalt impact off the top of this 12-foot ladder, and it landed on the battery. Never had an issue with the battery or the impact. But my battery died about 2 hours later because I've been using it a lot. So I had to get a new battery. But I didn't have one. So I had to borrow my coworker's impact. He had a Milwaukee. I didn't drop it, but I gave it back to him. And he set it on top of his ladder. After I got done with what I was doing, after I got done with my task, I gave it back to him. He set it on top of his ladder and reached his hands up to work on what he was working with. He hit it with his elbow. It fell and hit the ground, shattered it.
See, your big mistake there was you took that up the ladder.
Well,
If you're gonna take anything up the ladder, I learned this when I was installing stuff. If you take anything up a ladder, it's a Black and Decker because you don't give a crap if it breaks.
Just like a Pittsburgh, just some generic shit you got from Harbor Freight.
Black and Decker or anything other than a Royal what is it? Royal B or Ryobi or a I mean, you can even take a Cobalt up there and drop it. I don't even care.
The thing about Cobalts, though, is those things are hardy. A Cobalt is cheap, but it's really hard to break one. But whenever it does break, it breaks forever. Like, you're not fixing it.
Right. So you keep the DeWalt's on the floor, and anything else that you don't want on the floor, unless you have no other option. You never take them up a ladder. That's reserved for the Black and Decker, or as we call them, the Black and Breakers.
So we're good with dropping things in F, just because it happens. It's one of the most common annoyances that we face. Like every single person who's ever lived has dropped something and didn't want to. Like, not everybody has had a deer jump out in front of their vehicle because vehicles are a relatively new invention. Not everybody has had to deal with the highway department because highway departments are a relatively new invention and are only relevant in specific countries. But dropping things, every single person who has ever walked the face of this godforsaken mud pie of a planet we call home has had something in their hands or something on a surface that is elevated above the ground, and they dropped something. And it really, really annoyed them.
I got another thing for your list. Okay. That jerk named Murphy and his dang laws.
And that dang law that he wrote, man. Why did he have to go and do the law, man? Like, come on.
Right, because that just falls under everything.
Yeah.
He definitely failed at that system.
Uh-huh. All right, so we've got dropping things on here. So what else was suggested? We have a lot of suggestions for people who are no longer watching the stream, and some of them are just ridiculous suggestions too.
Some of them are not appropriate.
Some of them are not appropriate, and we did handle that. So I think we can actually just, since nobody's still here, we can, unless somebody is watching and would like to pipe up with their suggestion again. Again, we are taking suggestions from chat as well as in both YouTube and Twitch, because we are multi-streaming this. But we're also taking things from my pre-existing list that we have. So if anybody has any additional items to add, speak now or forever hold the beeswax, because we are going to move on to the next item, which is, let me check the script again. Waking up to a numbed limb. Now, I have a story for this. I actually have two stories. Losing circulation in an arm or leg due to sleeping in an awkward way is a minor grievance that can be amended simply by waiting. But sometimes, those few minutes of shaking the limb to revive it could be the most horrifying experience of your life. Let's see.
I think because I've experienced it.
Let me tell you a story about a lady who was a friend of my family many years ago, back when rotary phones were on the way out. Her name was Mrs. Jewell. She was a kindly, pure-hearted old soul, roughly in her mid-70s, living in a two-story house that her late husband had owned for decades. She woke up after midnight one night to the sound of someone smashing her front door open. The first thought that crossed her mind was to call 911 on the old ivory rotary phone on her bedside table, but she could not move her arms. She had slept with them underneath her, and now the sound of wood splintering and glass breaking downstairs was beaten out only by the crash of her clubbing her arms against the bedpost, trying desperately to regain control of her hands. Finally, she managed to move her fingers just enough to knock the phone off the hook. But just as she began fumbling with the dial, she heard the intruder stomping upstairs. They weren't here to rob the place. They were here to get her. She heard the operator shouting into the phone as she scrambled to lock her bedroom door, clawing at the knob, her fingers sliding all around the bolt. Finally, she managed to secure the lock, and just as she was about to pick up the phone and beg for the police, the man in the hallway kicked her door with a venomous fury. The 911 operator gave the address to the police, who arrived a few minutes later to find that the intruder had fled, and they found Miss Jewel huddled in her closet, too terrified to open her bedroom door and let the officers in. She was sure that the voices in the hallway, assuring her that it was safe to come out, were just the unseen attacker, continuing to try to coax her out, as he had been the entire time the police were en route to save her. Also, my grandfather broke 2 ribs because he fell out of his bed because his legs were asleep. So yeah, this woman almost died in a home invasion because her arms were asleep and she couldn't use the phone. Thankfully, 911 triangulated her, got her address, sent officers to her house. They scared the guy off. The guy was never seen again. They never tracked him down. Again, this is in the late 80s. So this was a situation where they didn't have the proper equipment to figure him out. Forensics, all that kind of stuff. But they did camp her driveway for months after that because Miss Jewel was a pillar of the community. Everybody loved her. Everybody knew her. And the town was a lot smaller back then. So, yeah, the police were just constantly orbiting her house for months after that. They never found the guy. The guy never resurfaced. So, poor Miss Jewel. But rest in peace. And, yeah, the numbed limbs thing, like I said, my grandfather broke 2 ribs. I have never really had that major of an issue with it myself. And I feel like most experiences that people have with numbed limbs are not that big of a deal. Certainly not life-threatening. But that's just an example of the worst possible end of the spectrum. A numb limb reminds me of getting a cramp while on a ladder. Ooh, and you gotta come down the ladder to be able to fix it because you gotta, like, stomp your foot or whatever. Yeah. Zendi, what's your experience? Have you had any near-death experiences with having a numbed limb?
I never had near-death experience with a numb limb. I've had both my arms fall asleep when I was sleeping. And you wake up and you're trying to wake them up and you look like a freaking windmill. Flailing around trying to get them to wake up. Hoping that your partner next to you doesn't sit up, so just in case so you don't knock them out.
He wound up in a boxing match unexpectedly because she just accidentally slugged him one.
It's just
oh my gosh!
It's like it's professional slapping without being professional.
Yeah,
yep. They just sit up.
Slap match.
I win. Oh, did I wake you up? Well, I just knocked you back out. That was the interrupting of the sleep, and that was the answer to that.
Oh my goodness, it's multi-purpose. Like, oh gosh, that would be so sad though.
Oh, can you imagine that I won't call on that one? I accidentally woke my significant other up because I fell asleep and my arms went limp. But so why are you calling, sir? Well, I was spinning my arms around like a windmill, trying to get my arms to have feeling again, and then I unintentionally smacked the crap out of them, and just knocked them out, and they won't come to.
The craziest possible outcome. The craziest possible message. All right, I'm going to send this picture that I just took of my hand to be the icon for this item to the memes channel so that I'll actually be able... Because the thing is, I can't plug my phone into my computer. I can't plug my phone into my computer. The charging port no longer works, so I cannot, like, transfer these pictures without having to send them to my Discord and then pull them from there. So copy image and then delete the image so people are not wondering why there's a picture of a hand in the Discord. There's 300 people in this Discord, and I don't want anybody thinking, oh, well, take pictures of his hand? No, let me take a picture of my foot or something. Yeah, we don't want that. So, there's my ungainly claw there. Let me knock that down. I'm honestly, like, despite the issues that this has caused for people, because usually it doesn't... Wow, I have long phalanges. Because this usually doesn't result in anything major, I'm actually willing to put this in S tier. It doesn't usually end in a life-threatening situation. It's usually just something...
It's annoying 100% of the time, though.
Yeah, it's always annoying, but I feel like it's not always, like, life-threatening. So we'll put that in S. Cybertruck design being ugly and unsafe. Ugh. I don't think we... that's
ugly, yes. They're dumpsters on wheels.
That's extremely niche. We'll still put it in here because this is supposed to be an exhaustive list. But let's take...
Oh, I'm sorry. That was my take before you did it. Sorry.
We'll get to Cybertrucks in just a second, but let's take care of running out of toilet paper, which I believe I do have on the list. I just don't think I wrote a script page for it. So running out of toilet paper is what's up, Cindy?
Yeah, there's nothing like going to your favorite concert, your outdoor concert like Ozfest or something. You go to the bathroom, and all the toilet paper's gone. You don't realize it. And you're in the freaking stall, and you're with your pants hanging around your ankle. Nobody gets you more toilet paper.
I need to take a picture of a toilet paper roll so that I could put this in here. Hang on. Let's see.
Which in itself would be a dumpster fire, wouldn't it?
All right, I have a picture of a toilet paper roll. I had to go into the adjacent bathroom to get this. So, on a job site, we have porta-johns. We do not have actual like hard set toilets that we can use. So, because you've got 10 people all trying to file into the same plastic box, toilet paper tends to run out pretty quickly. And sure enough, whenever you sit down and you realize that you will not stand back up a clean man, it changes you. For one thing, you will always remember to check before you commit to the poopifications. Good Lord, that is huge. Oh my gosh.
That falls into the wet seat, doesn't it?
Like a ray tracing on that toilet paper. Oh yeah, somebody said earlier sitting down on a wet toilet seat.
Hit them both at the same time, because they're kind of in the same category.
Okay, so bathroom inconveniences then.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever somebody doesn't use a toilet cover or doesn't wipe after they get done spraying everywhere, yeah, that's really bad. But I feel like if you just look before you leap or before you sit, you can avoid it. But whenever it does happen, oh my gosh. I'm going to put this in a C. Because if you just pay attention, this won't bother, like this won't happen to you. If you just look to make sure that there's toilet paper, you will never deal with this. And if you just look to make sure that the seat's not wet, then you'll never deal with it. But whenever you actually do sit down in a puddle, or whenever you do not have toilet paper available, it's horrible. And I'm not just saying it so that I could fill out C, because F is almost full, and I'm going to have to expand to the size of the picture to accommodate further additions. Your passenger getting the passenger door stuck in the grass next to a curb.
Rain, we might have to reassess F with some of those things that are in there. Maybe move some of them down to C.
I feel like screaming babies shouldn't be up here. That's the one thing that I've been looking at. I don't feel like screaming babies should be up here.
I don't think the traffic cone belongs up there. I think that's more of a C, but it is a pain in the ass.
Traffic cones, and thus
maybe windows.
The Associated Highway Department.
Yeah, either that or windows, one of the two.
I refuse to move Highway Department because of the massive amount of disruption that comes with the Highway Department, but I could see moving Windows errors down to probably, what, B?
Yeah, C or B. I would say B.
B, okay. So we will move Windows errors down. I think the person that suggested Windows errors anyways insulted me and then left the Twitch stream. So we'll put that there. Which means we've got more room for Fs, and I know that a lot of people have a lot of opinions about a lot of things, and a lot of things they want to put in F. So yeah, that's cleared up now. So let's see. Passenger door getting stuck, but before that, Cybertruck design. I don't own a Cybertruck. The only time that I've ever interacted with a Cybertruck was in Fortnite because somebody had a Cybertruck skin. Personally, I don't care. It doesn't affect me at all, and I don't care what somebody else's car looks like. And if someone drove a Cybertruck next to me, I would think, huh, there go a Cybertruck. And I would go about my day. So, left to my own devices, I wouldn't put this anything less than an S. Like, I would put that there, because it doesn't affect me at all.
Yeah, but same.
I can see where it's, it does look like someone's driving an electric razor. So,
as one of my friends put it, it's a PlayStation. It's a PlayStation original PlayStation truck. It looks like they grabbed it from the graphics of the original PlayStation and threw it on the road.
Oh yeah, like ripped graphics from PS2, like GTA or something.
Oh, PS1, like
Like I'm talking like what was that race car game? Gran Turismo. Like
Mm,
boxy. Either that or it's a dumpster. I like calling it a dumpster on wheels.
bird
And
shit.
apparently, wildlife around me agrees with it because we've had multiple instances of people with them where bears or raccoons think they're dumpsters and they're trying to break into the back of them, and they've got like you can see teeth mark and claw marks all over the back of them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So
ugly design, but it doesn't affect me.
I am reluctant to put an actual picture of an actual Cybertruck in the tier list because I'm pretty sure I could not get a single image of one that's not copyrighted and would probably get like my house blown up if I were to put the actual picture of the Cybertruck. Like Elon would drop would drop a Skynet or Skylink or Starlink nuke on me. So let me go ahead and just draw a picture. So you
Just
get
put CT. We know what it is.
okay. All right, we'll do that. Let's
It's the new
see.
progress by Elon Musk Cybertruck.
Ah, that's not big enough. Do this. There. That's perfect.
I want to see your drawing in paint, dude.
It'll come up.
I should have left it alone.
It'll come up in the stream recording in just a second. All right, let me bring this down here, put that right there, and then fill this back in. And I think this is the start of something special. All right, so we've got truck design ranked.
Yeah, that's.
Let's see. What else was said here? Okay, so you're both saying that about old people in being behind old people. So we have already covered being in line behind people at a checkout counter, and we've also in the first video we covered the idea of slow people driving and being behind a slow person. So all I could do with that is refer you to the first video because I don't want to tread ground that we've already covered because it's just redundant. And we're also like we've got this both on YouTube and on Twitch, but on YouTube, anybody that watches the stream afterwards probably not going to want to see a repeat of the first video. But we have covered both of those topics in the first one. So if you haven't seen that, go back and watch the first one. And also, I saw earlier, David, where you said bird shit, and if you look at the thumbnail of the first video. Yeah, that's quite on point. Quite on point.
I would say dog crap in a yard, man. That's pretty annoying.
And we covered the neighbor's dog in the previous video.
But did you cover the poop factor?
I mean, I think I covered pets, but I read
if you have ever stepped in your yard while you're mowing, while you're walking through your yard in the grass, you actually step on dog duty. It ain't a fun thing.
I did have an entire script page written about how I disagree with the ownership of pets because they serve no purpose. But I read it off to somebody, and somebody sounded like I was just going anti-PETA. Like I was completely just shitting on the idea of having pets because I don't. If I can't milk or get eggs from a pet, it's useless to me. I don't care if it's a dog. I don't care if it's a cat. I don't care if it's a goldfish. I don't see the point of spending money to keep something alive that is not in any way benefiting me. If I go to pet a dog on the head, it's not going to try and pet me on the head back. Like, at least if I lower myself to the point of taking time out of my human day to give you head pats, you should pat me on the head too. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Cindy?
Not really, because my dogs got me through a couple of deaths, and their companionship was the only thing that consoled me at the point of time was for them to like it was kind of like a hug from them. I don't know, even though it wasn't really a hug. It's just there's some factors that I have, and I mean they are like I've got 2 dogs. They're my family. Like I get mad at they're like my kids, so I don't know.
And that is why I wound up throwing out the page on house pets because I know in my own experience, I would never have a pet. I've had pets in my life. Like my parents had a Rottweiler named Dinky, who was about, I don't know, 200 pounds. It was a massive dog. I'm being slightly exaggerative with the weight, but it was a gigantic animal. And it was so sweet, unless you were UPS or FedEx. um, and they had Princess, the Chihuahua that killed 6 rattlesnakes in her life and never got bit once. Um, Yoda, which was the name of my sister's rat terrier Chihuahua mix that only recently died after living for a very, very long time. And I know that animals support people emotionally quite strongly. I myself have never become emotionally dependent on an animal, so I cannot sympathize with it because it's never propped up in my own experience. But I respect the feelings of people who do have that, because there are things in my life that I depend on emotionally that most people don't, and I can understand where if those things were to be taken away from me, I would probably feel in a similar way to people who do depend on animals and pets. So I did throw out the house pets thing. But poop was what this originated as.
Yes. Now,
And the thing we can
owner's
get
not
into some
cleaning up the
poop.
poop. That's the problem.
Can we agree that poop just goes in F no matter what?
Yeah.
In any
Unless you use,
in any context,
well, if you're
there's
farming,
never.
you need it for
If you're
fertilizer.
farming, it's not. If you're farming, you're not even worried about the fact that it's poop, because to you it's not even poop; it's fertilizer. But the idea of poop itself as a concept
Yeah.
is just so inconvenient and so disruptive and so annoying. So I think I'm going to make a picture of a poop emoji.
The poop emoji in itself is an F.
Yeah. So we will
Hmm.
put animal poop right there. And I will do this. And color that adequately. And now poop is in F. All right. Okay, I'm falling behind in chat again. Well, we got it all covered. Not all of it. No, I mean, we've only
Nothing in
scratched the
Twitch.
surface, buddy. We've only
Good.
scratched the surface. You got to think the thousands of possibilities for this list. If you've got ideas, hammer them out. Hammer them out. I guarantee you, 99% of what you've said we don't have covered. 99% of the things that you have an idea for, we don't have covered yet, and you can add to this list. This list is completely comprised of things that have been suggested to me, because I only had 26 items, and those appeared in the first list. Everything else that I have, and I have, oh my gosh, let me show you the list. Let me just show you the list that I have on the computer as it stands now. I only had 26 items. This is almost
I,
80.
I have one. I have one thing that I think that I find annoying is the political stuff. Like whether whether you're right wing or left wing, you know, you want the same. You're looking for the same outcome, but the fact that that one side will bash the other one based upon their opinions of the situation rather than just to agree to disagree, that is annoying.
Okay, that's on the list. We have that added to the list. Okay, so we've let me go back through the chat because Oliver said some stuff. Um, the neighbors themselves, David. I'm adding it to the list.
I don't know mine. So
Unruly
they're not.
neighbors. Okay, the neighbors themselves have been added to the list. What we got next? Swag code alert. Get off my screen. Um, uh, when I leave my house and I forget the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. What? The furtive pygmy. Um, I'm going to I'm going to defer entirely to your judgment on where that should fall, because I have no idea what that even is. I got 2 dogs, love them and disagree with you, but without condemning or condoning, I understand. And I know my opinion is incendiary in that respect, and I might just be a cold-hearted, jaded fuck, but I just, in my experience, I've never had an animal that I... Let me put it this way. When my grandfather died, I was emotionally distressed. Very, very, very upset for a while. But combined with the fact that I know that I had a long and happy experience with him, and I knew that he lived the life of 1,000 men. Like, he had some phenomenal experiences, and he did relate a lot of that stuff to me. And unfortunately, sometimes whenever he would tell me stories about the stuff, I didn't listen. But I heard enough to know that he was a happy man and that he lived a good life, and he made me into the man that I am. He's one of the three major male figures that I've had in my life that really, I feel like, have shaped my good sides, shaped my good aspects. And so I love him and I appreciate and respect him for that. But it didn't it didn't stick with me for very long. Like, I got over his death, I feel like, a lot faster than a lot of people get over deaths for family members. For distant, like, I mean, if my mother were to pass away, I feel like that would be whenever she passes away. I feel like that's going to demolish me for a while. Whenever my father passes, I feel like there's going to be a very, very long coping
I mean,
period for that. But I just handle death a lot differently than a lot of other people because I just have such a strong coping mechanism. I feel like sometimes I'm just built wrong, or my mind doesn't work in a factory default way because, like, I don't have nightmares. I've never had a nightmare ever. Whenever there's a problem that comes up, I either ignore it or I come up with a quick solution so that I don't have to deal with it and I move on. And if a problem continues to recur, then I just do whatever I can to make that's the thing that is causing the problem just go away. And whenever it comes to something that's completely unavoidable, like like the passing of a family member, I I feel like I get over it a lot quicker than the average person does. And so,
I can speak to something on that.
mhm,
Um, with me having experienced quite a bit more than you have with that,
yep,
with my brother passing and my dad passing, the one I had the most trouble getting over, and still haven't really gotten over, is my brother. Um, my dad I was more at peace with, because he was very sick at the end, and I didn't want to see him, suffer any further. And I didn't have anything unresolved with him. With my brother, um, there's a lot that we didn't get to say goodbye to each other. There's a lot of stuff that we didn't. He happened to, I don't like saying it, but he had happened to take his own life. And unfortunately, some of the unresolved stuff was, I got the last message that I had with him was over Facebook, and it was the day that he had taken his life. He didn't say, there was no indication that he was going to do it. My last conversation with him was like one of the worst conversations. It was just so stupid, and it was not meaningful. And I think part of the problem was I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to him. So, and the last time I physically saw him, he was so distraught by a situation that was going on that he just kind of showed up at Thanksgiving and then just left without me even being able to say goodbye to him. I didn't even know he had left. He didn't talk to me or anything else. He was basically concentrating on one person that was at the gathering, and then him and his son decided to leave the situation. But like I said, it's with him, it's hard because I like I said, it's just unresolved. And I think that's where depending on the situation, you can come into that kind of stuff. And it's not you personally, just probably just because you were at peace with your grandfather that you didn't experience it. That's at least my experience with my father. I was at peace with my dad. So it doesn't last with you that long. But when you're not at peace with a situation because you had unresolved business, it tends to drag out longer.
I guess that's got to be what it is with me because, like, with both of my grandfather's passings, like my first grandfather, I held his hand when he died. I was there. And then with my second grandfather, I was I was at his house 2 hours before it happened, before he passed. And the second grandfather was a little bit harder because he died from an undiagnosed brain tumor. Um, and so the last day that I spent with him was it was really really rough because I could tell how much pain he was in, and he was acting like a person who knows that they're going to be passing soon, where it hasn't been confirmed by anybody, so they haven't had time to process that information and to cope with it and to realize that this is at the end of life, and they haven't been able to internalize it. My grandfather was a scared animal on his last day. And so that I describe it like that with such heartlessness because I just feel like something is wrong with me where I regardless of my emotional attachment to somebody, I just don't. It's not that I don't care because I love the man. I would have died for the man myself, but it happened 2 days later. I'm on a video game and not thinking about it. When my mom's dog died, a dog that she sat at a vet for 4 hours to trying to find a way to make it to help it survive. Trying to keep that thing going. It died. My mother brought the cadaver home. I put it in a box and buried it. And they came and ate pizza. And I knew that dog. I was the first person in our family to meet that dog. I have a video on this channel called I Shot the Family Dog, which describes my meeting that dog for the first time. I spent most of my childhood with a dog. When they died, I buried them and I moved on. Seconds later. I just don't become emotionally attached to things. I become emotionally attached to people. But whenever people die, I just process it so fast that it's kind of like, in hindsight, it's like, why was that more bothersome for me? Whenever so many other people, whenever they have a passing in their family, they get over it immediately. Like, it takes months or years. Or maybe never. Like a spouse. God. Imagine losing. Imagine that. I know that we've been on this topic for a long time, and it's not the whole point of this video. Again, I said it at the very beginning. We're not supposed to cover tragedies or traumas, and I feel like this kind of derailed the situation. So we'll go ahead and bring it back online. But yeah, just pragmatic, perhaps to a fault. Nothing wrong with you with being very logical if you can recognize that it can be a problem. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it's not that you didn't care. It's just it didn't. That's the thing is, you did care when people passed away. It's just that you were able to get over it faster. You came to terms with it, and that's fine. I mean, some people do that. Some people can't.
A chihuahua killing 6 rattlesnakes is fucking insane beast of an animal. This dog had these snakes on lock. Because you think whenever a snake attacks, it has one attack move that it can make and only one. It has one predictable attack motion where they're coiled, they strike, and then after they strike, they are horrifically vulnerable to attack. Because in order to strike again, they have to coil back up and realign themselves and get ready for another strike. They can't do it back to back. So my mother's chihuahua, whose name was Princess, knew this. How? I don't know. I guess she went to snake biting school. But whenever this snake, the first snake she ever destroyed, appeared in her yard, she backed it into a corner because she had a pen that we kept her in outside and a little doghouse. And she found that snake and she barked and she backed it into a corner, and oh my goodness, it's all scared up in the corner. There's this big old dog barking at me. I need to coil up. And he started rattling his little tail like, oh, you don't mess with me now. I make a lot of noise. Well, here comes Yoda. Not Yoda, Princess. Princess. Here comes Princess, barking at it and lunging at it. And she lunged at it. She's trying to provoke it. And at one point, it couldn't take this assault anymore, so it struck. And she knew that it was going to strike. She had already dodged. By the time it struck, she was already out the way. And after it struck, done, over with. She grabbed it behind the head. Just barely behind the head. She started snatching that thing around and she killed it. Because that's how dogs kill small animals, is they break their necks. They grab them just behind the head and they break their necks. And so that's how Princess was able to corner, over her course of her full lifespan, 6 rattlesnakes. And she demolished them. And she would drag them around the yard and play with them until my mama would go outside to like get the mail or take a trash bag out. And she would find a dead snake. And Princess, just as happy and proud as she could be, she'd bring my mama the snake. But if you were a snake, do not, do not get near a chihuahua because they know, they have, they have the knowledge and the know-how and the capability of making snakes go bye-bye. Chihuahua was born to kill snakes. I don't know how she knew it. I guess dogs, like there's just a certain breed of dogs that have that like evolved into their uh their programming. What killed Princess? Age. She became really old. One thing I'll tell you, it was not a snake. She died 2 years after she saw her last snake. But also died in the wintertime, and snakes don't move in the winter. But yeah, Princess, she was a very old, legendary dog. Killed more rattlesnakes that your mom didn't find, more than likely because she probably either ate some or buried them. And you also got to think Princess and Dinky were alive at the same time, the Rottweiler, and so Dinky was real good about burying stuff. If my dad went and got him like a sausages or a bone or something, sausages. It's weird to say that in that context without like it being exclamatory because I use sausages as an exclamatory statement. If my dad would throw a treat of some kind to Dinky, he'd immediately bury it. He wouldn't eat it. He would bury it immediately. The only thing he wouldn't bury was his dog food bowl. But yeah, like whenever Princess would get after a snake or a squirrel, she tried to get the squirrels, but she couldn't climb. And I swore if she could climb, we'd never get her down out the trees because she would always be after squirrels. But if she's after something, Dinky'd be laying there in his house, just not doing anything. And then he'd peek at her occasionally, and then if she killed a snake and she started toying with it, he'd look up and he'd be like, huh, got a snake. He'd lay back down. And if she brought him something that she had demolished, he would like sniff at it and then bury it immediately. If she gave him possession, he would never take anything from her. He was very nice about like who owns what. But if she gave him something, he would instantly bury it. Right where it sat, right where she set it down. So she might have gotten a couple snakes that Dinky wound up covering up.
I got lost. What was the topic of this again?
Let's see here. Could you explain the images, some straight up esoteric, some of these? Okay, first one, the cone is the highway department. This one is being broke. This one is poop. We had something here that we moved. This one is ads, which is spelled wrong because somebody in chat spelled it wrong. So I thought it was funny. Deer, the existence of deer is the truck that smashed in. This is my old 2006 F-150 that was demolished by a deer jumping out in front of me. Secondhand smoke. A bag of snack that is almost all air. What was this one? Sneezing until you pass gas or something. I think that was one. Yeah,
it was sneezing causing you to poop.
Sneezing causing you to poop.
Or coughing.
This one was dropping things. So that's the F tier, and then in the C tier we've got the long, loud intros on YouTube videos that are obnoxious and like dubsteppy and stupid. Pallet jacks, just pallet jacks in general, because they're annoying. They get stuck a lot and they break pretty often. C right here is whenever you run out of toilet paper. Just toilet related crap in general, like the seat not being dry whenever you sit down. This one is screaming babies. I did not want to put a picture of a baby in a YouTube video because that could get me demonetized, so I put just me screaming because one could make the argument that I sound like a screaming baby. And then in B, we have background music on YouTube videos. Don't like background music. Being behind somebody in like the person in front of me in a checkout line is what this one means. This one is whenever you get woken up in the middle of the night by a loud noise. I talked about the time that somebody came into my house and was going to blast me with a revolver. B right here is body odor. This one is Windows errors, which was suggested by somebody in Twitch chat. This one, and now we're getting to the A tier, we've got weevils. Weevils are annoying. Getting the wrong thing in your food order. Getting a wrong order or a messed up order.
Or working out.
Okay. Mike from My Pillow here is because someone suggested warm pillows. And then down here in S we have the wind blowing over potted plants whenever your limb falls asleep, and then the shape of Tesla Cybertrucks. So that's where we're at. thus far. And we have not even begun. We are 3 hours and 14, going on 15 minutes into this multi-stream, and we have pretty much been derailed by Twitch chat and YouTube chat, because we still have all this stuff here that we haven't gone over, but we've been going over the ones in chat, and please do continue to derail if anybody has any suggestions, either now as we are live streaming this or in the future. 20 years down the road, you come across this video, hopefully I'm still alive, but probably not. If you have anything to add to the list, almost everything's valid. There are some suggestions that were made in Twitch chat which were not valid, which we had to time out the person that was suggesting such things, but appropriate suggestions will certainly go on the list.
How about useless app programs like Bimu, and Fish? Which aren't their real names, but
yep, we might cover those later on. Right now, I want
and
to
the
get
scorpions that are coming within.
Right, the scorpions.
No, they are. They're sending. There's been several packages that have been sent out where there's been live deadly scorpions in them.
Right now, I would like to get back onto the track here. We had. What else did we have that was suggested just right here immediately so that we can...
No rabbit holes.
Let's see. Infomercial. Yeah, we covered ads. BBS systems on Commodore 64. I have no idea what that means.
Whole computer system.
Your load. I'm sorry, we're not covering my load. Cigarettes, we've already covered. Aliens. Aliens aren't real. Calling your credit card company and getting an ad. I've never called a credit card company. I don't own a credit card, so I wouldn't.
I've never got an ad from one.
Yeah.
When I called them, I never got a credit. Yeah.
The IRS we're not going to cover because I don't want to be assassinated. Slow drivers in the fast lane. We've already covered that in the first video. Stubbing your toe on the coffee table in the living room. We did cover that in the first video, Scarecrow. And you know what? Why don't we pull that up? Since you mentioned that, if you're not going anywhere anytime soon, I will go ahead and pull up that video so that you can actually see what we said about that one. Let me go ahead and go back here to exhaustive compendium of annoying things in life. View on YouTube.
When the average person thinks of adrenaline.
So this was the first video that we did, and if you haven't seen this, you need some context of what we're doing. So this is what we'll go up with. Let me refresh the chat because multi-stream chat has broken. Wow, multi-stream chat has completely locked. Okay, I can no longer see both Twitch and YouTube chat. All right, Streamlabs, you win this round. Let's see, where we got? Tailgating, driving behind... What was the specific thing you said, stubbing your toe?
Did you want to reset after like 3 hours anyway for YouTube or something?
Probably we'll do that in about... I would say we'll do that in about an hour.
Okay.
This goes into this mess right here gonna make me do a mischief.
Okay, so this is the
bumping your head or your knee, etc. There is a cabinet in my grandmother's kitchen that has had 3 generations of heads bashed upon it. It's screwed to the ceiling just above the little center island right there next to the stove. And every year at Thanksgiving or Christmas when we go visit, you could just about guarantee that either my grandfather, my dad, my uncle, or I would end up stooping over the countertop just slightly as we set out plates of holiday food for Grandma. And as we would come back up, we would bash our heads in the bottom of the cabinet.
With your big-ass head, I'm not surprised you'd smash it.
I come from a long line of noggin thumpers, and let me tell you something, Sonny. There are a few things in life that make my belly button wrap around my behind, quite like bebopping through a day without a...
What does that even mean? My belly button wrapping around my behind. What is that supposed to mean, dude? This dude sucks at making videos.
Care in the world, and suddenly coming to a full stop with my poor cabeza impacting a hard surface.
And now you're trying to sound cool by throwing out a random Spanish vocabulary word? Come on, dude. You sat through 3 years of Spanish, and you don't even know how to conjugate verbs. You're pathetic.
All you can say is bueno.
Yeah. No bueno.
Sure, bumping your knee on the bottom of a
and
desk.
And you know how to say,
on...
where's the baños?
Mi español es muy malo. No hablo español. Yo quiero hablo español, pero no hablo español. Mi español solamente inglés.
the leg of a table is most assuredly not a fun way to spend an afternoon, but hitting your head is a terrible, emotionally hurtful experience, thus landing it in the "well, don't that just beat all" tier.
My voice peaked. This dude sucks at making YouTube videos. Okay, let's get out of there and close that.
He has no music. He has no music.
He has no background music and no loud intro. What is he, not a fucking professional?
And no background. I mean, what is that?
Yeah, it's not even. It doesn't even have the common decency of having a green screen.
Jeez. Well, green screens went out. You want a blue screen now?
Mm.
Easier on the eye.
I do have a green screen, but I've got it folded up because I was using the rack for something else. Yeah. How did you change so much in 2 months? Because I shaved. I shaved for that video. Now I've got my beard growing out again. I had long hair in that video. Now it's not. Now I shaved my head. So I'm exactly opposite of how I was. Come on, bro. That's part of the charm. The dude has no charm. He's got no... He's zero riz. No hablas español, es un lenguaje muy simple. Andala in... Okay, well, I don't know what else you're saying because I don't want to... I don't want to mispronounce something and wind up... intenta hablar un poco... Yeah, hablo un poquito, pero no mucho. Also, no es muy simple. No, because whenever you get into conjugating verbs, and you've got like 7... What is it? Like,
No habla español, lo siento.
To use like trabajar, trabajo... Trabajar, trabajo, trabajas, trabaja, trabajan, trabajamos. Like, what's that? 6 different ways of conjugating one word. And you've got to do that for every verb? Like, that's just... I fell out of Spanish class in year 1, and I had 3 years of it, because conjugating verbs... I can learn vocabulary all day, but trying to make verbs work was impossible to my beady little mind.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad that I know English, because trying to learn English, I heard, is a total pain in the rear end.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that. I can see where it would be more complicated than Spanish in certain aspects, especially with pronunciation, because the Spanish alphabet makes perfect sense, and their pronunciation is never like most of the time it's never weird. Like, the weirdest thing you've got is a double L or an ñ. Like, it's pronouncing it is always very straightforward and simple. I can read Spanish provided I slow down and think about it. I can pronounce things almost always obviously with my English dialect, my English like accent, but it's easy to understand what it must sound like. Knowing what it means, however, people who spit while talking.
I think the problem I've got with Spanish is that it's genderized, where it's like some words you can have 2 words, but you have to use the male or the female.
Yeah, el, la.
Yeah, la or lo. Like, it's just
that. And some of them don't make any sense. Like, whenever a letter ends with an O, it's supposed to be of the male gender, but sometimes you'll say la, whatever noun, and then it ends with O. It's like, why? Why did somebody decide that that's like get 2 different ways of saying it? So people who spit while talking. Added it to the list, David. Thank you for that. Sinceramente, lo hablas muy bien. Para un juego, si practicas, podrías ser fluido. Yeah, like I can at least pronounce that to some extent. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it anywhere close to what it's supposed to sound like. But it feels like I am, because I understand how it's supposed to be pronounced, but I like what's sincerely you speak, lo hablas. Sincerely, you speak very good for a juego. What is that, just a way of saying gringo? Para un juego. Si practicas, podrías ser fluido. If you practice something... Yeah, ser fluido. Podrías ser fluido is throwing me for a loop. Don't some languages use gender words for objects? Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of them. German. I'm pretty sure German does. Obviously, Portuguese has got to because it's so close to Spanish. Portuguese.
Italian's close to Spanish.
Italian definitely does. Italian is definitely because I've heard their gendered words.
Yeah,
And
Portuguese is
seen the
close.
spelling of it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most. Like if you were to like take every language, most languages probably do have ingenderation, but English is like an outlier in that it doesn't.
Spanish is also very confusing because Spanish has many, many dialects because of all the different countries, and
Yeah.
your Spanish from Spain is totally
Spain
different.
sounds so different. It sounds closer to
Yeah.
Italian.
Well, I guess the easiest way to like kind of give it an analogy is like how you got British English and you've got U.S. English.
Mm-hmm.
While we can understand each other, we don't use the same words, or even Australian English.
You've
It's
got
all kind of
like you got
slang.
your Brazilian Portuguese, and then your Portugal Portuguese, and then just the
Mhm.
Spanish, with the Spanish being different between your Madrid versus your Mexico City. Like you've definitely got to have some Southern boy Spanish, like you got here singing "Sinceramente lo hablas muy bien."
Well, I
Para
know
un nuero si practicas podría ser fluida. There has to be a Spanish equivalent
I
of
didn't say
the Southern
southern.
drawl.
I didn't say Southern Alabama Spanish. If we go, but no, I know like the real difference is because a lot of them, a lot of like Mexico and South America, they incorporated the Mayan language in with their stuff. So you
Um,
got a lot of slang. You got a lot of slang and a lot of words that were meaningful that kind of crossed into that.
okay, so Scarecrow is suggesting, oh, I've got one. Parents raising their children solely on iPads or children and babies on airplanes. I know it sounds specific, but that's a pain you have to experience it firsthand to understand. So we do have this item right here, screaming babies in C tier, which we covered
Yeah.
probably about an hour ago, maybe not. But this is the second time it's been brought up, and this has got a different, but it's got a different spin to it. Parents raising their children solely on iPads, because part of the C tier like ranking was it was originally an F tier because of like neglectful parents, and I feel like that's realistically because nobody blames a child for screaming. They don't know that that's not what you're supposed to do in public. They don't, they don't have the self-awareness and the presence of mind to look around and see, well, nobody else is screaming. Maybe there's a reason for that. They don't think that way. And so you don't blame them because their mind hasn't developed to that point yet. They're just doing what comes naturally and they don't know any other way to do anything differently. But neglectful parents should not be parents.
Sometimes you get in a situation, me being a parent, and sometimes you get in, and with a little one, I've got a young child. Sometimes you get stuck in a situation you can't get out of, and there's really, what are you going to do? You can't, and it's a shame that it's come down to this, but you, I mean, when I grew up, you could be punished as a kid in public. You can't do that now in today's culture. You know, you get somebody who's going to call the cops on you or whatever. And I'm not saying I'm not advocating for that, but I'm saying there's not really anything you can do in the situation other than kind of like remove yourself from that situation by leaving the store or whatever it is. But sometimes, like when you're stuck on a plane, you can't really jump out the plane.
No,
There's nothing you can do to pacify a child who, let's say, has got like a baby's got a stomach ache or is colicky. Unfortunately, there's nothing you're going to really do. That kid's in pain,
right.
and it hurts. And whether you realize it or not being a parent, it hurts. If you're a good parent, it hurts the parent seeing your kid in pain like that, and you feel so helpless because you can't do anything on that part. But you also feel bad for everybody around you.
I think because this is like again we moved this down because I guess we forgot that this is not about screaming babies. This is about parents. We're going to move this because Scarecrow mentioned this about just again bringing up the idea of neglectful parents. We're going to move it back to F because fuck neglectful parents, dude. Take care of your children. You have been given the biggest responsibility that an adult human species specimen can have. There is nothing more important as an adult than taking care of a life that depends on you for growth, development, and survival. And if you can't handle that, give it to your grandparents, put it up for adoption. I don't care. Don't ruin someone else's life because you don't care.
Don't be
If you
Octomon.
if you can't be a parent, don't be a parent. Don't even put yourself in a situation, and you know what I'm referring to. Don't even put yourself into a situation where you might become a parent.
You know, and it's a shame because in certain, I guess, cultural societies, inside subcultural societies, you've got people who are just becoming parents because they're getting kickbacks from the government, or they're getting kickbacks from
Exactly.
you know,
Yes.
from taxes or whatever, and that's not the reason to have a child. Or you just, you know, you're lazy and don't decide to use protection, or whatever your case may be. You're thinking that you can make money off a child is never something to make money off
The
of.
farmer
And if
style
that's
parent.
your,
And
and if
that
that's
should be grounds for imprisonment if it's determined that that's the motivation for having
yeah,
children. Then
because
that should be prison.
I lived in a bad section when I was before we had our house here, and I lived in a bad section of town, and there was no lie, ladies who had like 15, 16 kids, and they were having more because the government kept giving them more money. And as long as the father didn't live with them, they would give them more money, and they would subsidize everything. These people were driving like Lincoln Navigators. You know, they had the newest iPhone. They were buying filet mignon, and as long as they
And the
prepared
kids
food,
have holes in their shoes.
yep. Kids are poor. Kids are you know they're not being taken care of, and the government doesn't care. It's like, oh, here you go. And where in those situations where something like CPS should be called, they're not. And I don't want to get into that stuff, but then they get called to the place where they shouldn't be sometimes, and it's a very sticky mess of, it's just, I don't know. I really don't want to get into that because
Yeah,
it gets
like
a whole rabbit hole of
even
garbage. But
even stuff that's less than that. Like, maybe the parent is happy to have a child. Maybe the parent does try their best, but raising them off of an iPad, as Scarecrow said earlier, where you do not put in the
heck,
necessary time and effort to raise the child and have a proper neurological like baseline for their development in general. Everybody knows, everybody's aware, iPad kids are developmentally stunted. And despite that knowledge, some people continue to do it because, oh, well, I don't have time. Like, I gotta have something to keep them busy because I got all this. I gotta go mop the ceiling. And no,
that is
there are ways that you can occupy a child if you can't handle, like, a daycare. Make sure you're taking them to a good daycare. Take them to their grandparents' house. Take them to a friend's house. Don't make excuses
as a
for
parent.
developmentally stunning them.
I think the one thing that upsets me the most as a parent is if I'm on a video game with somebody, whether they're in Discord or they're in a chat channel or something else. You can clearly hear both parents are playing video games and ignoring their kids in the background. The kid,
Oh, that burns me so bad, dude.
I,
Like,
it,
ooh.
and you can ask Rain. Like, there's times where, I mean, not that, but there's times where I've been in raid where I've said, "Dude, I gotta go. My kid needs me." Where it's like I gotta go hang out with him or I gotta do something, and I have no problem. It's. But there's people that are just so dedicated to their stupid, their own life, and not putting that person that they brought into this world ahead of themselves. And anytime my kid needs my help, I'm always dropping what I can to help them.
So let's bring that as a catalyst, as a segue into another topic, which I believe you know exactly what we're going to talk about, and it's one that you actually put on this list before we began the stream. There is a video game that Zendigo and I, did we meet through that, or did we meet through YouTube? How did you and I
No,
get
I
started?
met you through there. You came in.
Through
I was in a guild that you came in, and you did your whole antics, the funny antics, which I think is on a YouTube short at some
Yes,
point.
I have. I no, it's actually a full video in the. I think it's the Life Can Be Whatever I Want playlist, where it's called the goofy thing that I do in the public discords. And I will play that video. Since you mentioned that, you know what? Before I introduce the next topic, we will go into the channel content section. We will go into videos, and I will type Discord, and we are going to watch specifically what Zendi just referred to, because I have very few opportunities to view this video and to show this video. This video only has 312 views on it. It has 10 likes and 1 dislike, and it has 312 views. So we're going to bring up this absolute delightful creation that Zendi is talking about, that is what we met upon.
Oh yeah, and it was live. It was not a recording video like this one.
I used to do this live in public discords like Chill Bar and Soul and Anime Soul, and people would freak out about it. And that's part of the reason this Discord has 300 members now. And if you were in the chat now and you were not a member of our Discord, I will link you the Discord if you ask for it. But here we go. This is one of the greatest things I've ever created. I would get on Facecam and do this. And by the way, there's no audio, so don't get confused. My old vape, man.
Yeah, but that was part of the nostalgia of it, was that you had the vape and you were like messing with the vape too.
Mm-hmm. My pimply forehead. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, that's some cake. What? Got that long back action going on. Hold your applause until the end, please.
This was the apartment, right?
Yes, this is the apartment. Oh gosh, the battery died. Well, I can improvise.
Oh,
Mom, what is it? Where's my mom? Ah! Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, and pinched the headphone cable in the door too. Thankfully, they're dragging me off the stage. Otherwise, I would have done some more dumb shit. So yeah, for more high quality, top tier, riveting content like that, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Otherwise, nobody will ever see my videos, and I will never succeed. I will never go anywhere, and no one will ever enjoy the absolute sheer mania that is the Rainfall YouTube channel. Alrighty then. So with that being said, what we got... Ag-revolting freak. Okay, this is actually Insane Lamau. He'd scare the hell out of my local drug addicts. Why does he move like that? Modern day Jim Carrey, you still do that. Someone make a mask out of his face. You know, I thought about making merch a while back, but the channel is so small that I know that nobody would buy it because nobody shares or likes or subscribes. So, I had the idea of taking the main emoji from the Discord that I use all the time, which is, where's it at? It's also, yeah, it's just the image of my face. This one. I thought about putting this on a t-shirt with absolutely no context and telling people to, if they wore it, to not tell anyone who it is. And to not say anything about it, because the goofiness of having this face, or another good candidate would be this one, with me sneezing. The absolute comedic genius of having that face on a t-shirt and just saying, yep, that's a shirt. And people ask it like, who's that on your shirt? He looks fucking stupid. And then being like, I don't know. Saw a shirt. Guy looked happy. I'm happy. I like shirts. I got the shirt. And then just that it's like a conversational flashbang, you know? Like if somebody that you don't want to talk to is talking to you and you're like, I don't want to talk to this guy, but you know what? Hey, you like my shirt?
You got to put a UPC code, like a small little UPC code, at the bottom of that picture like right in the corner, make
That
it just
links you
tiny,
to the
tiny.
channel.
That links you to the channel, and just go. Make it so it's like almost not visible on the thing, and go. You have to click on the UPC code.
But yeah, the idea was to make a shirt that has that face on it, so that the funniness of it was how confusing it is because you've got a random face that looks ridiculous, and you would just refuse to explain to anyone what it meant or who it was. And I thought that would be fun, but there's not enough people. Also, thank you for the 4 likes on the stream. Appreciate that. There's not enough people sharing this stuff on social media, on Reddit or Facebook or Twitter or any of that stuff, and not enough circulation of the content that I've made to actually start selling merchandise. I have currently, at the time of recording this, 7,972 subscribers, and I love each and every one of them. I cannot believe that there are 7,972 people who are as easily amused as is necessary to actually put up with the garbage tier videos that I put out. And I do have... Oh my goodness, I have so many of them. I have 674 videos on my channel as it stands now. Been doing this crap for... When did I make the channel? May 9th of 2016? So yeah, 674 videos for 7,970 something subscribers is actually, in the grand scheme of things, in the grand scheme of YouTube, is absolutely god-awful if you consider... like how many videos it usually takes people to achieve, like people who try, how many videos it takes people to achieve that number of subscribers is usually like 50. But yeah, I just the number of shares specifically I found is what drives viewership, and because that almost never happens with my content, yeah, we don't go anywhere. And I actually made a subreddit intending, and the subreddit I think is linked in the stream. But yeah, I made a subreddit intending to try to mitigate that, and I posted a good bit of content there that autoplays. I spent an entire 2 hours trying to figure out how to get into autoplay. So that's another annoyance, is things not working on the computer whenever you don't know how to fix it. So that people could post them to like the meme subreddit or funny subreddit or Jim Carrey or whatever. And yeah, I think we've got 4 members on the Reddit. And yeah, so that's why I will probably not sell t-shirts for quite a while with that face on it, because it would nobody would buy it, nobody would wear it, and nobody would be able to enjoy and share with me the comedic hysteria of having a random goofy face on their shirt and flatly refusing to explain what it means and making everyone around them confused. So, with that being said, let's get on to the rest of the list. Did anybody else suggest anything? Doesn't look like it. So, we will go on to... Why did we even play that video? Oh, the next item on the list. The reason I played that, the reason we went off on this tangent, the reason I played that video was because that was how me and Zendy met. But the thing that brought us together was World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft is a game that I have a lot of streams of in the live streams playlist. And let me just bring up now, I actually probably can't put the icon here because I would get sued. But the World of Warcraft the World of Warcraft game is notorious for having the most neckbeardly souls imaginable. And I spent a lot of time in that game and a lot of time in that community. And the only reason I started playing that game was not because the gameplay was good, but because it was an MMO. And it was my introduction to MMOs. I looked up what MMOs can I join. Because I wanted people to play games with. I had just come off of many years of Rainbow Six Siege. And over the course of my time in Rainbow, I met a lot of really cool people. But they did not stick around. As a matter of fact, by the time I got into Warcraft, out of the several hundred people that I had met through Siege, I was still only talking to 2 of them. Because I joined a Discord that is no longer around, that I was in with Velinard. You've heard Velinard if you've watched the channel before. You've heard Velinard's voice as well. And that Discord that we were in was massive. It was all about Siege, and it had a lot of infighting and a lot of disagreements and a lot of toxicity that brought the Discord down and made everybody kind of just go their own separate ways. So I was coming off of that. I was reeling from that because I need multiplayer video games to get by. I need to be able to play games with people. I've said it several times, and I'll say it again, that video games that are single player are the electronic equivalent of masturbation. It's
What?
okay, it'll get you by, but it's really intended, it's God's design for that shit to have more than one person involved.
Huh.
So yeah,
Hello.
single player games. What's up, Harley? Welcome back at the first time possible. Single player games are terrible, and I needed to have people to play with. So I was like, okay, well, what is a game that I can get into quickly that will have lots of people in it? And so World of Warcraft was a thing that I found on the internet. And I thought, okay, looks decent. It's only $20 a month. I can afford $20 a month because I'm living at home with mommy and daddy. So I went ahead and bought myself World of Warcraft, and it was in the Battle for Azeroth expansion. So that was probably the worst possible time to get into the game. I think Zendy would agree with that as an experienced WoW veteran.
Cat would have been worse, but yeah,
Okay.
It's close.
But yeah, BFA was whenever I got into it, and I got into a guild called Mythic Friends, and it was a bunch of really like middle-aged, happy people who were almost all retired and almost all came from money, and they were really sweet, good to hang out with, and I spent many a night running dungeons with them, like low keys, like 5s and 6s, mythics, and we had such a fucking blast, dude. It was so much fun. I think one of the streams on this channel is actually of me streaming with Mythic Friends from a long time ago, and it went great until they had a death in the group. One person in their group died, and it was really hard on everybody because they were like the core of the group. They were the guild master, and we found out through Facebook, and the guild fell apart after that. And I couldn't believe it. I was crushed because I loved this person. I met him on Discord, but I had a pretty strong emotional connection to them, so I was upset for several days after that. But shortly after that, I got into another guild, which I still keep up with them. There was a PvP guild, and I enjoyed hanging out with them quite a bit, but I didn't like PvP combat. I enjoyed the people, but I hated the gameplay. I hate PvP in World of Warcraft. And so I got out of that guild, and I got into another one. While still keeping up with the PvP guild, but I wanted to expand. I got into another one, which I have a couple streams with. And I have one particular stream on this channel that is in the unlisted section that you can't see, because this guild was all about the game and not about the community. They built the community based on how good they were at the game. And this is where I started to get it. Thank you for the 5 likes on the stream. Appreciate that. This is where things started to go off the rails for me with Warcraft, because these guys were hardcore about heroic raiding and really playing the game as hard as they could and bar anything that prevented them from succeeding. Where the guilds that I've been in up to that point didn't care what happened in the game. The PvP guild, long as we're all here, don't care if we're losing. We're just happy to spend these nights, these weekends together. The guild before that, Mythic Friends, we're just happy to have each other. The game is what brought us together. This other guild I joined brought me in because I was a really good Vengeance Demon Hunter tank. And I am still a very good Vengeance Demon Hunter tank. At one point, I was third on Hellscream server back in Vengeance Demon Hunter tanking for Mythic rating. And they brought me in because I was good. And so I ran with them quite a bit. And I started to notice, like, there's this one guy that was pretty cool to hang out with, but he sucked royally at staying out of mechanics. Like, whenever a boss would throw down a ground mechanic that you have to not stand in, he would end up dying to it, and he would die to it wipe after wipe, pull after pull. And so they eventually just excluded him from the group. You're no longer allowed to raid with us because you keep dying to the same crap. So go away. Never heard from him again. He didn't leave the guild, but he just never came into the Discord, never played with him. I saw him online once, but didn't say anything. And that rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't like that too much. So around what was this? Vault of the Incarnates. So the first season of Dragonflight. We just gotten out of just gotten out of BFA. BFA is long gone. Shadowlands, we got through Shadowlands. I raided with this group all through Shadowlands. And then whenever we got to BFA, Dragonflight, I started leading my own raid groups. And I was doing raids outside of the guild, and they didn't mind. It was fine. Doesn't matter as long as I was there to raid with them. But I was really, really good at raid leading because I'm good at speaking for long periods of time. And I was getting groups through Heroic Vault, where my guild was still working on normal. And I was killing Heroic Kurog while they were still messing with normal mode Teros. So they were on the second boss of normal mode while I was killing the 5th boss in Heroic with pug groups that I built completely out of random strangers that I pulled into Discords. I wouldn't raid with people who weren't in Discord because that's killing the one reason I want to play. I want people in there. But I realized that there is such a massive push for people to complete content that I was like, okay, I can use the content as bait to get people into Discord so that I can talk to people. Climb into my little white van. So, then our raid leader quit. The raid leader for the guild quit because he didn't like raid leading anymore. He was tired of it. He was tired of the grind. He was tired of always having to research fights. And so I was like, okay, well, they're going to pick me to do it because they want a performance-based... They want somebody that performs well. They want somebody that speaks well. They want somebody that's proven. Did they pick me? No. They picked a person that had been in the guild for ever since it was created, who her means of raid leading was to say and a lot. And whenever they got to normal mode Kurog Grim Totem, I'd already killed him on Heroic 5 times at that point. But they just could not get him down. And she was wearing herself out. Her voice was cracking. She was having to drink water a lot. And I get it. I'm not hating on her at all. She meant well. She tried her best. She did the best she could with what she had. It's just unfortunate that what she had wasn't much. That's not her fault. And so I offered to take over raid leading for her for this one fight. And so she stepped aside. I started calling the shots. I started telling people where to stand for the fight. We'd been wiping on it for 2 hours. We killed it the pull that I started calling the shots. Whenever I took over raid leading, we killed the boss almost instantly. That is not her fault. She did not perform badly. She performed to the best of her capabilities. I do not fault her at all. After the fight, I had a 2-hour conversation with her in Discord, giving her advice on how to call fights further, and she employed that advice in later fights. She improved. And I respect her immensely for that. But then she left the next week. She quit. Didn't just quit raid leading, she quit Warcraft. It's like, all right, well, that's unfortunate. She had things going on in her life, I guess. I know the GMs knew about it, but I didn't know anything about it. They didn't tell us any of the details, so I was like, okay, well, now I'm going to be the raid leader. Nope. I quit their guild, and I decided with Zendigo to make our own called Misfit Mafia, which we wound up making into the Stratosphere Guild, which is what we wound up sticking with. And they banned me from their Discord. Everybody in their group blocked me. Now, interestingly enough, half of their group came with me. Half of their guild split and came to my guild. They lost most of their raiding team to me because they had seen in practice that I am a better raid leader than anybody that they had. Now, with that being said, whenever second season came out, Aberrus, the Shattered Crucible came out. We played through the season. We got into Heroic. We could not kill the final boss in Heroic for a long time. We did eventually manage to beat it, but not before over half of the guild had left because we couldn't, specifically because we could not beat that boss. My co-GM left because we couldn't beat the boss. And I'm like, I'm sitting there, I'm realizing that over half of my guild has left because we can't beat this. And I'm like, didn't you guys come over here because I was better than what you had? And they all go off, and the co-GM went and founded their own guild that wound up falling apart less than a week later, or less than a month later. And I'm thinking, why are people leaving me whenever I spoke better, played better? Isn't this what you wanted? Didn't you want a better player to lead you? It's undeniable, and it's an objective fact that I was one of the best Vengeance Demon Hunters that was on the Hellscream server, or the Hellscream Connected Network, because it's connected to Zangermarsh, Eridar, Spinebreaker, Gorefiend. I think there's one other that Hellscream's connected to, but I was one of the best. I was one of the top in the world for those servers. But they left me. And so I'm sitting here in front of a Discord that's got all these notifications in the Neobot showing all these different people have left. Thinking, what did I do wrong? And so over the next several months, I started adapting my approach to it. I started, instead of asking people to join the guild in raids, I would ask them to just join the Discord, stay in the Discord in raids. And please come around, because we play all these other games. We play hundreds of other games, and we're always in the Discord. I at the time was always connected to the Discord. If I was at work, I was connected to a voice channel. Always. Invariably. No question, I was there. I just wanted somebody to talk to. And nobody ever connected unless we were in a raid. People that were in my guild, that had been in my guild since the beginning, that didn't leave, never connected unless we were raiding. If we were not playing specifically that game, they didn't connect. I tried bringing them into other games that I knew they played. And occasionally they would. Sometimes. Certain ones. Certain ones did come in. But if we weren't playing the one thing that they wanted, they would never talk to me. Or to Zendigo. Or to Velinard. Or to the people that are always around. They would not have anything to do with us unless we were doing the one thing. Because to these people, people are secondary to their accomplishment in a hamster wheel game that shifts the goalposts every single season, where you get to the next season, okay, now your mount that you got for AOTC, that's old hat. Now you got to get the new AOTC mount. Oh, you got the KSM, you got KSH last season? Unfortunate, because now there's a new KSH to get 3 months later. Now that mount that you got, everybody's got it. Go get a new one. Go get the new KSM mount. It's only going to take you tier 15 keys for 4 weeks in a row, because you can't do it all in the first 2 weeks. I mean, you've got to sleep. Some people can, but some people can't. Most people can't. So because that stuff is old hat, now you got to get the new stuff. So the drive to constantly be playing the game and to constantly be running with people who are better than you and to constantly try and find people to carry you through the content is overwhelming compared to the original foundational purpose of Warcraft, which was to get into a community of like-minded people who were there for this game, but the game is secondary to the community of people that you could build and to the relationships that you could develop with people that are interested in the same thing that you, and they have unique experiences, and you can develop a camaraderie and a friendship. And people have met spouses through old Warcraft. Old Warcraft, the original reason it existed was to create friendships online. Maybe that's not what the developer wanted. Maybe they just wanted to release an MMO version of, Warcraft 3. They just wanted to follow up a strong thing with another strong thing and get into some experimental territory that at that point only EverQuest had done and RuneScape had done. But they did make something that the player base wound up turning into a glorious product before the player base took a giant steaming dump on it by becoming more obsessed with doing temporary stuff and accomplishing temporary things in the game. And so now, my Discord has 300 members in it. I said it earlier. You know how many people are active? 10, 20, maybe. Maybe 10 or 20 people out of the 300 members in this Discord actually come into VCs and talk to me, and talk to Harleyyy, and talk to Zendigo, Velinard, Huntmez, Heavy. There are so few people that actually come into VCs because we're not playing Warcraft. But let me fire up the game for 10 minutes and we'll have 7 or 8 people in the voice channel instantly that haven't been around for months that refuse to come around because we're not playing WoW. I hate the Warcraft community for their antisocial bullshit attitude And I hate them for wasting 8 years of my life investing into a video game community that I thought would break me out of the cycle of having to sit in my bedroom night after night listening to the sound of my own breathing. I can't stand silence. I can't stand being alone. It is the most painful thing I have ever experienced, is to try and sleep with no sound. But if I'm in a Discord, if I've got people to talk to, I'm happy. Just turning on a YouTube video and listening to people like Queso or Markiplier or Lord Minion 777 or Asmongold or Tim the Tatman, having people's voices.
Asmongold.
Asmon's even said about the Warcraft community. I mean, he doesn't even want to play anymore.
Like,
He said, but it's been put out there that a huge amount of the player base, they aren't even real players anymore. They're just bots because Blizzard, or well, I should say Microsoft at this point because they own it, or Micro, whatever. But they don't do anything about it. They don't fix it. They don't shut it down. And the easiest way to fix this would be get rid of add-ons, because add-ons are the biggest problem that I've got, because it makes it so that the game isn't even challenging. You can just put an add-on on it and have, basically, you don't have to run a bot, but you can run enough add-ons for where it plays your character for you. Like, there's no skill in it. And on top of it, you got all these sweaty players that are out there that are like, oh, look, I've got all this crap, just like Rain was saying before. I got all this crap. Look what I can show for it. But then next season, it's gone. And it's like, well, dude, you didn't take any skill to get there. You just happen to have been in the right place at the right time and gotten your stuff. And that's 95% of the community. And the problem is that I think, had they not gone into the realm of esports, the game would have just
1,000%. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, esports destroyed it.
Where people,
and it's all except for the 1%.
Where people put their accomplishment in the game above the people that they meet in the game. That destroyed Warcraft, and that is why Warcraft as a game and as a community is illegitimate, why it is not worth your time, because if you go into that thinking that you're going to be able to get into groups and have good times with people, you will not. The only time I ever play Warcraft anymore, I will create groups that will be named the Anti-Sweat Group, and I will go through and I will tell every single person that is forced into the Discord, because I will not allow people to raid with me if they're not in the Discord. If they are trying to raid with me without being in, I'll kick them out. But the people that join the Discord, I tell them, we play hundreds of other games besides this. I guarantee if you want to play a game, there's probably somebody else in here who also plays it. So if you are tired of the monotony of playing a hamster wheel game like Warcraft that does not in any way, shape, or form pursue the original artist's intent of having a social game, please stay here. Please play with us, because we're always here and we're always playing video games. And you know how many of them from this past season, where we were doing Narrowbar Palace and we were fighting Anobarak and all that other crap. You know how many of those people actually stuck around and continued to play with us?
I don't think
out of the, I want to say we had 80 additional people added to the Discord this season. Exactly 0 have stayed. We had some of them that stayed around for maybe, dabbled a little bit, but most of them we never saw again. Most of them, after I went through that big spiel of talking about how Warcraft as a community, the Warcraft community sucks, and we were an oasis in that desert of places where it's a place where people can actually talk to other people and have a social community, they would get done with the raid and they'd leave. We just killed the final boss. We gave you your AOTC and you left immediately. I hate Warcraft. I hate the community. The game itself is mundane and boring, and there's 1,000 other games that are better.
I'll tell you what else they did wrong was that when they redid, they had a total opportunity to fix the game for the people that wanted to play original Warcraft the way it was set up, which was by going to Classic. But they even messed up the Classic by putting the freaking Raid Finder and Group Finder in there. It wasn't what original Warcraft was. So anybody that went there, that went to try to go do the original Warcraft, Classic, Burning Crusade, whatever, mind you, it was modified for life conveniences, but that's not what the player base asked for. We asked for the original game in its unadulterated form so that we could play how we used to play and not deal with the sweaty, toxic trolls that are trying to be e-game sports in the United States when there are very few esports teams from the United States. Most players are from Europe or Asia.
Oh,
You know,
no.
and then they pan out to the 1% of those esports players with the, the mythic pluses and the mythic rating and all that other stuff, to where the normal player can't even play it properly because they just don't have the time to spend 15 hours a day playing Warcraft. We're not, you don't get paid for it. It's supposed to be, when I originally came into the game, which is what I loved about it, was that I could play an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe do a raid or whatever, and I could go back to my own normal life and not have to sit there and grind out for 8 hours. That's what drove me nuts about EverQuest 2, and games of that like,
Yeah,
was that you had
RuneScape.
spent so much time into it, and then you have nothing to show for it in the end anyway. So it was nice that you could, like, when it first came out, like I said, you play a couple hours with your friends, you talk, you made great relationships, you have friendships outside of that. It's dead. That doesn't happen anymore.
The only reason I'm not
It's
putting Warcraft in F is because I met Zendy through it, and Zendigo has been, and at this point, Zendigo is one of 3 friends that I have met through Warcraft, that I still talk to, and is the only one that consistently I talk to. I wouldn't, I would give, I would do the entire 8 years of stress and aggravation over again, knowing what I know now, just to meet Zendigo, because he's been such a positive influence and a positive impact on me on the internet that he's one of the only things that has legitimized Warcraft for me. And I don't mean to suddenly blast you with this, Zendy. I'm just telling you, I'm glad that I met you, and you mean a lot to me, and I hope you know that.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. It's the same here. I mean, if I got nothing out of Warcraft other than the friendship with you, it was worth it. So
But that Zendigo
I'm gonna
is
cry,
the
y'all.
only thing out of 8 years of Warcraft that was a positive. All that time and effort that I put in to grinding out mounts, and there's other people like Huntmez and Heavy, and well, I mean the Heavy and Huntmez are the only people that I really continue to speak to from time to time whenever they do come into the Discord. So I really can't mention anybody besides them. But the KSMs and the AOTCs and the accolades and the points and the gear and all of the crap, the cosmetic crap that I got through this game was a complete farce, complete loss. You can go back and grind out old content and get the stuff 10 times easier now. The limited edition stuff like the Carcinized Zereth Steed from Jailer AOTC, like even now, like it's more important to have the for clout mounts. It's more important to have the most recent AOTC as soon as you can in the season. So it's just a never-ending cycle of you don't have enough, so go get more. I hate this game. I will never play this game seriously again. And if I play the game, you know damn well I'm making meme groups and trying to have a fun time, whether we're winning or not, just to at least to spite the community, go against the grain. Because I hate Warcraft, and the people that play it make me sick.
well, they made it worse too, because now everybody's just doing delves, and like it's gotten
And
to the point where
it's split it up even the delves. It's split it up
yep,
even worse, where they put in single player content into a multiplayer game where you don't even have to play with other people.
yep,
Blizzard
and you
is
can
trying
hire.
to kill their own game.
They even put in so you could. I mean, I'm surprised they haven't done this in the raids yet, but you could even put in, other classes to run with you that you're missing in dungeons and in delves.
It's
Like
just
it's like,
it's just
I mean, I
pathetic.
get it if you don't have friends, but geez, find some friends.
Next season they're going to put in solo mythic keystones. I hate it with a passion. Let's go back to chat because we have had some chat that has been said, and I haven't read it, and I hope you guys haven't been sitting there waiting for me to respond to it while I've been going off on a tangent. This is one of the most passionate topics I have on this list because I wasted so much of my life playing this game, and I regret a lot of it. But there are some positives, like I said. There's certain people that I've met that are still around that I care about very deeply, and so that's the one good thing. At least that came from it, but not to the volume that I would have expected from a game that big. So let's see. Elvertia said, I mean, isn't your channel just on doing whatever you feel like at the moment? Usually most people find channels because the channel is about something they like or are interested in. And you're talking about the lack of growth on the Rainfall channel from earlier that we talked about before we got into Warcraft. The thing is, a lot of the stuff that I'm interested in, people don't want to view. People don't want to view those videos. Because I mean, you just look. Let's take a gander. Let's take a gander down through my video list. I can't show the playlist because I've got a lot of porn in there. But videos. How to get into construction. Okay. So
Everybody
we've
knows
got...
what my favorite video is.
Yeah, I know. How to get into construction has 1,424 views on it. And the reason for that is because... the reason I made that video is because a lot of people had asked me how to get into construction, how to get a job doing what I do, how to get a job doing other trades, and I wanted to make a video to condense that down, but because I released this video on a Monday, YouTube never suggested it, so it never took off, like the other construction videos did. Exhaustive Compendium of Everything Annoying in Life, Volume 1, which is what this stream is supposed to be the sequential next thing to, nobody viewed it because nobody cares. The construction jobs tier list, 253,000 views, 2,000 comments, 12,000 likes with only a paltry 485 dislikes. This right here is massive because it's about construction, which is a topic I don't like talking about. I'll be honest. I'll say it now. I don't like talking about construction. I don't like talking about work. Whenever I leave the job site, I want to come home and I don't want to not think about it. I don't like talking about construction. I've done it on a fluke a couple times where I just felt like doing it. And it really started with the construction site culture sucks so much video, which is what the biggest, most of the subscribers and most of the views on this channel came from that video. And I only talked about that because it was something I wanted to talk about at the time. But nowadays, I don't want to continue talking about construction. I don't want to bring my work home with me. And if I could work in YouTube and streaming and Twitch, content creation, the stuff that I enjoy, instead of this, instead of construction, I would, because construction is killing me. I'm going to be 100% honest. I know there's only 4 people watching. I'm going to say it. Construction's killing me. My back is killing me. My knees pop every time that I move. I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I go to work. I work for 12 hours in whatever heat or cold is happening because we don't have air conditioner on a job site that's fresh being built. So I have to suffer through whatever the elements provide for me that day. If I would have gone to work today, it's a 100% chance of rain, 40-mile-an-hour winds, and it's supposed to be 20 degrees tonight. So I would have to go through all of that. And then you also factor in the fact that I'm having to live off of basically gas station food because I get up so early that I have to go now, so I don't have time to make breakfast to be able to have a good dietary habit. I'm addicted to caffeine and have been the entire time that I've been working in construction. The lifestyle is not something that I can maintain for the rest of my life. I will die before I reach my 60s if I stay in construction. I've got to leave it, and I've got to leave it soon. Construction is not a bad job to get into. It's not bad to be a construction worker. Most people can work just fine with it. And if I could, I would, because it's damn good money and because it's cool. Because you're building buildings that will be used for 100 years after you're dead. You're leaving a legacy that no one can match. But I am a small person. I am 5'11" and I weigh 127 pounds at the age of 30. I'll be 30 in April. I can't maintain this lifestyle for the rest of my life. I cannot be addicted to energy drinks for the rest of my life. I will have a heart attack and I will die. I can't just live off of gas station fucking breakfast sandwiches and pizza because it's all I have time for, because I can't make time in my schedule to get a better diet. I'm tired of not being able to see my family whenever I want to because I have to get home and go straight to bed after a day of working myself hoarse and sore. Running conduit, thousands of feet of conduit, pulling thousands of feet of wire. I can't do that because I'm tiny and I've tried gaining weight just to survive and I can't do it. I can't gain weight. I can eat 5 pounds of food and lose 4 pounds as a direct result. This is not something I can do for the rest of my life. But YouTube, I can. Because I can always talk. And there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people around the world that make money off of YouTube, that have a career in YouTube. Not with millions of subscribers and not with millions of views. But there are people who could pay the bills off of YouTube. And if I could, I would. But I can't because the channel's not big enough because of this kind of crap. Because of fatty bacon. Why did I make this video? Why did I make that video?
Fatty bacon.
601 views. Like, teaching my noob friend how to play Project Zomboid, where I streamed with Harleyyy for 2 hours and 43 minutes playing Project Zomboid. 301 views. Okay.
That's pretty good for a stream, isn't it?
That
What
is
was
pretty
what was my
classic
video
insertion.
thing? My favorite video. What did that get? Just
I have to scroll back. Like, this is what I would do if I could survive off of it. This is what I would prefer because it is something that I enjoy. I am always like, if I'm at work, I'm listening to a YouTube video. This is what I am passionate about. This is what makes me happy. I am always consuming YouTube and Twitch content. Never TikTok. Let's not get into that. This is what makes me happy. This is what I enjoy. And I realize that whenever you start doing something for a job that you had as a hobby, it ceases to become a hobby and starts to become a job, and you start to feel like that. But at least this is not going to make me die early.
Yeah, I see.
But I can't. Because we are currently sitting at a subscriber count that is too low to be conducive to success for that. And it's okay.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. I am determined. But again, construction, if you work in construction, if I could work in construction, I would stay in it if my body could handle it, if my mind could handle it, but it can't.
I just started a construction company.
I've been doing this shit for almost 10 years. If I were to start a new construction company, I would be liable for all the things that we would do incorrect or wrong, or contracts that we would breach, or something to that effect. Any bad thing that would happen, I would be liable for. That's why I would never start my own company. My company that I'm working for now is the best company in the region. They have fantastic pay, fantastic benefits, honestly, really decent people compared to, like, relative to the rest of it. I mean, obviously, they're still construction workers, but relative to the other companies that we work around, they're pretty tame compared to the alternative. Nobody gets into construction thinking, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. Some do. Most don't. For most people, it's transient. It's something that you do for now to get you to the next point in your life. To me, this is what construction was supposed to be. I was supposed to work in construction for 2 years, and then I was going to go repair electric motors with my grandfather because that's what I wanted to do. And then whenever he passed away, I realized that the only reason I wanted to work on motors was because I enjoyed doing it with my grandfather, and I enjoyed spending that time with him. Whenever he's gone, there's no motivation for me to do that. Now I'm marooned in construction. I can't leave because I got bills to pay. It was originally supposed to be a means to an end. Now it's just a means to get by. And I feel like that's not where I need to be. Again, I'm not saying construction is something that you should not get into. If you can handle the lifestyle, God bless you. Keep going. Because you can make a lot of money doing it. I can't handle it. It is killing me. The average life expectancy of a construction worker in the United States is 63. I would be the first male in my family to die before the age of 80 since the early 1700s, barring murder, obviously. So yeah, I would rather not do this for the rest of my life. But that's just me. Not sure how much you're into co-op games, but have you played Helldivers 2?
That Caleb?
Interesting. It's that Caleb, yes. Helldivers 2, boy, I tell you what. That is that's a game right there now. We have several streams. I have several streams of that. I think there's one I've got called Diving into Hell, apparently. Where's it at? Helldivers filter.
The problem with that game is it went like every other game that here's DLC content. You got to pay for the new stuff.
Yeah. Helldivers.
Or you have to be like so good at it, you have to be an esports star to unlock the rest of it.
We spent 5 hours on that game. It's okay. It's another wave shooter. It's a decent wave shooter. It is. Like, it has its own merit. It's not a bad game at all, but it's just another wave shooter. To me, I never played the first Helldivers, and I never got into like the Starship Troopers and the other stuff that people are nostalgic for that make them want to play that game. So I didn't catch that, just like I didn't play Warcraft Classic. I didn't play original vanilla Warcraft as it released in 2004, so I never got on the Warcraft Classic train whenever that came out because that wasn't important to me. I'd never been through that. So Helldivers, if I was raised in a different way or if I had a different culture growing up, maybe I would have enjoyed it more, but to me, it's just another wave shooter. That Helldivers 2 laugh reaction made me jump in fear out of my chair. I am so sorry, buddy. I hope you weren't holding a drink. I apologize. But yeah, Helldivers 2 is okay. It's just it's something that I only play if other people are playing it. I would never play it like just because I want to. It's not that kind of a game for me. Better yet, have you considered a streaming career in playing single-player story games that you have yet to experience for the first time, like Red Dead 2, Silent Hill, Resident Evil, or Doom? I did that exact thing that you're describing during Christmas vacation. I played the Subnautica. I played Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero, and my main gripe about both of them was that they were single-player, because I don't like single-player games. I also feel like the video game, like trying to build a career off of streaming video games is difficult because the market is so saturated on YouTube. Um, like if you look at my video game streams, like the most of my video game content on YouTube has less than 500 views per video. So it's not there's just too many people playing games. You have to get on the bandwagon really early with a game as soon as it releases. For example, Delightful Kiss Boy on YouTube was one of the first guys to make videos on Buckshot Roulette, and he made Buckshot Roulette strategies. And so he built a decent amount of traffic on his channel off of making Buckshot Roulette videos. But now that Buckshot Roulette is old hat, not many people watch him anymore. And another one, Damone Kim. Damone Kim, a fantastic guide video maker for New World whenever that first released. He got on that bandwagon really early. He put out a lot of guide content for it. Everybody was watching Damone Kim whenever that game first came out. Hell, fucking Asmongold watched Damone Kim at one point. Clash with Eric. Eric from the One Hive Guild in Clash of Clans. One of the biggest names in Clash of Clans. Asmongold's also watched a guide video on him. He's a commentator for that. But as Clash of Clans fell out of favor, as Supercell started doing stupid shit, that game's no longer really getting views. Nobody, like, people still watch Eric because it's really the only channel that you can get good, reliable, well, one of the only, there's still other people, but it's one of the best channels that you can get good, reliable content from for the topic of Clash of Clans or Boom Beach or any of the other games that Supercell has released. But it's not that big, so he's not that big. Video games are a really flimsy topic to build a career off of and to build a channel off of. But it's easy. Because, I mean, playing video games is easy as falling off of a horse. Well, it's not that easy because you still have to find a horse to fall off of, but you get my point.
Is he stubbing your toe on a stool?
Yes. I would like to be able to do it, but I feel like I wouldn't be able to. I feel like there's too much content in that genre. But I did, like I say, to answer your original question, I did play Subnautica and Subnautica 2, or Subnautica Below Zero, not 2, God forbid. And I didn't enjoy either one of them. I spent 38 hours in Subnautica, and by the time the series was over, you could tell that I was absolutely ready to uninstall the game. I hated it. I hated how long it dragged on. I hated not having friends there to play it with. If I'm going to stream a game, I have to play it with other people. The most fun that I've had in recent memory was playing Raft with Zendigo and Conrad and Harleyyy, and playing Minecraft with Harleyyy, and playing PoE 2 with my uncle, and playing Space Pirate, what's it called? Star Citizen with Velinard and Mayhem. Like, I have to play multiplayer games in order to be happy. I've still got some single-player games that I've downloaded. I've got one that I was supposed to do as soon as we were done with Below Zero. I was supposed to play Firewatch. I haven't played that yet. I'm going to. I've heard it's only a 5-hour game. It's fairly short, so I should be able to get through it without any problem. But in general, single-player games are kind of for me. But I do also like blind videos. Like if I'm going to do a single player playthrough, I have to do a blind playthrough. I don't want to go into it being super experienced, because nobody wants to watch somebody that's super experienced. People want to be able to, the reason people love watching somebody play a game for the first time is because it reminds them of the first time they played the game and all the things that they did and all the things that they saw and enjoyed, because you can never replay a game for the first time again, even though you would love to. But the next best thing is watching somebody else play a game for the first time. So anytime I play a single player game, I always make it a blind playthrough. Next time you stream a single player game, I gotta join VC to alleviate your suffering. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You do. Everything you're describing sounds almost identical to the rise and fall of Destiny and Destiny 2, and I never played either one of those games because I was too busy playing WoW. I had some people try and get me into Destiny, but I heard it was very similar to Warframe, and Warframe is godly. Warframe is one of the 3 best games ever created, but I understand that, like, anytime a game is undermined by Anytime a game is undermined by people trying to accomplish things more than trying to play the game with other people, it's gone. It's over. If you have a multiplayer game where the other players involved are not as important as the game itself, your game is torched, fundamentally. Because then the devs, like, even if it's not immediate, the devs are going to start making stupid decisions that further divide the community and make the community upset, and the community will fall apart and they'll leave.
Unfortunately, you got other games out there where the devs make unnecessary decisions that the player base didn't ask for, thinking it's going to make it better, and then they totally mess the game up, and then they continue to not listen to the player base and fix their issues and continue to make it worse.
Yep. Always.
And I don't even want to go on
in my
DLC
opinion,
crap.
the player base is almost. I mean, there's certain exceptions, obvious exceptions, but most of the time the player base is to blame for a game becoming shit because they allow the devs to make stupid decisions, or they tell the devs to do something that is obviously stupid, and so the devs are like, okay, we'll do that, and then the game falls apart. Warcraft, people didn't like having to make groups and make guilds and try and scrape and scrounge to try and get group members, so they added LFR, they added LFD, and that killed the game. The addition of LFR and LFD, where you click one button to circumvent the entire process of developing a relationship and developing friendships and building groups and communities out of, you click one button and you're into content, that killed the game.
I'll be honest with you, that if they had done it in the smart manner where it wasn't cross worlds and they just kept it to the worlds that they had set up,
yes,
you would have, or if they would have just opened up the community to not have the servers, either one of those, I think it would be better with the servers in place though. But you create the LFR and the LFG only on your server.
Yes.
And I think that would have been better because then, I mean, that's how we used to get freaking our guilds built, was that you'd run 2 or 3 dungeons with someone, have a good time with them, you invite them to the guild. Hey, come on, come play with us. You know, even if you don't raid or whatever, we still like you for dungeons or just to talk to or whatever. That was cool.
Exactly.
And if they wanted to raid, then that was an added bonus.
Yep.
You know, but it's now to the point where it's like you don't know who the player is. And like I said, so many bots are out there that, you know, you talk to somebody and they don't even respond,
yeah.
or you get a one-word answer and it's just a stupid bot that's doing it. You know, and it's like, okay, well, this is dumb. I can't even invite you because you're on a different server.
A perfect modern example of the server thing that you're talking about was in New World. Whenever we first started playing New World, and you can see this in my early stream recordings of the first day that I played New World, there was a very small, tight-knit community that would develop on every server in Old New World, where everybody knew each other, everybody knew who the server villains were that were always trying to sneak around and steal things, and everybody knew who the server heroes were, who had established big guilds that took over the realm and captured all the territories. Everybody knew everybody, and like it made you feel like part of a living world, and it made everything feel a lot more tight knit. It made you feel like part of a community. And then now they have like server transfers have happened over and over again. Servers have closed down and been like new servers have been added, new fresh servers have been added, and it just divides the game so much and it makes it so unstable that you just don't see that community anymore. You don't have
I have a
that same
prime
feeling.
example. I have a prime example of how the community used to be versus the way it is now. When I used to be on the server Thunderhorn for a while when I first started playing. And we had a guild. I don't remember what the name of the guild was, but the dude that ran the guild, the guild master, was named Deadpool. He ran it fine for a good year, 2 years. Seemed to be a good guy. You know, we went through all this stuff. You know, back in the day when you had DKP or whatever, you do all that stuff. Well, the dude one day decided, hey, I'm gonna steal everything out of the guild bank. I'm gonna steal all the money and all that other stuff, and I'm gonna transfer servers. Nobody will know the difference. So he jumps off, and I mean, mind you, this is like BC era. So he jumps server all over the Reddit boards. His name was flagged all over Reddit, all over the place. The dude could not find a guild to join because he got blacklisted because of how bad it was of what he did to our guild. And I mean, nowadays, if somebody does that, they jump servers. I mean, yeah, you can report them, but it ain't gonna do anything because they don't really have GMs in the game anymore. Nobody gives a damn. I mean, you lose, they jump over, they steal all your stuff. Well, guess what? I guess you got to mark that up and you got to start all over again.
We want social aspects to our gameplay. We want communities. We want people. That's the only reason we play these games, is so that we can be around other people. But the game itself builds itself over time out of the 1% of people who are only there to stream the content and to get to the top of the leaderboards. That's what kills games. And that's what killed Warcraft. Just realized I unfriended you in one of my big friends list purges since you went on Steam. My bad. Yep, I accepted that a little bit ago. Yep, we're good now. We're back on friends lists. Nah, bro, that was a good rant. I felt like I dragged on too long, and we're still talking about it. It's been almost half an hour of just being on this one topic, and we've been up and down 1,000 other topics in the midst of it. So yeah, this has been quite a lot of tangents we've gone on. I had no idea Blizzard was going downhill even before Overwatch. Overwatch 2 was without a doubt Blizzard's biggest fumble of all time.
Oh my god, dude, Overwatch.
I won't even go on Overwatch. Overwatch used to be, it was supposed to be the next MMO for Blizzard. I will go into it. It was supposed to be the next MMO for Blizzard before Activision took over.
Mm-hmm.
They had the whole game I think it was like 95% complete when Activision took over. They gutted it, used the backgrounds for Overwatch, and then turned it into a first-person shooter because Fortnite had just come out and Activision wanted to cash in on the Fortnite. Even though they had COD and they didn't need to cash in on it, they decided, hey, we need something that appeals to 10 and 11-year-olds, so we're going to create Fortnite.
That just shows how Activision absolutely desperately wants to avoid the
Or
possible.
Overwatch, sorry.
They want to avoid the very idea of fixing what's wrong with Call of Duty. That they would rather gut a new IP that's coming up rather than address the problems with Call of Duty. That's how stupid Activision is. I've never played Overwatch, so it's just from my perspective, Warcraft is the biggest fumble because of how badly they did the game. But I mean, at least that still makes money, and at least that's still being played by idiots.
I will go into another gripe I've got with the Overwatch and Activision doing that was that the original game cost money. You had to spend $45 to $70 for the darn game, right? So they come out with Overwatch 2, nullifying Overwatch 1, and instead of being like, okay, this is going to be a new game that you got to pay for, like COD, we're going to make it free to play. But all those people that bought the original Overwatch game, guess what? The game is no longer there. You've lost your $45 to $70. Not even giving now they allowed you to transfer skins over, but who gives a damn about skins? I'll be honest with you. Who really cares in the ultimate scheme of things? You've got 5 skins that you can carry over. Whoop-de-doo. Why don't you give us a credit of those who bought it? Give us a credit. It could be $5-10 or whatever. Just give us a credit, or give us a free month in one of your other pay-to-play games, or give us half off of the next, off of points or something to go towards the new game. But they don't do it. It's just a money greed. And there goes Harbor Freight giving me a free ad here that we talked about. Previous.
Oddly
and
enough,
I can't skip it.
Oddly enough, I mentioned Harbor Freight several times throughout the stream, so I'm not surprised they popped up. I love Harbor Freight. I do. Their drill bits are the only drill bits. I don't buy drill bits from anybody but Harbor Freight. I already applied to the IDEW. Well, Elver, like I said earlier, if you can live that lifestyle, if you can do it, God bless you. Do it. Go for it. You can make so much money doing construction. I just know that I can't do this forever because my body can't handle it. I'm already starting to have health problems as a result of this career just because I can't make it work. But you might be able to make it work just fine. You probably can. Because most people who do get into construction, if they get out of it, it's not because of the health problems. For me, it's just a mental and physical health problem that I would like to be able to get out of it at some point. For now, it's okay. I'm working with some really good people that I enjoy working with. I'm working for a boss that I enjoy working for who's a really chill guy. And you don't get that often in construction. You don't get bosses like the one I've got very often. So the situation that I'm in is conducive to me continuing to exist just fine for now, but still in the long term. I'm still carrying heavy bundles of 3/4 EMT or 1-inch EMT up on my shoulder, smashing my back down. Every time I pick it up, I feel the bottom of my lumbar region start to compress and it really hurts. And that's just picking up a bundle of conduit. Then you got to stick it up onto the rafters and put the little bead-on caddy clamps on it. You got to clamp it so your arms are above your head. And I have really bad circulation, so my arms right now are already starting to fall asleep. And I've only been holding them up for 5-6 seconds? My arms are starting to fall asleep. And I have to put them down now. because they're starting to get warm. But you've got to do that for 10 to 12 hours a day on a 40-foot scissor lift for day after day after day, week after week after week for months. And then you got to pull wire. The physical strain is too much for somebody of my size and build and age. On top of that, the dietary problem that I'm having with it, where I just don't have time to eat correctly because I have to eat whatever I can go with. I have to eat carryable stuff, like portable stuff, sandwiches, pizzas, stuff like that.
Strombolis.
Stromboli, sausage, egg, and cheese stromboli from Denmark. Like, then the fatigue, the overwhelming fatigue that comes on from a bad diet, from lack of sleep, from stress knowing that I've got to go to work the next day, and from the physical strain and the pain that I'm always in, I have to drink energy drinks to be able to last a full workday. If I do not have caffeine in my system, I will fall asleep. And I have fallen asleep on the job several times. Whenever I've tried to not drink energy drinks, I'll fall asleep. Either in a scissor lift or maybe, God bless me, in my truck while I'm trying to take a nap. And then I oversleep. And my superintendent's like too timid or nice, or I don't know what it is, but sometimes he just won't like go over there and bother me because he doesn't want to interrupt my sleep. So I'm sleeping through a workday and I'm not giving 100% of what I need to give to be a good employee. And it feels bad because I feel like I'm cheating my company. So, yeah, if you're in the IBEW, push it, dude. Pursue that. If that's what you want to do, if that's what you enjoy doing, if that's something that you're passionate for, if that's something that you know that you could handle and you know that'll pay the bills, because I guarantee it'll pay the bills. That's not a question. But if you can do it, do it. And I'll keep doing what I'm doing with construction until I see a way out.
What's next on your list there?
Let's see. Okay, so that caught me up on chat. Let's take a look at the list. We covered Warcraft. Oh, where are we on the
Games
actual
in general.
like, in sequence? Okay, I'm seeing so many good options here. Ooh, there's too many good options. What do we go with? Crap. Did I start at the bottom or did I start at the top? Started at the top. Okay.
Rain.
Okay, Weevils, Screw on Floor. People who only ever talk about their problems. Oh, gosh, what a topical thing for me to say after I just spent half an hour complaining about my problems. Oh,
Look at
gosh,
this guy.
I'm just going to put
I
my
give
own...
those guys yes tier.
I'm just going to put myself... Thanks, buddy. Thanks for that. I'm just going to put a picture of myself as the icon for this. God, okay. All right, I walked into this one. What do you guys think about people who only ever talk about their problems? Harley, you just got back. What do you think of people who only ever talk about their problems?
I could know a few people.
Well, don't name names. But what is your general vibe that you get from them, and what would you put them at a rank on this list?
I just hate people who well, I don't hate people. I'm just saying I hate when they are constantly down about things and not living in this moment of the present,
Living in the past kind of an idea. Not getting over
Yes.
things.
Yeah. Or just, there's clearly an option for them to fix it and they are talking about how it sucks, but they are actively fixing it and they just want someone to talk about because otherwise they have no reason to be in that conversation. Which I have been a victim of a few times. I do talk a lot about shit that does not matter to anyone else, and it's things I'm actively working on.
I know sometimes when I do it, I'm looking for advice.
That too. So it's not always.
I don't know how to. I'm stuck in a situation. I don't know how to get out of it. And seeing what you're just trying to brain pick other people. Although it should be posed as a question of what can I do to fix this.
That is what I would throw onto that is that it needs to be formed as a question. If you're asking for advice from someone, as Zendy's saying here, you've got to make sure that people understand that you're asking for advice. Don't be too proud to ask for advice. That's one thing. And that's what a lot of people, like, hell, I struggle with it. I'm a very prideful person. but you've got to be able to ask a question and make it a question and don't drag it out. But just the general vibe of sitting, like if I'm sitting in a Discord with somebody and all they want to talk about is how crappy their day was, or how all these different health problems that they're having, or how their life is going to crap, and how, oh, my dog died, no, this person like kicked over my potted aloe plant named Herman, or
They ruined their truck with a deer.
if I get into a voice channel and there's somebody that joins that either never says anything at all, or the stuff that they say is killing the mood, I get frustrated. If they don't have anything nice to say and all they could say is insulting other people, or generally like brushing off what you're saying, like if you say something and they're like, damn, that's crazy, or Jesus
Yeah,
Christ. Like,
I think the only one on there we can't go off of is the body odor one, because it just sounds like an '80s Monistat commercial. You know, hey guys, do you ever have that not so fresh smell today? What do you guys do about that? Oh wow,
talk to your doctor about using our whatever.
The red tail hawk. Dude.
Where do you get that?
Isn't that pretty?
So yeah,
Sorry.
I don't
Oh,
like, I don't like sitting in a voice channel with somebody who's always complaining, but it's better than not hearing anything at all. I would rather listen to somebody complain constantly than have no one to talk to. So for me, this one is actually going to go in A tier, but you guys can swing the vote here if you choose. How do you feel about just, because I'm obviously biased. I don't like listening to silence, so my ranking is going to be more merciful just because it's a person to talk to. But what is your opinion of it? Where would you put it on the list?
I think it goes about a B or an A. I mean, I'll be honest with you. For me, I mean, it's kind of like, because you don't know what the situation is. I mean, if they're just complaining about life in general and they don't want to fix something, then yeah, that gets annoying. But if they're actually like having trouble with something and you can sense it and you can give them advice and they'll take it, whatever. It's an A, I guess.
Harley, would you dispute that? Harley?
Hello, sorry.
Hey.
Yeah, Harley.
would you argue an A ranking for people who only ever talk about their problems?
Oh no, that's an A.
Okay. All right, we're putting in an A then. All right. I've got Mike flanked on both sides by a picture of me, and he's up there with a weevil.
Poor Mike.
Dude is in bad company. I just spat really hard.
It's almost sandwich.
Is that your workout? Is that your workout picture, Rain?
No, that's me taking the wrong order out of a bag.
Oh no, but I thought it was like you ordered a barbell and you were trying to get gains.
No, I ordered a cheeseburger and they gave me a barbell.
Oh, hey, Wendy's, without giving you the bait, they give you a barbell instead of bacon and a patty.
They're trying to send me a message here. Like, what are they suggesting?
She's all
right, so we got that in an A. So let's go back to the list here. Where is it at? So that was people only to ever talking about. Yeah. When the handle breaks on the bucket that you're carrying.
I don't know what's in that bucket.
And we're not going to generalize this at all. We are going to specifically talk about a bucket breaking while you're trying to carry it from place to place. So,
what is in said bucket?
Anything. Something heavy.
Yeah, that's just an F.
Okay. I mean,
what's worse is if you're carrying someone else's bucket.
Because you're either getting wet or dirty, or you're getting something on you don't want. Unless it's bolts, and then you got a sore foot, unless you're wearing steel toes.
To me, it depends entirely on the monetary value of the thing in the bucket. Like, is it just sand? Because I could just grab a shovel and scoop the sand back in the bucket. Or into a new bucket because the handle broke. What am I talking about? But if I'm carrying, like, liquid gold, first of all, I'm going to die because I spilled liquid gold on myself. But also, like, if it's a valuable thing that I'm carrying, well, now I'm upset. Or if it's something that's hard to, like, to get back in the bucket, like if I spilled water, well, now I've got to walk back over to the faucet and pour more water in it. It just depends on me. It depends to me the value of the thing that's in the bucket. This is a good one. I don't know who suggested this, but this was a good one. Harley, what's your opinion of bucket carrying?
It's just kind of embarrassing. Not really bothered by it. Just kind of sucks.
Cindy with the 15% or more joke.
I had to. Sorry, it opened it.
So that's been a running gag in the Discord for a really long time, is that people will be talking about whatever, and I'll just suddenly blurt out a Geico advertisement, and we've been doing that for years and years at this point, and that's the context of what that is. For the general, our flow. Sometimes people in VC talk about the problems like they're trying to convince their insurance companies they can't make payments. Oh, like trying to justify things for people that don't care? Huh. I guess that makes sense, like trying to make excuses for behavior by saying this is my behavior and I would also like you to validate it for me. I get your point there, yeah.
Insurance in general is just a scam anyway, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean it's just ways for people to monetize off of people when hey, this could happen, but if it does happen, I might fix it, but I'm not going to give you everything back. I'm only going to give you 10%. But you can dump, if you had just saved that money, you might have been able to purchase the whole thing again.
I'm going on Reddit to try and find a picture that is not licensed for Broken Bucket. And there we go. Oh, but that's not the handle broken. Well, that's probably fine. All right, thank you, Reddit, for giving me a picture I don't have to pay to be able to use on my tier list. Thank you. All right, Broken Bucket. Do we really care about this at all? Like, do we ever experience broken bucket handles?
I
Probably
have
not.
never experienced it.
So I'm gonna wind up throwing this in the S tier because I think you could just get a bucket, another bucket, and also like
You can get a bucket repair kit. Just
yeah,
slap that.
just add the bucket onto a crafting block with a couple more iron ingots, and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored by buckets.
But could be. Please give me money buckets. The person who invented buckets, please sponsor me.
Hey, bucket or oh wait, you can't say that on YouTube.
Oh. Scratched glasses, specifically the ones that
Oh
you
my
see out
god,
of.
we're
Now,
talking about scratch glasses.
I don't have any experience with this, but Harley, you are a glasses enjoyer. What's your opinion of scratched glasses?
Oh, I have glasses too. That's a
The
F tier.
worst part of having scratch glasses is when it's caused by the work that you're doing, so you have to wear them.
Mm.
And they get scratched more by the work you're doing, so you're just paying for more glasses all the time. I haven't bought new glasses in years, though, because I refuse to engage with it. But my glasses are long overdue for new ones.
Okay.
I hate having scratch glasses. When we're playing VR games, when we're playing Onward, dude, all I could see was, first of all, the fog of the glass, because, bodily radiate heat, whatnot.
Right.
And then all I could see was the glass, was the scratches. It's obnoxious. I hate glasses scratches. It's so subtle, but it's annoying. You train your brain to get used to it, and you don't even see it in your peripherals anymore. But still, very annoying.
Okay. Okay. All right. Got big opinions there. Zendy, what's your opinion since you wear glasses?
Yeah, it sucks because you got to buy new glasses. So I would put it in the F tier, and if you have a VR headset and glasses and you don't buy the stupid inserts for them, and then you scratch both lenses on both the headset and that, it's.
All right. So Harley, would you agree with an F ranking?
Yep.
Alrighty, we are going with a F ranking for scratched glasses. I mean, I wear safety glasses, obviously, because I work in construction. I got to wear safety glasses, otherwise I'll end up losing my vision. And I have had a number of times when something has impacted my glasses that would have blinded me if I was not wearing glasses. Safety glasses have saved my vision multiple occasions. If you can wear glasses safety glasses to protect your eyes, if that option is there, then you need to take it. Always. It's always a good thing to have safety glasses on. So wear them, but once they scratch, it is annoying, but at least with construction, it's not extremely expensive. Your employer provides your safety glasses for you, so you're not paying for it. And the thing that you could do to make your safety guy for your company the happiest is show him a set of safety glasses that you had that are demolished by something that hits your eyes, because he's going to be like, yes, he was wearing his glasses, thank God. So yeah, they're definitely going to buy you glasses. If yours are broken. Now, obviously, if you're coming to them like 10 times a day saying, hey, can you give me a new pair of safety glasses, then they're going to get a little frustrated, because it's like, what are you doing? Are you intentionally destroying this PPE? But, like, the couple times that I've had glasses that got destroyed, I could just ask for a new pair, and they very happily gave me another pair. So I don't have to deal with scratched glasses for long enough to develop an opinion of having to live with them. So I'm glad that I am in a VC with people who do have glasses, so that I could get an opinion on that. So there's my extremely good drawing of destroyed glasses. And F tier. Let's see. Is my multi-stream chat working? Yes, it is. Finally. About time. Doesn't matter because no one is on the Twitch channel right now. That's huge. Okay. Alright, so glasses are in F tier. We're going to do a couple more, and then we're going to take a break, because we've got, yeah, in 10 minutes, we're at 4 hours and 50 minutes now. So we will stop with this for the time being and come back to this tomorrow. After we rank probably 2 more items, we'll be able to get in that time. But we will get on a video game in the stream following this. We will be shutting the stream off in 10 minutes so that YouTube doesn't completely forget about me, and Twitch has obviously forgotten about me. So we'll pivot to playing a video game very shortly. But for the time being, catching every single blasted red light is on the list. Y'all know how I feel about driving, so what is y'all's opinion on catching red lights?
Shouldn't exist.
Red lights shouldn't exist?
Of course it should exist. But gosh, I feel like there should be some kind of smart system that should be in place that prevents certain things from happening, especially late at night. Whenever there's not as much traffic. But of course, traffic lights still function off the base automatic. You know, if there's a car in that lane, it will be green.
Right.
Kind of thing. Now that tends to happen, and then you're sitting there waiting at a red light for no traffic to pass by for a whole minute. I mean, it's just 1 minute, whatever. But you're sitting there at a red light, there's nothing passing. You're just like, why? It's even the point. There should be some kind of more educated system, I feel.
They
Is that too much to ask for?
do it in, I know, like in bigger cities. Like I know when I was in Pittsburgh on a business trip a long time ago. But anyway, if you go through certain sections of the town, once it hits midnight or after 11, all the lights they'll flip red in like the slow areas, like they'll blink red, and then the regular traffic lights for the faster spots will blink yellow. So the yellows will stop right away, but you don't have to stop. You just have to. The only time you really have to stop is if you see traffic coming. If you don't see traffic, you just go through it. But I feel like they don't do that in a lot of areas just because it's higher traffic, so they don't want to blink. They don't want to blink you through and cause unnecessary law enforcement or whoever has to come out there for an accident.
So,
although a stop sign would just suffice 4 ways too.
My limited annoyance with traffic lights is, yes, they are very obstructive to me getting through, but also I don't like driving. I don't like how dangerous driving is. It's the most dangerous thing that the average person does on a daily basis. Y'all both heard me said that countless times at this point. You're probably like rolling your eyes at me saying it again, but I don't like driving. It is scary. I am a driving not enjoyer, and I would rather not do it if I could. But because I do, I feel like red lights insulate me from a lot of the stupidity, but it's whenever people ignore them because they were too big of a hurry that puts my life on the line. And I have been not rear-ended. I have been T-boned by a person who ran a red light. I lost my second truck to someone who smashed into me doing 60 miles an hour the opposite direction, and I woke up from being knocked unconscious with the cop trying to break my driver's side window out with a hammer, one of his little glass breaker hammers, because my truck was on fire. So I love red lights for what they mean, as in it's a way of protecting me from the people barreling down the road with no regard whatsoever for my safety. But I don't like that they stop me from time to time. So I want to put it in S. But what do you guys think?
Well, as in it doesn't bother you.
I think it's just right
it doesn't
above
bother
S.
me
I
at
think it's
all.
like an A. It's just annoying.
Okay.
It's not really.
Fair.
I could put it in A. I just don't want to put it any higher than that because
Nah, I wouldn't put it any higher than that. I mean, it is. It's like I would put it in. Stick it between A and S. It's in between. It's like an S and a half.
Yeah, I wish we could. That would be good if we had a SI ranking or an AS ranking. To combat unemployment, there
It's
should
an
be an
ass.
individual. To combat unemployment, there should be an individual or collection of employees at the intersection to control the flow of traffic.
Uh-huh.
And that's, I mean, the problem with that, Rush, is that you're talking about putting a person next to a highway, because you got to think, like, it's not the same as a school zone, where a school zone, everything's 25 miles an hour or less. And so it's at least safer for a person to stand next to a highway with a little sign, because now everybody's slow enough where they're paying attention. They can react quicker, which is a word now, I just coined it, to someone standing next to the road. And even then, it's still not safe. Crossing guards get hit all the time. Like, look over there, someone just got hit. But like, then you take that same person and tell them to direct traffic on a major highway that has a red light on it. Like, the best example I could think off the top of my head, Highway 21. You've got God knows how many red lights between, like, Springfield into Rincon into Garden City and Port Wentworth and Savannah. There's so many red lights through there, and so much of that is a 55 mile an hour zone, or maybe, occasionally it drops down to a 45 mile an hour zone. Once you get into Rincon, it drops down to a 35 at one point. I think in Port Wentworth, it's mostly 35 the whole way. No, it's 45 the whole way through Port Wentworth. Garden City, it's 45. At that high of a speed, it's really difficult and really dangerous for a person to be a crossing guard or for to direct traffic, because people are moving too quickly to be able to react to seeing a person.
I got a story about that, man.
Yes?
Directing traffic.
Yes?
Yeah, it's somebody in my family. I'm not gonna name where in my family they are, but
Okay.
they were in the 80s. Partook in a let's just say like some drugs that made I can't say that word. Things that made him see things that weren't there, and we got a phone call in the middle of the night, or my parents did. I was little at the time, but a phone call from the San Francisco police saying, "Can you come pick this person up?" Because we caught him in the intersection of where in a major intersection in downtown San Francisco, in his boxers, directing traffic.
Each time we do just land a favor.
If I take my pants off, people will take me seriously.
Oh no, he had shoes and socks.
Do not make a clip out of that, by the way. I should notice that.
Shoes and socks and his boxers, directing traffic. It was like 88, 89, or well, it was like 87, 88, circa. And so yeah, they got a phone call and they had to go get him out. But the funny part was we ended up we were working on music together for a while, and we were going to release an album called Directing Traffic.
Oh my god!
And I had a picture of a dude out in the middle. It wasn't this person, but it was a dude in the middle of traffic with a whistle in their mouth and just standing in their underwear directing traffic.
Good grief. One thing led to another. That's like an early version of a meme. Isn't that what that constitutes?
Yeah, and it would have been early version because this is like circa, if it had come out, it was like circa like 2013 or so. So it would have been right on par. I probably could have gotten a ton of hits off of it, but hey, not much I can do about it now.
Much love from the Bay Area. That's a typical day in Oakland, California. Y'all have people stripping naked in Oakland and running out and directing traffic? My gosh, remind me never to go to California. Well, I don't want to go there, period. But hey, love you too, buddy. Thank you for
Remind me to go the next week.
thank you for being here, and also watch out for naked people directing traffic. That's
they're not completely naked. They're in boxers. It's
yeah,
like
that's what you said. He was in boxers.
they're in a bathing suit, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't standing there in white boxers in the middle of a rainstorm.
All right, so we got time for one more, and then we're gonna go onto a video game break. So, we got scratch glasses, catching every single blasted red light. Oh, here's a really good one, dust.
Yeah, I dealt with dust not too long ago because I changed a bunch of my furniture out, and
Yeah,
I
there's
was
no use
freezing
for
for
it.
the next 3 days.
It's one of those things in life that there's no use for,
Yep.
other than food for dust mites. And who needs them? Because they're just cleaning up the dust
Right. So,
and leaving more dust.
what is our opinion of dust?
Useless.
All
Dust
right.
is mostly human skin follicles and cells.
Yeah, like in your house maybe, but like the sand and
So
silica.
like dirt dust.
Dirt. Yeah, that stuff's that's different. That's still dust, but I have a cement factory near me, and dust is all over the place. Cement dust is horrible.
Dust on a construction site is what comes to
Look
mind
what's
whenever I
this-
think of dust, and dust on a construction site comes from drilling or cutting onto concrete. Also, it comes from, just people driving around in dirt, because, there's a lot of underground stuff that happens on a job site in the very beginning of it, so there's a lot of dirt in the air. But mainly, whenever I think of dust, I think of silica dust, which can cause silicosis, which is a scarring of the lung tissue, which can kill you. It can just straight up injure you. Like it's really, really, really bad. It's very dangerous. It can cause cancer. It can cause a whole host of problems whenever you're exposed to crystalline silica dust. So whenever I think of dust, I think of a really bad stuff. But for the average person facing dust, they're thinking of like dust on the shelves or dusting.
I will tell you, in my experience, the most dusty and most disgusting thing in the world are one of two different things. It's either a personal computer or a
Yes.
regular computer when you open those damn things up, or a gaming console.
Yep, and I got a can. It's something that you should say that. Let me unplug my headset. I've got a can
You
of air.
open up those things, and they are the worst freaking. Like, I mean, you wouldn't believe the stuff that's inside one of those things. And silica dust, it's in there because what are chips made out of? Silicone.
Yep, that's dust is a bad one. What would y'all put it at? I would put it just because like most people don't think of silica dust whenever they think of dust, so they would put it in an S tier. But I would move it up to I would move it up to a B tier because of
Yeah, I agree.
the threat that poses to me. And whenever I think of dust, Harley, what would you put dust at? Would you contest the B rating, or would you want to put it lower?
I'd put it. Honestly, it's like
He's like it's an A.
it's like a C for me. Honestly, dust is pretty fucking bad.
You would put it in C?
I think it's pretty bad.
I mean,
personally.
realistically, my own opinion, I would put silica dust like an F. So I am perfectly fine with moving that up to a C.
That's fine by me.
Okay.
Where did D go? I want to put it in D.
we don't have a D.
But for dust. D for dust.
Yeah, it gets its own ranking.
So, Rain, I just did a super blue moon fishing thing, and I got 7 enchanted books and 4 Neptune's bounties.
4 Neptune's bounties. Good grief. All right, you've tied with me. The most I've ever gotten was 4 in one night. Let's see. Thank you for the 6 likes on the stream. Appreciate that so much. LA gang here. Yeah, naked raid boss. It's kind of sight. Don't even want to describe the shit I've seen them doing on the highway and the red lights. Yeah, I don't want to hear about it. I'm thankfully insulated from such shenanigans.
Oh yeah, no, I live in near Philly, so that's a big problem on Kensington Avenue.
Mm.
That naked raid boss.
Mm-hmm.
We call it. Well, it's the leaning naked raid boss that doesn't want to move.
All right, so we've been at this now
Which
for
is a sad
5.
situation itself, but
We've been at this now for 5 hours and going on 4 minutes. So I don't know why my notifications are going off. Why are my notifications going off? Nobody said anything in Twitch chat.
You forgot to take that thing out of the oven, didn't you?
What the things in the ovens?
He had a pizza in there 5 hours ago. It's now just dust.
It's not cool.
I don't remember putting anything in the oven or taking anything out. Did I miss something that happened? Because there's a notification going off, but I don't see why. And nothing came up in chat, so I'm just having ghost notifications here. I hope I'm not missing anything.
A notification or something.
Weird. Nothing came up on Twitch. Nothing came up on YouTube.
I care about.
I'm curious. All right, so that's going to be it for now. We will be coming back to this probably later in the week. Today is the last day that I have of Christmas vacation, so I've been able to stream pretty liberally lately, but now I am off of Christmas vacation and I have to go back to work tomorrow. So...
Unless you have rain and 40 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, because originally today was supposed to be a work day. Yeah, they're right. It was supposed to be a work day, but the conditions are not conducive to such a thing. So I am going to start like having work days again, so my streams are not going to be quite as often. Videos are not going to be quite as often. So I will still continue to do it on the weekends. Obviously, weekends are for streaming. Weekends are dedicated to YouTube. But the weekdays are going to be a bit more scattershot. Now, tomorrow night, it entirely depends on how I feel at the end of the day. If I can get home and not immediately fall asleep in the first bed I see, whether or not it's my own, then I'll try to get on YouTube. I will. But you got to understand that as work comes back up, yeah, I'm going to have to deal with the repercussions of that. So, with that being said, thank you so much for the people who have been here to watch this. We had a number of people come in on Twitch all in one burst for some reason. There were like 10 people watching on Twitch at one point, but they all slowly left. And now we have nobody, so thank you for those people who briefly stayed, and for the couple follows on Twitch as well. Thank you for that. And to Elvertia on YouTube. We'll go ahead and start running through YouTube. Elvertia, it's always a pleasure to have you, buddy. Thank you so much for hanging out. You've been in here a number of times. Always good to have you, buddy. Thank you so much. Always happy to see your name pop up in chat. Rush Advance, thank you for stopping by, buddy. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Scarecrow, thank you so much for stopping by as well. Thank you for the friend request on Steam. David, thank you for being here. Thank you for stopping by. Max Storm, always a pleasure to see you again, buddy. Thank you so much for stopping by. Zizo, thank you for coming, dude. And for your really weird suggestions. Michael, thank you so much for stopping by and for the kind words and for the suggestions for the list. Your items have been added. And that's as far up as my chat will scroll. So I am sorry to anybody that I missed. But main things I want to thank are main things. Wow, you guys are demoted to things now. You're not actually people. Zendigo, love you, buddy. Thank you so much for helping me with this.
Yep.
Definitely would not have been able to do this for this long without somebody to sit here and to riff off of. So I definitely appreciate you being here. Harley, same to you, buddy. Thank you so much for doing this with me.
Oh yeah,
always good to have you. If you want to watch Zendigo, he is trying to build a YouTube channel as well. His channel is ZendiOSR.
I have not put anything up yet, so
he will be posting videos shortly. But yeah, we will be going live immediately. As soon as I hit the end stream button, I am going to go live on a video game. And I'm honestly thinking about going ahead and playing Firewatch. Because we talked about it earlier, and I was thinking, you know what, I should probably do that. So maybe we just go live on that?
I vibe with that.
well, as long as you're not playing Alien Fireteam, you're all right.
Let me go ahead and save the template because we will use this for the next one of these we do. I just saved it the wrong way. Crud. I just ruined a picture that I needed.
Oops.
Fuck. Let me just roll back all of the...
You can just screenshot your VOD like you do for
Yeah,
the
I
next
guess I
thing.
can. I guess I can. All right, let me hit X. Don't save.
That was a joke, but yeah, we will make it work.
Oh my gosh, I could do it. I could do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can make it work. I'll just have my webcam at the bottom. All right. Well, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you so much.